seats of Rajasthan. It's 13 versus 11. Congress up 10 seats from the last time. This is very different from what the exit polls were showing, and quite remarkably so, making this election and this morning extremely exciting. On the 17 seats of Telangana, we have leads for 15 seats. The NDA is leading on 9, the Congress on 5. The BRS has been wiped out, down 7 from the last time. From there, let's now come to Punjab. In Punjab, the Congress is on 6 seats, down 2. The AAP is on 3, up to the NDA, which is the BJP in this case, is leading on only 1. Rajdeep spoke about Karnataka. Let's spend a moment on Karnataka. On the 28 seats of Karnataka, the NDA is leading on 17, down 9. The India Alliance on 11, up 10, Rajdeep.
Let's go to Preeti Chaudhary. She's the one who's been telling me UP will be tight, Rajdeep. Remember, I've come from there. I've seen enough signs of dissent. Take it away, Preeti, and tell us what's happening across Uttar Pradesh.
Well, only as of now, it does look very tight, down to the wire. Let's look at the 80 seats and the trends coming in on those 80 seats. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, I'm standing by the ghats of Varanasi, and right now things not looking very good where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. Well, this is what it looks like. The BJP 34, the Samajwadi Party and the Alliance at 34, even keep BSP leading on 1, and the Congress at 1. So Congress plus 34 of the Samajwadi Party, 40. So the Alliance right now leading in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the BSP leading on just 1. The looks like right now in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's quickly look at vote share. We showed you the seat share. Moving on to vote share in UP, 43.5% Bharatiya Janata Party, the Samajwadi Party at 31.2%, 11.
Meet Wadi, the tool that's revolutionizing the way businesses use WhatsApp API. Wadi is a platform that helps businesses connect with their customers seamlessly on WhatsApp, with features like automatic replies, campaign broadcasts, and a lot more. It's easy to set up, incredibly user-friendly, and completely changes the game when it comes to customer engagement. Are you ready to take your business to the next level with Wadi? I'm Alex from Wadi. Thanks for your time. Please subscribe to our channel for more such videos.
7.7% for the Congress, BSP at 9.2%. It's changing as I speak, but Rajdeep, look at the Congress figure there. 11.4% for the Congress, way more than even the BSP.
You know, the fact is, of course, the Congress is coming on the back of the Samajwadi Party. The story, though, is when they've come together, they came together in 2017, it didn't work. Look at how India changes. You know, nothing is static in this country. Between 2017 UP, when the UP ke ladke, as Rashid called them, was simply decimated, to 2024. There is a change that has taken place on the ground to the extent that as the election got more and more localized, the local factors that Preeti you spoke about when you were traveling through UP, many of them are coming to the fore. Paper leaks, Berozgari, concerns over the way MPs from outside were brought in, or MP candidates from outside. I'm looking at a seat like Jaunpur. There you had Kripa Shankar Singh, former Mumbai Congress chief, was brought in. He's trailing at the moment. So you've got the BJP also getting a bit of a reality check this morning, and that's why the result has tightened. Yes, Shankar, you wanted to make a point.
So in the Hindi hard belt, the losses reflect actually the economic reality of unemployment and agricultural distress, because these are rural agrarian states. There have been issues about Agniveer and other...
but you think rural distress is a big factor. Preeti, you want to turn to the state of Rajasthan, another state that you travel through.
Well, let's look at Rajasthan now. It was a clean sweep, mind you, in 2019. Rajasthan gave the BJP the maximum vote share at 57%. 2019 was concerned. Let's look at Rajasthan now, like they say in Hindi, kis taraf oot baithega Rajasthan pe. Take a quick look. We begin with seat share. Let's look at that. Right now, the BJP at 13, Congress 9, others at 3. The others will include Barmed, it will include RLP, which is Nagaur, and one more, which is, I think, it could include Sikar, which is all part of the India Alliance, other than Barmed seat where Ravindra Bhati is taking place. Let's look at now the vote share in the state of Rajasthan on the 25 seats. What does it look like?
What's happening in Rajasthan, Preeti, is very simple. The entire belt, and this is a story in itself. You go from eastern Rajasthan into Haryana. that a large part of it is a Jat belt of the country. That is where the BJP is taking a hit. When you go from eastern Rajasthan, you're looking at seats that border Dausa, Churu, your Ganganagar, Junjunu, Sikar, Dausa, Bharatpur,
Karoli, these
so
are the
you see,
areas.
when you start winning that, there is a trend that's
If
emerging.
you start winning East in Rajasthan, you have it in the bag because you've been able to get the castes to come together, which usually never do.
And it's also spread to Haryana. If you turn then from there into Haryana at the moment, in Haryana, look at what is happening. You're finding an election and a half. It's 6 to the India Alliance and 4 to NDA. So Haryana, Eastern Rajasthan,
When I look
pulling
in
it.
Haryana, Rajdeep, I will look at only the seat of, if the Congress is leading in Gurgaon, if the Congress can lead in a seat in Gurgaon, then they struggle for
I'll
the
tell you the
BJP in
6 seats that
Haryana.
the India Alliance is leading there. Sirsa, where you've got Kumari Shelja, Kurukshetra, where you've got Sushil Gupta of Ambala at the moment, Sonipat, which they expected or were hoping to win, Rohtak, where Dipinder Hooda is winning, and Gurgaon, Raj Babbar Sher at the moment. He's turning out to be Babbar Sher. And remember, this is against an MP.
I don't think he realized, Rajdeep, I don't think he realized he was going to be Babbar Singh.
Okay, Rahul Verma wants to give a sobering note.
Yes, let's not go too far on making theories at this moment. The reason being, when the EVMs open, they open from urban areas first, right? That's how polling stations are numbered. So it can't be rural distress that starts reflecting in urban.
No, but the trend that Haryana and Eastern Rajasthan are where India Alliance doing well.
So I just asked somebody at the election commission how many rounds of counting had happened, and that becomes very important. So the average is about 3 or 4 rounds of counting. In some states, 6 rounds of counting have happened, and in some it's lesser, but the average is about 3 or 4. At least 22 and above. So basically,
An
there is
average
plenty
Indian
of counting still
constituency,
to go.
people, viewers need to know, an average Indian constituency is about 20 lakhs. Out of 20 lakhs, let's assume 75% vote. So you've got 16, 17 lakh votes per constituency. That's a hell of a lot. You know, at the moment, you've only done about 1 or 2 lakhs at best. You've got 14 to 15 lakhs to go. So that's why we are, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but we've got to report in real time as it is. In real time, Rahul, it appears that it's a tighter contest than the polls predict.
Jairam Ramesh has something to say at this moment. Let's listen to the Congress's media in charge. Jairam
कभी
Ramesh.
नहीं हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री खुद अपने ही सीट में पीछे चल रहे हैं। ये तो ट्रेलर में प्रधानमंत्री कह रहे थे ट्रेलर तो आज उनके ट्रेलर दिखाई दे रहा है।
Ramesh, she's got some josh. His mojo
But that is quite a story, Rahul. The Prime Minister trailing. Remember, Ajay Rai contested against the Prime Minister 2014 and 19. Last time, as of now, he was Raj Narayan. The socialist leader is remembered 50 years later for one reason. He defeated them in 1977. Will Ajay Rai be turn out to be the Raj Narayan of today? As of now, it's too early to say, but he is leading at the moment. Improbable, but we've got to, I report in real time. In real time, Ajay Rai is leading the Prime Minister of the country. That is a story and a half. That is the story.
So, Rajdeep,
Wake up.
Even
Rajdeep,
if Prime Minister wins, but the margin declines
Let me-
considerably, that is
but
going
let
to
me
be.
Just to answer your question, NDA leading in 21, the BJP is leading in a couple of them. They contested 6. Babu is leading in 19. And YSRCP is leading in 4. So Babu is having his moment as Sudhir. You remember Babu from the 90s and early
Absolutely.
2000s when he was kingmaker.
When every time when he would come to Naidu at Andhra Bhavan, which was the hub of activity.
No.
An interesting trivia. Yesterday was World Bicycle Day. The two parties with the bicycle as a symbol are doing well.
Okay, remember entrepreneurs. It was the age of the entrepreneurs. You remember that?
So Chandrababu Naidu used to reach the Prime Minister's office via Planning Commission, first allocate himself funds and then go to the PM's Australia.
Okay, there is another interesting candidate that has just been told, a VVIP who's training Arun Govil Ram, the man who played Ram. And remember, here we saw those who went to Meerut, said a lot of dissatisfaction among the local.
I
BJP
no.
over Arun Govind's candidature.
That's a part of the story, but also one has to give it to seat of Meerut and took away a lot of the Dalit votes.
Okay, let's go through the VIP candidates.
Can you go to VIP candidates if I may ask you from Maharashtra for a moment?
No, so can I just zip through
Yeah,
in
please,
the order in
please,
which they're
please
coming?
go
A.
ahead,
Raja currently leading on the reserved seat of Nilgiri in Tamil Nadu. Abhishek Banerjee leading in Diamond Harbour in West Bengal. Adhiranjan Chaudhary leading currently in Bahrampur. Agatha Sangma trailing in Tura. Ajay Nishad of the Congress trailing in Muzaffarpur. Amit Shah leading in Gandhinagar. Akhilesh Yadav leading in Kannauj. Anand Sharma of the Congress trailing currently in Kangra. Anil Baluni leading currently in Pauri Garhwal in Uttarakhand. Anupriya Patel of the Apna Dal now leads Mirzapur, Uttar Pradesh. Kapoor, BJP leading currently in Hamirpur. Parajita Sarangi leading currently in Bhubaneswar. Arjun Ram Meghwal leading in the reserved seat of Bikaner. Arjun Munda on the reserved seat of Khunti in Jharkhand. He's currently leading. Arun Govel is trailing, ticket is trailing in Sirsa. Asuddin Owaisi leading in Hyderabad. B.Y. Raghavendra, BSY's son, leading in Shimoga. B. Sriramallu is trailing currently in Bellary. Bansuri Swaraj of the BJP leading in New Delhi. Basavraj Bomai trailing in Haveri. Bhupender Yadav in Alwar in Rajasthan is currently leading. C.R. Patil leading quite naturally in Navsari. Charanjit Singh Channi on the reserved seat of Jalandhar is currently leading. This is a traditional Congress bastion. Bhupesh Baghel in Rajnandgaon. He was complaining about EVMs and how they'd been switched. He's currently leading in Chhattisgarh's Rajnandgaon. CN Manjunath up against DK Shiv Kumar in DK Shiv Kumar's brother DK Suresh in Bangalore Rural is currently trailing. Deepender Huda in Rohtak is currently leading. Dharmendra Pradhan in Sambalpur in Western Orissa is leading. Gaurav Gogoi in Jorhat in Assam is leading. Hanuman Beliwal is leading in Nagaur. Giriraj Singh in Begusarai on the BJP's ticket is leading. Gajendra Shekhawat in Jodhpur is leading. Dimple Yadav in Mainpur is leading. In Rajat Singh outrails Dharmendra Reddy, Minister of State for Home, is leading. Harsimrat Kaur Badal now leads in Bathinda. H.D. Kumaraswamy in Mandya on a JDS ticket is leading. Hema Malini in Mathura is leading. Jagdambika Pal in Dumariaganj is trailing. Jagdish Shettar in Belgaum is leading. Jitin Prasad in Pilibhit on a BJP ticket is trailing at this moment. K.S. Ishwarappa in Shimoga is trailing. Kangana Ranaut is leading. Kanhaiya Kumar is trailing. Khani Modi is leading. K.C. Venugopal now leading. Lokit Chatterjee is leading on a BJP ticket. Hooghly Kirti Azad is leading. Kiran Rijiju in Arunachal West is leading. It is very, very exciting, Rajdeep. This.
It is getting exciting, and I just wanted to know, to add to the excitement, can you give me a breakdown, Rahul? I think we can see it on the right of your screens of 289 and 221 of the India Alliance. Who are the, when you say NDA 289 and when you say India 221, can you give me a breakdown?
I can do that. And since it was mentioned that the Prime Minister was trailing, I now want to mention that in Varanasi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now leading.
Which is not surprising. We expect him to
naturally
win, but margins may come down.
Mehbooba Mufti in Anantnag Rajouri is trailing on a PDP ticket. Misa Bharti is trailing in Patliputra against Ram Kirpal Yadav. Naveen Jindal in Kurukshetra at this moment is trailing in Chhindwara. Nakul Nath on that Congress bastion of Chhindwara. He's currently trailing. Nitin Gadkari is leading in Nagpur. Nityanand Rai is trailing in Udaipur. Piyush Goyal in Mumbai North is leading. Parneet Kaur in Patiala, Captain Amrinder's wife on a BJP ticket, still trailing. Prajwal Revanna is now trailing in Hassan. Prajwal Revanna is trailing in Hassan. Purushottam Rupala in Rajkot is leading. Prahlad Joshi in Dharwad, he's leading. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Wayanad. Rajiv Chandrasekhar in Trivandrum is trailing. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, is leading in Lucknow. Raj Babbar in Gurgaon is leading. In Saran, Rajiv Pratap Rudy on a BJP ticket is trailing. Ravi Kishan in Gorakhpur is leading. Ravi Shankar Prasad at this moment in Patna Sahib is behind. Sangeeta Deo in Bolangir is leading. Sanjeev Balian in Muzaffarnagar is trailing. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Vidisha is leading. Somnath Bharti is trailing in New Delhi. Smriti Irani trailing in Amethi. Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son in Kalyan is trailing. Now this is interesting as well. Shrikant Shinde, the Chief Minister's own son, trailing in Kalyan.
Can you give us, Rahul, that breakdown of parties?
Okay, here it is. 290 leads for the NDA, down 53 seats from the last time. The BJP at 242. not close to 272 at this moment. We have 541 leads, only 2 seats from where we don't have leads. The BJP still quite short, at least 30 short of the majority mark. The Janata Dal United is at 7, Apna Dal is at 1, 290 leads for the NDA, down 90. The India is having a good morning. 102 leads, century for the Congress at this moment in the lead. Samajwadi Party is the story of the election, currently leading on 33. The Trinamool leading on 21. The opposition will say, see, we told you so. All these were Modi's fantasy polls just at least at this moment.
No, look, if these polls hold, if these numbers hold, it clearly shows none of the exit pollsters have got it right. And in fact, the reporters who are saying it's a tighter contest have done better place than the exit pollsters. So sometimes there's a difference between reporters and exit pollsters. As of now, if these numbers hold, I won't have to do a dance, because the dance is done only when we get our polls spot on. I'm very happy not to dance and have all the mithai that you want to serve. Both sides can send me laddu and chole bhature. But Rahul, what we are seeing in this election is clearly a change in the map of the country. What was the map of the country in the last two elections?
I can show that.
2014 and 19, BJP dominated North and West.
Okay, let
now
me
you've got
this
them
is
becoming
you know,
competitive.
we worked really hard on the election intelligence dashboard, and the power of the election intelligence dashboard only comes alive if it's a tight election. No matter who wins or loses, we've got no skin in the game. But this is where the power of the elections come in.
Rahul, can I join you there?
Yes, yes, please do. So this
because
is.
I just want. I think this is the story of the election.
On one side of the screen is the 2019 results. You see how that's now changing. Where are the changes happening, Rajdeep? The changes are happening in Rajasthan. Don't touch the screen, it'll jump. So the changes are happening in Rajasthan. Massive changes in Uttar Pradesh. Changes also in Maharashtra. Yes.
You see, if you look at 2014, Rahul, if you look at 2014 and 19, this entire stretch, all the way from Goa to Jharkhand, across Bihar, the Hindi heartland, right up to Himachal Pradesh was completely saffron. Now, when you look at it in 2024, take a look at how the change is taking place. You're seeing blue emerging gradually across the Hindi heartland and in Western India. So what was a northwest monsoon in 2019 is now less of it. It's less intense. It is still the BJP's advantage because of the Chhattisgarh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. There the BJP continues to dominate. How is the BJP being saved? Take a look at what is happening across the eastern coast of the country, Rahul. Here, if you see, this was dominated by others, parties like Jagan Mohan Reddy, Biju Janata Dal, TRS last time. Now there's a saffron edge to Odisha, to Telangana, down into parts of Andhra Pradesh. So the NDA is actually, the map of India has changed. The map which was northwest dominated of saffron is being saved possibly by peninsular India as of now with these numbers.
And there are serious reverses in the initial trends for the BJP in Rajasthan. There are massive reverses in Uttar Pradesh, major reverses in Haryana as well, and surprisingly reverses in Gujarat also. These are initial trends, but these would have BJP leaders, workers, Karyakartas quite perturbed.
That's what I said. This election is seeing a rotation of the map, and it doesn't happen too often. What is happening in your own bastions, you're losing out and you're finding new areas of growth. For the India Alliance, on the other hand, where they got their alliance arithmetic right, they've done well. Plus, the Congress actually is competing with the BJP in some direct contest, which never happened in 2014 and 19. So that's the real swing taking place.
Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool would love this. In the leads that we have so far, the Trinamool is leading on 21, one ahead of the BJP. BJP leading on 20. The battle here was who will be ahead. Trinamool thought they'll be at least a little
This will
ahead.
go to the wire. This will go to the wire.
Everything is going to go to the wire.
What it does suggest, and I've said this before, Rahul, that there are certain regional leaders who you can't write off so easily. They remain, Naveen Patnaik obviously has exhausted himself, it appears, as of now. Though in the assembly it's tight. If you can show me the Odisha assembly, you'll find it's tight.
I'm going to do that in a moment. Pawan Khera is speaking at the moment. The Congress has got its mojo back. Let's listen to what Pawan Khera is saying.
देखें तो जो आंकलन दिए जा रहे थे उसके विपरीत हरियाणा में काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन आप लोग कर रहे हैं।
इससे भी बेहतर होगा, अभी 1-2 घंटे और इंतजार कीजिए।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। पवन खेरा यहाँ पे कहते हुए कि उनको पूरा इस बात का विश्वास।
Telangana, the NDA is improving its performance in the 17 seats of Telangana. Currently, the BJP has 9 leads, up 5 from the last time. The Congress has 5 leads, up to the BRS, and Telangana has crashed down 7 seats from the last time. If we go now, I want to go to some key battleground states. Let's go for a moment to Kerala as well. On the 20 seats of Kerala, the Congress currently has, the UDF has 18, the NDA has 1. The NDA has 1 seat, which is Thrissur. The UDF has 18, which is kind of where they were the last time. Out of these 14 are the Congress, 2 are IUML. Kerala Congress is 1. The LDF, the CPM, has 1 lead currently. From there, let's go to Odisha, where the exit polls are predicting one-way traffic in favor of the BJP. It is still quite that way. 17 for the BJP, 2 for the BJD. That's down 10. So in Odisha, the exit polls, at least at this moment, don't seem to be wrong. From there, let's head to Rajasthan, because it's in Rajasthan that we are seeing major changes. In Rajasthan, out of the 25 seats in Rajasthan, the NDA has 13, down 11. The Congress is leading on 11, up 10. Out of this, the ally RLP has won. The Congress is 9. Congress leading on Bardmer, Bharatpur, Churu, Dausa, Ganganagar, Jaipur Rural, Junjunu, Karauli, Dholpur, Nagaur, Sikar, and Tong. Those are the leads that the Congress has in Rajasthan. Let's also go to Haryana. In the Hindi heartland, Congress getting some good trends to hold on to. 6 leads for the Congress, 4 for the NDA. The Congress has 5, AAP has 1. Ambala, Gurgaon, Kurukshetra, Rohtak, Sirsa, and Sonipat. From there, just for a moment, let's go across to Jammu and Kashmir. Always interesting to see what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Elections returning to Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of 370. The BJP leading on Jammu and in Udhampur. The India Alliance is leading on 2, out of which 1 is Srinagar, the other is Anantnag Rajouri. Those are the leads, Rajdeep, from Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, let's, Pawan Khera speaking to Maushmi Singh now in English. Let's listen in for a very quick moment.
Including Varanasi, where the Prime Minister is struggling on his own seat, 2 rounds, and he was trailing, and now he's leading by 600 odd votes. That suggests that I think the BJP and all its ecosystem, including a lot of national media, failed to read what's happening. I remember last 2-3 days ago, one channel, an anchor said that, why are we wasting our time on the opposition? They don't matter. Well, I hope that anchor is listening to what I'm saying and what the people of India are saying.
Thank you very much for talking to us. That was Pawan Khera responding to the initial trends that are pouring out as far as the Lok Sabha results are concerned. With video journalist Satya Rodre, this is Maushmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
Well, if these numbers hold, exit pollsters will have a lot to answer for. Clearly, each and every exit pollster has got this poll wrong if these numbers hold. And I keep adding if, because we've just had a couple of rounds that have been polled so far. Counting also has been slow because there has been checking and rechecking that's taking place. There is a lot of confusion in different parts of the country where candidates who are trailing want a recount even round by round. So you will see these numbers potentially changing at the moment. But Preeti, you've got a story to tell us from Rajasthan, a state that you traveled extensively through. And at the moment, as per the numbers that you had shown us, the Congress is actually leading the BJP in Rajasthan 13 to 11. Am I right?
Well, it's now gone even keel, so they're now practically at the same. But yes, I went to Rajasthan, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh, Rajdeep, and I thought when I came back, I went to a very different election than what most people were talking of. And all these 3 states are seeming to at least turn on what they were the last time around.
About Rajasthan, this is also this thing, success of state Congress that Govind Singh Dotasra, who's a Jat, and tried to mobilize. No, there were candidates who were not willing. In Junjunu and Dausa, people were not willing to contest.
Let's start with the 4 swing states. There were swing states that I called, which I believe would decide who stood where. One was Karnataka. Remember, last time Karnataka was a sweep for the BJP, 25 out of 28. What is it this time? 16 NDA and India 12. So it's tightened there. It's a tight race in Karnataka. The margin is very low. It's a gain of 11 for India in Karnataka. Let's turn to the next swing state, the state of Maharashtra. BJP had won 41 out of 48, or NDA. What is it looking like this time? 25-20. It's tightened there in Maharashtra. So that's a loss of 12 for the NDA there, a gain of 20. Let's turn to the next swing state, and the biggest state in the country that is really throwing up the result at the moment of 2024. Look at this result. This is the result of 2024 at 10 a.m. in the morning, the one that could change, but for now is clearly a signal. No charso par. 37 to the NDA, 41 to India Alliance. Who would have thought this, that India Alliance would actually pull ahead? Most people said 40 or 35, but the NDA would be ahead. This time, it looks like Uttar Pradesh is turning out to be the Ulta Pradesh of this election. Let's turn to the next swing state, the state of Bihar. Remember, Bihar last time was another state that was swept by the NDA, 39 out of 40. What's it showing? 25 plays 13. Tejaswi Yadav, the superstar at the moment of Bihar politics, 265 rallies, more than anyone else, 13. But the NDA holding its own in terms of being ahead 2-1, down only 8. Not as bad as Uttar Pradesh. Two more swing states, the state of West Bengal. Remember, Mamata Banerjee is fighting for her political life there literally, because she's got an assembly election in 18 months from now. BJP 17, TMC now 23. Mamata pulling ahead, and I can tell you that she said exit pollsters will have to apologize if she turns out to be ahead of the BJP. So we'll see how that plays out there. But the other one is Odisha. And the story of this election is BJP not doing so well in the Hindi heartland, but growing in new parts. 17. Look at this remarkable performance by the BJP. BJD down to 2. India Alliance, the Congress leading into finally Telangana, which also will tell you how the election is shifting. Here you've got the NDA 10. Remember, Congress ruled government, BJP had 4 last time. It's a gain of 6. So the BJP is gaining Telangana, Odisha, and finally Andhra Pradesh. Is this Chandrababu Naidu, CBN, back in form? Out of the 25 seats here, NDA leading in 21, up 18. So you look at these states, the losses that they're taking, a big hit in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra, in to some extent Bihar, is being compensated by Andhra Pradesh. They're leading in 18 via SRCP, and they're losing in the assembly as well. So Rahul, we've got a new map of India. It's the East, which is the lotus is being saved by the East when it's losing out in the North.
What's most important is we work
I'm
so
getting a bit of a heart attack with the noise. So
not with the number.
मेरे को थोड़ा पानी चाहिए. I need to sit.
They will say that
I'm
maybe
getting
it's
old.
a heart attack with the numbers. No,
No,
but,
no, numbers are not a heart attack. I can live with all
the
numbers.
fact is that the election intelligence dashboard just took so much effort to bring alive, and if it had been
Remarkably
traffic, it would have been no fun. The
Remarkably.
moment, yeah, the moment it, what is remarkable?
To you and your team, the dashboard.
No, so we'll still hold our horses, but if you want insights, no matter where you are in this country, this is commentary on what's happening at this moment. Nothing and no one can provide you the kind of insights that the India Today election intelligence dashboard can do in live, real time. 289 leads for the NDA, 54 down from the last time. The BJP at this moment only at 243 leads. They're struggling even to get to 272. The Janata Dal United at 7. The Apna Dal not leading on any. The India Alliance is leading on 223. That's 96 up from the last time. The Congress is hitting 100 at this moment. The big story is the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav rampaging in Uttar Pradesh with 34. The Trinamool at 24. If I go region by region and give you a quick sense of what's happening in the north, the NDA is down 37 seats. The India Alliance is up 41 seats. 59 versus 59. Close battle in the north. From there, let's now come to the east of India. In the eastern part of India, of the 142 seats, the NDA is leading on 81, the India Alliance on 53, the India Alliance up 21 seats in the east of India. From there, let's now come to the west of India. In the western part of India, on the 143 seats, 99 for the NDA. That's 27 down from the last time in western India. The India Alliance is at 40. That's 26 up from the last time. The Congress itself has 22. From there, let me now come to the south. In the southern part of the country, NDA at 50, 16 up from the last time. The India Alliance at 78 up from the last time. Last, let me come to the Hindi heartland. In the Hindi heartland, 143, 54 down from the last time at this moment. The NDA, the India Alliance is at 79, up 66 from the last time. The BJP 128, JDU 7, India Alliance 79, out of which the Congress has 31 seats in the Hindi heartland out of 226.
And just what you said just now is also a story. JDU contested 16, is leading only in 7. So the JDU is the one, as we expected. Nitish Kumar is on the decline. He's taking a hit in Bihar. So it's not so much the BJP in Bihar, it's the NDA and the JDU in particular.
The big story is the Congress's vote share. The exit polls predicted that the Congress's vote share would be 21 or so. At this moment, of the votes that have been counted, the Congress's vote share is almost 29% more than the exit polls had polled. The exit polls did get the BJP vote share right, 40.2, which is roughly where it is. The big story is the turnaround in the Congress's fortunes. The BSP crashing down to 2.2.
One point. While mentioning the exit poll today is not that happy a thing, but one data point that the exit polls had given is that the 18 to 35 group in BJP ruled states were moving away from the BJP. That seems to be playing out.
Yeah, the 18 to 35, the youth.
And Rahul, talking about Congress vote share increasing, I think some credit should be given to Rahul Gandhi for Bharat Jodo Yatra. That is being
If this is it,
instrumental.
Rashid, then all the credit. If this holds, then all the credit.
No, let's not give it to just the Yatra. Give it to the Congress and Rahul Gandhi.
Yes.
So it is Rahul Gandhi who's taken this message all
absolutely.
over.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to look
If
at
these numbers hold.
Yeah. I want to look at the heat map. It gives you a sense of the trends. Remember, now you're at a sample much bigger than any post-poll study. Of the votes that have been counted, the NDA has 50% plus votes on 124 seats, 40 to 50% votes on 111 seats, 30 to 40% votes on 48 seats, 20 to 30% votes on 26 seats, less than 20% votes on 34 seats. If I look at the India Alliance, this is called a vote density map. The darker the colors, the more the weights they're getting there. The India Alliance has 100 seats where they're 50% plus votes, 120 seats where they're 40 to 50, 62 seats where they're 30 to 40. If I do now a comparison of how these parties are playing, it will give you a sense of which seats are competitive. Okay, just bear with me for a moment as I explain this. So any seat which is 40% plus, these seats are still in the fight. Seats where the NDA or the India Alliance is not doing well, those are seats which are 40% and lower. So there are 58 seats where the NDA is only between 25 and 40. The India Alliance is 82 seats. But the bulk of the seats, the bulk is here, 40 and above. So if you see, it's very competitive. This election is still very competitive. The way to read this data is, the moment either side starts dominating seats which are 50% plus or 40% plus, you know that the election is moving in that direction.
And if I may just add, Shankar, when you look at those numbers, last time we had said it was 224 where they were 50% plus, and the other side was less than 50 where it had 50% plus. That has doubled and they have halved. So effectively, the NDA vote share in these key in many of their dominant seats has halved. It's a turnaround. You know, it's seats where you won by a big margin, you're losing this time. It's almost as if there's anti-incumbency of different kinds. Anti-incumbency against sitting MPs in North and West, anti-incumbency against sitting MPs in the eastern coast of the country. It just shows, ye janta hai, ye public hai, ye sab janti hai. Exit pollster, chodo, public pe vishwas karo. No. Public is speaking,
but the key thing to look at is that this election is intensely competitive at this moment. Different rounds of counting have happened in different seats. You look over here, 40 and above. This election still has these alliances quite close to each other. It's not as if the NDA is running away with this election. The India Alliance is very much in the fray. If I look at the seats where the margin calculate, I'm going to call upon my margin calculator and tell you seats where the margin between the leading candidate and the runner-up is less than 5,000. 317 such seats. The NDA leading on 162 of them. The India Alliance on 137. The India Alliance has 58 leads from the last time. 56 for the Congress, 15 for the Samajwadi Party, 16 for the Trinamool. In any case, no matter how this ends, Rashid Saab, the Congress will think they're in with a chance. 5 years from now, elections and politics will be more competitive because this is not proving to be a 400 par election.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think it's an extraordinary journey on the part of Congress. Here was Congress were written off by almost everyone. And they got into the act, Bharat Jodo Yatra, plus alliances, plus Mallikarjun Kharge's experience. Only thing they lacked, I think, in the eastern part, because if they had some kind of alliance in Andhra and in Odisha, things would have been very, very different.
You know, the fact at the moment is, I've often said Mumbai is also a bellwether city. Look at what Mumbai has done. In 2014, 6-0 to the NDA. 2019, 6-0 to the NDA. And the NDA got clear majorities, Rahul, both the time. This time in Mumbai, it's 3-all. And 3-3 reflects what's happening across the country, that the election has got tightened. And it is...
It's like 1998, actually.
That's right. Very much. You're absolutely right, Shankar. What we used to see in the 90s were elections where even in Mumbai, election would be seat by seat. What we are seeing in 2024, effectively seat by seat, when the Prime Minister of the country also is leading only by 1,000 or 1,500 votes at the moment, when you've got Nitin Gadkari leading by 750 votes, it shows even heavyweights are struggling at the moment.
There is a very interesting data set I want to show our viewers for the first time. This is called a stronghold calculator. Stronghold are those seats which a particular party has won in every election for the last 3 elections. If I look at a stronghold scanner, the NDA at this moment is trailing on 20 stronghold seats. When you start trailing in your strongholds, it means the match at this moment is not going well for you. Seats which, no, all are BJP's seats which the BJP has won in every election for the last 3 elections. They're trailing on 20 such seats at the moment. The Congress is leading on 12 seats, SP on 2. So the Congress's stronghold scanner is actually much better. The Congress leading on 12 seats which they've held in every election for the last 3 elections. The Congress is doing better in its fewer strongholds than the NDA. What I can do is give you a strike rate. At this moment, the NDA strike rate is 53%. They're leading on 53% strike seats. The India Alliance strike rate is 41. 289 versus 222. If I look at the direct fights, now this is interesting. In the direct fights, there are 149 seats, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment where the fight is BJP versus Congress. Either BJP is one or Congress is one. Out of those, the BJP is leading 72. But there are 28% seats, 41 seats where the Congress also is leading. In the last 2 elections, the Congress got hammered at the hands of the BJP. This time, 3 out of those 10 seats, they seem to be doing well. In BJP versus TMC, where BJP is one or TMC is one, 18% to the BJP, 82 to the Trinamool. So that means that the Trinamool in a direct BJP-Trinamool battle is doing well. Let's look at BJP versus BSP in seats where BJP and BSP, okay, there are not too many seats and BJP is leading those. In BJP versus SP seats, 55 for the SP, 45% to the BJP. This is a big story. Akhilesh Yadav, his father was a wrestler in that bout that's going on with the BJP at this moment, leading on 30 seats where the fight is directly SP versus BJP.
And you know, he has gone where his father didn't go. His father focused on Muslim Yadav combined. Akhilesh decided Pichli, Dalit, Alpsankhya, create a new kind, Pichra, the Dalit Alpsankhya, create a new equation, PDA. It seems to be working, but we have to go toward hot air. Hot seat, cool air. Hot seat, cool hawa. My daughter who's watching the channel is telling me, please don't get overexcited. You're going to get a heart attack. I'm not getting a heart attack, my dear, but let's go to hot seat, cool hawa. I need some cool hawa. First, cool hawa is not so cool at the moment for Smriti Irani, because this could be the turnaround. She defeated Rahul Gandhi 5 years ago. This time, Kishori Lal Sharma, chosen virtually from nowhere, has spent his life in politics in Amethi, is leading at the moment. So Smriti Irani facing a real challenge, and it's a sign of the time. We go to neighboring Raebareli. Rahul Gandhi is clearly getting a cool day. He's had a tough time in the 10 years. This is Rahul Gandhi's at the moment day out. He's winning both in Raebareli and Wayanad, and he's leading there. New Delhi, which is where I vote at the moment, is where Basuri Swaraj is taking on Somnath Bharti. Remember, Somnath Bharti said he would shave his head off if the exit polls were...
Well, he's close to shaving his head off.
But at the moment, Basuri Swaraj is leading. But in his constituency, Northeast Delhi, interesting constituency, Kanhaiya Kumar versus Manoj Tiwari. At the moment, it is Manoj Tiwari who could be poised for a hat-trick of victories there in the Northeast. Let's turn to Baramati, which is really a hot seat, cool hawa. If there's any seat which is truly hot and hotter than where I'm sitting at the moment, that's Baramati. And at the moment in Baramati, it is Supriya Sule who is leading. So close to where Shankar lives in Pune, at the moment, Supriya Sule is winning the battle of the Pawars versus Sunetra Pawar. Is there any more hot seat left? Trivandrum, Tiruvananthapuram is a hot seat, like where I'm sitting again. Cool hawa is coming to Rajiv Chandrasekhar. 2 seats at the moment, Thrissur, Suresh Gopi. And there in Tiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar could be one of the giant killers of this election. Then we turn to Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. Kangana Ranaut, hot seat, cool hawa, as my director keeps reminding me, is there between Kangana Ranaut and Vikramaditya Singh, Veerbhadra Singh, Kangana Ranaut is leading at the moment. Good day out for the actors. Suresh Gopi, Raj Babbar,
Not Arun
Kangana
Govil.
Ranaut, but Arun Govil. Even Ram sometimes cannot save you. You can act as Ram, but you've got to be Ram.
So I want to pull out the margin calculator. The margin calculator tells you the gap between the candidate who's leading and the candidate who's runner-up on those seats. So if you look at the margin calculator, I'm looking now at extremely close fights where the gap between the party that's leading and the party that's runner-up is less than 1,000 votes. There are 201 such seats out of 543. Out of these, the NDA is leading on 107, down 16 from the last time. The BJP has 95 leads. The India Alliance is 83, up 31. What this means is these 201 seats can switch anyway. These are insanely, intensely close battles that are currently on these 201 seats. If I go on the other spectrum of the margin calculator, there are only 10 seats where the margin is now more than 1 lakh votes. 8 of those are for the BJP. All of them to the BJP. India Alliance only 1 seat, which is the Congress, which is Khammam, where the margin is already more than 1 lakh votes. If I look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000 votes, these are seats that have relatively settled. NDA leading on 27, India Alliance on 9. If I come now to seats where the margin is less than 5,000, which means they're still in contest, 278 such seats, 146 for the NDA, 116 for the India Alliance, up 46, India Alliance.
What's the margin there, you said, Rao, in these seats?
No, 5,000. These are seats where the margin,
as of now,
at this moment,
is less than 5,000.
At this moment.
You've got 146 playing 116. So this result could go either way. Either NDA could pull up or
Correct.
India Alliance catches up. Both possibilities exist now.
The seats which are closest fought are where the margin is currently less than 1,000 votes, because that can literally, as the rounds
but
of
even
polling
5,000 is nothing in a
5,000 in a
Lok
Lok Sabha is very little. So 100 leads for the NDA on seats where the so on 100 seats out of the 293 you see on your screen, there are 100 seats where the NDA's lead is very slender. Out of the 217 seats or 219 seats you see for the India Alliance, there are 79 seats where the lead is very slender. This is a very exciting match that's going on. Rajat Sethi, 400 par doesn't seem to be happening this morning.
Only Brian Lara could go 400 par. And Rajiv Gandhi, of course,
slog overs are left, Rahul. I still believe in slog overs. छक्के पड़ेंगे एक ओवर में गेम इधर का उधर हो जाएगा. We come out of IPL season, so enjoy your breakfast, everybody. Have your teas and just wait.
You know, the worst thing about the IPL finals this time was it was so one-sided.
Yeah.
At least this is not a one-sided match. It's exciting.
And the exit poll, because my uncle in Goa wanted to know where he lives in Goa and sort of votes in Goa. Viriato Fernandez is leading at the moment of the Congress over Pallavi Dempo. Remember, Pallavi Dempo was brought in as an outsider. Many people thought in Goa, of course, comes from the Dempo family, but was not in politics, was brought in there. Woman candidate. We've not had a woman winner in Goa in an election since the late Shashikala Kakodkar. But at the moment, Viriato Fernandez is leading. So my uncle there, Mr. Sardesai, I've given you that result. And Shripad Naik, dominant as always, leading Ramakant Khalap in
I created a visualization which I didn't think we'd need to use. This is called the roots of power. You know, we used to do it. Dr. Roy used to do it back in the day. I thought it wouldn't be required, but here it is. The BJP has 244. By itself, the BJP isn't close to 272 yet. The TDP has 15. The Eknath Sena has 7. The Janata Dal United of Nitish Kumar has 7. The LJP of Ramvilas Paswan has 5. The JDS has 2. The RLD 1. JSP 1. So the BJP by itself at this moment short of majority. The NDA has crossed the majority mark, 294. The India Alliance is at 200 and 219. And Congress is at 100. Samajwadi Party at 33. Trinamool at 23. DMK at 20. RJD at 8. NCP Sharad Pawar doing very well at 7. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena at 5. CPM at 4. AAP at 4. NC at 2, CPI at 2, IUML at 2. This is a much more evenly placed battle than would have been thought.
And UBT Shiv Sena not doing as well. Sharad Pawar has contested 10 seats. This is his best performance if he's ever. You see, if he wins 7 out of 10, that's a 70% strike rate, doing very well. UBT, but can you tell me who the 31 others? At some stage, Rahul, can we even get a sense of the others, or will that take some time?
TMC is in others, but they put TMC in India
we
Alliance.
put TMC in the alliance.
Okay,
You know, they were
that's
India
an
Alliance. We
important
treated them as
Others
an
are
India
in
Alliance.
purple color. Others are in purple color.
So the others, I have them. 9 are independent, 5 are AIDMK, 4 is YSRCP, 2 is Shiromani Akali Dal, 2 is AIMIM, 2 is BJD, 1 is BRS. That's the way one is SKM, 1 is ZPM. So that's the way the others are. The others at this moment are in the purple at the bottom of your screen.
Rahul, in those others, and Rajat is saying he's been doing a survey there which showed that AIDMK is winning 5. You know, don't write out
Only voice when it came
So
to
what
Tamil
explains
Nadu.
that? What are you
So, see, there was a anti-incumbency wave A. B, BJP's alliance equations were wrong. And in Kongu Nadu belt, where the Gounder votes are there, you were seeing maximum, resurgence of
Many of
ADMK
these
suddenly.
let's
Many
actually
of these
spend
five could be from the Congo belt. Which are
Congo
those
belt,
5
yes.
seats?
So,
Yeah, let's just look at that.
The Karur, the Erode,
Correct
those
me if
kinds
I'm
of
wrong. Last time, 39 out of 39 to the 38 out of 39. 38 out of 39. Open Paneerselvam's son was the only victor from the other side. This time, India Alliance in Tamil Nadu is leading in 34. AIDMK leading in 5. NDA 0. Now here we had predicted, opinion poll said BJP will win 4, 6. We were talking about BJP's role. On the other hand, the BJP could be creating a slice of history, Rahul, not in Tamil Nadu, but in Kerala. Because at the moment, NDA is leading in 2 in Kerala, and the 2 other seats, they had their best chance in Thrissur. Suresh Gopi taking over from the CPI and K. Muralidharan, the son of Karnakaran, contesting from there against him. And Thiruvananthapuram, where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading as of now, small margin, but leading over Shashi Tharoor.
The story that's emerging is the story that's coming from rural India, ladies and gentlemen. Out of the 343 seats classified as rural, where more than 60% of the people live in rural areas, the India Alliance is up 70 seats from the last time. 136 leads, 55 of those for the Congress, 30 for the Samajwadi Party, 14 for the Trinamool. The NDA is down 42 seats in seats classified as rural seats. The BJP at 150, the JDU at 7. This is a big story because if you look at the urban pockets, in the urban pockets, the BJP is holding on. 38 leads for the NDA, just down 1 from the last time. India Alliance at 18, up 3 from the last time. The story is being written in rural India. If I come to semi-urban seats, where the population in urban areas is 45 to 55%, it's a dead heat between the India Alliance and the NDA. Rural distress, Rajdeep, will be discussed a lot if this trend holds at the end of counting. It's in rural seats that
discuss. It's a Thanda election. We
But
kept
we said
talking about
Thanda
it.
kuch nahi hota.
No, but look at this. It seems like, at least if you look at this data,
It
that so
wasn't
many BJP
but Rajat, it
voters did
wasn't
not.
a Thanda election on ground.
But Rajat,
To be
just,
honest, it wasn't
initially,
a Thanda
like,
election.
so
What was it? Tell us, why did you think it was not a Thanda election on the
Number
ground?
one, because 80% of the constituencies that I visited were rural. So there is acute rural distress,
What was
which
the
we
issue?
don't have.
When you say rural distress, what
I
was
have
it?
to say, they were, okay, like at one end, what worked for the BJP was, the fact is, if Russian is your biggest calling card, that means there is rural distress.
Well
If
put.
so, number one. Number two, what one thought, Berozgari is a huge problem. People are jobless. They want something more than just that 5 kilos of Russian. So it was difficult to call Rajdeep because at one end you heard Russian, Russian, Russian. So one thought that Russian is working. But if Russian is your pull, then there's a lot that's pulling you back.
I think that's well said. And one of the things, for example, in Maharashtra, a state which has suffered, Shankar, for the last couple of years from drought, you could listen to the farmers and they were angry. The one state where I saw anger was the state of Maharashtra for a variety of reasons. They said, Khoke meaning in Maharashtra had become synonymous with the crores of rupees that they have. And amchi sthiti baga. So that inequality question in Maharashtra stood out. So to me, around that graphic, I think is the other story of this election. A sharper.
But there is another trend as well, which really needs to be looked at. Now, suddenly nobody is finding EVMs to be all ghapla. Now EVMs seem perfectly bona fide and legitimate. Because अच्छा हो गया ना कि आप कम से कम absent हो गए. No, but really. Because it started with everyone saying EVMs are fixed, the election is fixed, it's all stolen. It's not, yeah, respect the process.
Election Commission increased the vote share by 6%.
Now what's happening?
All the 6% is going to Congress.
Rahul, very quickly, can you tell us the assemblies of Odisha and Andhra? A lot of people want to know, is there any difference in what's happening in Odisha and Andhra in the assembly? particularly in Odisha, because there in the Loksaba it's a sweep for the BJP. Is it also, will BJP form a government in Odisha for the first time? Should we wait for that?
Okay, I want to move now to the assembly data. I'll start with the Andhra Pradesh Assembly, 175 seats in Andhra Pradesh. The leads that we have is Telugu Desam at 103, 80 up from the last time. YSRCP getting hammered down to 17, down 96. The BJP at 4, the Congress blanking out in Andhra Pradesh. This is Andhra Pradesh.
I think the story from Andhra Pradesh is that it's a wave. You never should write off any politician. Chandrababu Naidu has come back with a bang.
Absolutely.
And in Odisha, the BJP is ahead. 50 leads for the BJP, up 37 from the last time. 33 for the BJD, down 39 from the last time. Odisha, the BJP is doing well.
But it could still go to the wire given the fact that you still have about 50 constituencies to count. So, I mean, the advantage with the BJP's good news is coming from the east coast of the country, as we keep reminding. Rahul Verma, you've been saying that for a long time. Peninsular India is changing, right?
I think.
And what is changing there, you think?
I think if we look at this number, what seems to be happening, that BJP has definitely made inroads in the new territories. What is also happening, perhaps they are suffering much more losses in the core areas than they would have anticipated. Across the northwest, Rajasthan, Haryana, UP, they are making big losses. And I think, lots of people who had traveled on the ground were telling the story about why elections might have become tougher in these parts of the country.
This is a fascinating visualization which in one image captures what's happened so far. If I look at the gains and losses of the BJP is down 1 seat in the east, 53 down in the Hindi heartland, 38 down in the north, 2 down in the south, and 23 down in the west.
So Maharashtra and the two biggest states now, the story is the two biggest states of the country, UP and Maharashtra, is where the BJP is taking their big hit.
The Congress is making a comeback in the Hindi heartland, up 25 seats from the last time on a low base, but 25 up. In the north, they're up 13. In the south, they're up 13. In the west, they're up 20. In the east, they're up 7. Nalin Kohli now joins us from the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP was hoping for 400 par. This doesn't seem to be a 400 par kind of election. At this moment, the BJP is not even close to the majority mark. Mr. Kohli, what are you making of the trend so far?
Rahul, I think that's a fair assessment to say that 400 at the moment certainly looks distant. But I think given your experience and your colleagues on your show and the fact that I've been also 22 years in the party, I think we need to wait for the 6th or the 7th round to have a final picture of the seats. Because in terms of the exit polls speak of a massive sweep. The counting trends currently don't seem to match that. The exit polls are by and large necessarily based on the assumption of the final outcome, not the midway. So I'm prone to say 3 or 4 things: that the BJP NDA will form a government. That trend is very clear from the start. Where this number is going to be, we should know by about 12:31. If it's hotly contested in a few seats, 20, 30, 40 seats,
would you admit,
then those will need to shift till about 2. Yes,
but Nalin, you must accept that in contrast to 2014 and 19, this is not a one-way street. Whatever the final number, it's been more competitive. And therefore, if you end up, let's say, in a worst-case scenario, below 272 on your own, how will you interpret that?
So it's early, Rajdeep, to first conclusively or even take a position in terms of saying that we would be below 272. It's early. Second, in terms of 2014 and 19, I think let's pause for a minute. It is the third election. And I think in a third election, if the BJP NDA is already showing a clear majority, that's highly credible. Because the only time you've had 3 consecutive governments is Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The first also being a sort of a nominated government, but nevertheless, the credit goes to him for being in the first government. So 51, 56, and thereafter again in the 60s. And therefore, if the BJP NDA pulls it off, this is just something that's happened twice in the history of independent India. So it's premature to take a stand that would be negative.
So was 400 par always a bit of a psychological operation? Was it a jumla? What was for 400 par?
Perhaps neither. I'm not qualified to comment on the psychology part of it, because by training or profession, being an advocate, I don't need to deal with that aspect unless a case comes to me. Perhaps you may, Rajdeep, because you all deal with body language and make assessments of the
I'm looking at your body language.
However,
You're not
that's
looking
on a
as
lighter
buoyant
note.
as ever.
On a more serious note, 1 minute. Oh, Rajdeep, come on, 1 minute, Rajdeep. One
Yeah,
minute,
go ahead.
Rajdeep, let me finish my point. We are
Please,
only having a
please.
little light banter. On a serious note, I think, look, we are entitled to, as is any party, entitled to say this is our target. And why should we not have a wish list? I don't see anything wrong with that. So, I mean, having a wish list is not a jumla. Having a wish list is something good.
But-
Somebody desires to be, say, the top anchor
Mr.
of a
Kohli,
channel. It's a wish list. Some
you
of
know,
them may
yes,
reach
it's
number
too
2,
early.
some number 3, some may reach the top.
Right. Mr. Kohli, it is too early, one must admit, but if you look at the Hindi heartland, the party which till now touted itself to be the Hindi heartland, the king of the Hindi heartland. Look how you're doing in Uttar Pradesh. Look how you're doing in Rajasthan. Look how you're doing in Haryana.
So, Preeti, let me first make one thing clear. A result is a result, and it has to be accepted, which is a matter of no choice, because that's democracy. So, my first political point here is, to the Congress and every other political party was screaming that the EVMs and the electoral process is
Fair point.
bad or flawed or motivated or malafide. They owe an apology to the country. And I'm making that clear on TV, and I will wait to hear if they come out with an apology, because if they are getting the kind of numbers that are there, they certainly owe an apology to the Election Commission, and they owe an apology to not just the Election Commission, but the voters of India and the officers who toil in 45 degrees plus to take those voting machines and stand in booths, along with the agents of all political parties and the people who stand there and vote.
And I
Second,
want to
on
show
your
our
question,
viewers the direct
which
fight
is,
calculator.
in
What
terms-
this means really is seats where the fight is directly between two parties. The story of this election is that the Congress is putting up a better fight in a direct head-on contest with the BJP. At this second, there are 170 seats where the fight is BJP versus Congress. In the last election, the BJP had won 90% plus such seats. At this moment, the BJP is winning only 68% of the seats where it's direct BJP versus Congress. The Congress is winning 3 out of 10 seats where it's BJP versus Congress. This is what needed to happen for this to be an exciting election. The Congress is leading on 55 seats where the battle is directly BJP versus Congress. Nalin Kohli, would you concede that maybe the Congress wasn't given its due, wasn't treated the way it should have been, because in this battle, they're putting up a far better fight than anyone in the BJP would have imagined?
Well, look, one thing, Rahul, and you will grant this to the BJP. I think the BJP is a party that never sits down, whether in defeat or in victory. We assess it down to the last mile. And we study it and look at why and how we have done well. We study and look at it how we have done badly wherever we've done badly. And that's been the story for the BJP to become what it is today as the dominant political party and the party that has been in government for the last 10 years on a clear majority. Number one. Number two, there is an experiment, and let's look at it as political analysts for a minute, not in a partisan way. There is an experiment that we need to look at how it has worked, which is, let's say, Karnataka, where the BJP in the assembly lost marginally its percentage of vote, less than 1%. But then the other side, the numbers stacked up against the BJP and they got a clear sweep in the assembly. Now, that model having been seen, it raises a question, which Rajdeep, you've also used that word several times in our debates, is that, and ultimately, an election is a mathematics as also a chemistry. So now this fine challenge between the mathematics of a number that you build up in a pre-poll or a post-pre-poll alliance primarily versus the chemistry with the voter and how this alliance of numbers is translating in terms of a vote share onto the ground is a post-poll factor. You can only analyze it afterwards. Now, my reading at the moment, and I'm sticking my neck out to say so, is there won't be a national trend for you to have a figure like this to say that the numbers stacked up well, but you lost there, or the numbers did not stack up well and you won. I think it will be a state-by-state thing, which is what I think is the strength of Indian democracy.
I take your point. I take your point, Nalin. In fact, the real story of this election is how it is turning to be state by state. I think, Rahul, since the last 15 years, we've been so used to landslide victories, we forgot there used to be an age where India used to fight elections state by state. So if you go state by state, you look at a Haryana, for example, it is showing very different trends where the Congress is leading in 7, NDA in 3, in a state which were 10-0 last time. And then you travel to a Madhya Pradesh where Rahul, you have the BJP still holding its own. The BJP is leading in 29-0 in India. Think about it, 29-0. Then, very interestingly, Rahul, just the neighboring Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh, where again there were elections just 6 months ago. Take a look at Rajasthan. And in Rajasthan, 13-11, 13 to NDA, India 11, tight fight. Congress has to ask itself, the Congress has lost out in a Madhya Pradesh and a Gujarat. Gujarat, inevitably, Prime Minister's home state, Home Minister's home state. But in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, if you can fight back in Rajasthan,
these are the
you give up
numbers.
in Madhya
No,
Pradesh.
if these are the numbers, then the Congress could have done much better. It came to the party too late. If despite of the opposition, these are the numbers that the opposition is getting, then they could have done better.
I want to show
now
Nalin
that is a
Kohli.
tough
No,
one
they
to
could
say.
have done better.
I want to show Nalin Kohli the level of anti-incumbency. Now, this comes out. Remember, all the insights that you're seeing on India today are backed by data, hardcore. This is not just random opinion, pontification, and punditry, hardcore data. At this moment, of the 303 seats that the BJP had won last time, the BJP is retaining only 68%. They're losing 32% of the seats that they held. Nalin Kohli, this would raise questions about the level of anti-incumbency. You're winning only 7 of the 10 seats you held in the last election, reflecting the level of anti-incumbency against your MPs and against the party on these seats.
So I think, Rahul, 3 comments here. The first being that our strike rate, and this is something, if I recall, I picked it up perhaps from your channel or it's perhaps on another channel, is that it's interesting to see the strike rate of the BJP through 2014 and 19. The strike rate was 60 to 65%. The number of seats we contested, 60 to 65%. So when you tell me 68% of the existing 303 seats we are losing, I actually disagree. It's in the zone of the strike rate of the BJP, because ultimately the strike rate is how much is your convertibility with the old candidate or with the new candidate in terms of the winnability of the seat. So the strike rate of the 60 to 70% seems to be holding on. The second figure was...
Sir, can I just... can I give... because we have the specific for the strike rate as well. Nalin Kohli, bear with me. Sir, bear with me for a minute. Sure. I'll show you the strike rate. This is the NDA strike rate. The NDA strike rate at this moment is only 54. The India Alliance strike rate is 41. The NDA is leading on 291 of 543. Your strike rate in comparison to past elections is substantially down.
So, Rahul, I think how I would go is there are 2 separate strike rates that we need to consider at the end of the election, which means later in the day or tomorrow. The first is the BJP versus the Congress strike rates, because the Congress current strike rate is, if I recall, less than 10%. It's about 6 to 7%. The BJP's strike rate is about 60 to 65 or 68%, 60 to 70%, plus or minus 2%, 3%. The second is NDA versus the India Alliance, or the India Alliance as I call it. The India Alliance or NDA Alliance strike rate has to be seen separately. Mixing both will give an incorrect analysis.
I want to go phase by phase. For the first time, let's break this election into 7 phases, take you through how the parties and the formations have done. In phase 1, the India Alliance is leading on 59, the NDA only on 36. So India Alliance got off to a smashing start in phase 1, up 11 seats. Let's now go to phase 2. I'm putting out the phase-wise analysis for the first time in phase 2. The NDA took the lead, 49 leads, but 12 down from the last time. India Alliance in phase 2 at 38, up 15. Let's now come to phase 3. In phase 3, let's take a look at phase 3. 64 leads for the NDA, down 13 from the last time. 27 for the India Alliance, up 15 from the last time. Let's now come to phase 4. So NDA in the seats that we've seen across the phases, losing ground. In phase 4, they started doing well. NDA 59, up 11 in phase 4. India Alliance 30, up 18. So phase 4 was the first phase where the NDA actually gained momentum. Let's look at phase 5. In phase 5, the NDA was at 30, down 8 from the last time. India Alliance at 15, up 7 from the last time. Let's now come to phase 6. I want to show you what happened in the penultimate phase. In phase 6, there were 58 seats. NDA at 32, down 12. India Alliance at 25, up 20. Let's now come to the last phase. Phase 7. Phase 7, the one that happened on the 1st of June, 57 seats there. India Alliance at 30, up 11, 22 for the NDA, down 8. Rajdeep, what that suggests is, except for one phase, which was phase 4, the NDA seems to have lost ground in every phase in this election.
And what it showed is what a number of us had sensed or had said after the first 2 rounds, that after that low voter turnout, that the NDA obviously got nervous. If you see, there was a feeling that they changed the narrative. You went into politics, which was seemed to be more polarized. Every time you asked them, they said, no, this is strategy. I think those first 2 rounds where turnout actually went against them, and a 7-phase poll. It's a strange thing. The longer the election went, it actually gave the opposition that came late to the party a chance to set the narrative.
True.
And the BJP was forced to respond. So you're actually seeing a fascinating election being, many thought a 7-phase election will fatigue out the opposition. What it actually did possibly is the reverse. It gave the opposition something to build on after the first 2 rounds. Yes, Shankar.
So it shows 2 things. That the Prime Minister and Amit Shah read the ground much better than anybody else when they changed the language and the rhetoric in the campaign in the next phases. The other thing that it shows is that they ended up responding to the narrative that was being set by the opposition instead of leading the narrative which was there till the beginning of the election. And that, I think, has sort of gathered momentum over the next few phases. Now, when you look at the numbers just now, it doesn't look anywhere near 400. It doesn't look anywhere.
No, 400 is, I think we should forget 400 is over. Now it's a question, can I go 300 par?
Even the let's settle for 370 or let's settle for 350 looks like dicey.
No, because I think the other number which is going to become crucial now is 272.
Absolutely.
Because you see the BJP getting, rather, if the BJP doesn't get, by some chance, we don't know still the final number, doesn't get 272. Does it change any of the equations? Does it make, for example, a Chandrababu Naidu a potential kingmaker to decide, look, I'll support you, but I have 1 or 2, 3 conditions? Does it weaken the Prime Minister's position?
So I think now every alliance partner would want to extract the pound of flesh, which they had been waiting for past decade or so, if the results hold. Also, if BJP gets lesser than 272, then even Prime Minister's reform agenda will see lesser elbow room.
You're going too far. Rajdeep, in the classical political science, in Westminster, model of parliamentary democracy, if an incumbent government, a single majority government fails to get a clear majority, then the incumbent doesn't become a prime minister.
That's come on, the fact is they've gone in a pre-poll alliance. They've gone here in a pre-poll alliance under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Single party majority. There was single party majority.
No, see, it may.
Twice.
No. On moral grounds, you may well say you don't have the same moral
Politics
power.
Is all about.
But
politics
the fact
is all about ethics and morality.
No. The fact is, legally, I've gone in a pre-poll alliance.
Look at Rajiv Gandhi in 1989. Look at Rajiv Gandhi in 1989. 193 seats. He sat in a position.
There's a difference between 193 and if I end up with 250. If I end up with 250 in a pre-poll alliance and my allies have 30, 40,
I'm not talking about NDA not forming the government. I'm talking about Office of Prime Minister.
How does that change? The election was fought under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Mr. Kohli, if the BJP doesn't get 272, the question in the studio is, does it then at some level undermine the halo of the Prime Minister? If it had been 340, 350, 320, it would have been different. If it's not 272, does that then mean it's a weaker government than it would have been? Let Narendra Kohli respond to that.
So Rahul, thank you for that, letting me in at the moment. I heard the entire discussion. Very nice to see some of my colleagues. Shankar, nice to see you on TV after a long time. We are on the panel after a very long time. I just wanted to respond to Rashid Bhai. So Rashid Bhai, I'm a student of history, and you also write biographies and follow the Congress party as a sort of keeping a history of it. I find your selective approach to this discussion, which you just put, interesting. And I'll now go to where my history hat. I think you would do well to perhaps go back to the K.R. Narayanan formula, which talked of the pre-poll alliance being the way in which the government will be invited to this. The post-poll versus pre-poll was the K.R. Narayanan formula, which came in at that time, ostensibly to keep the BJP out. But then, therefore, you can't go to the 1989 Rajiv Gandhi formula, which is far before that. So what is the dominant thing today in Indian politics for the longest period now is who is a pre-poll alliance. And I'm sorry to put it as bluntly as this. There is only one pre-poll alliance in the country. That is the BJP NDA. On the other side, there is the concept of an alliance which does not exist as a national alliance. They are leaders meeting over a cup of tea as they are entitled to, enjoying samosas as they are entitled to, fighting against each other, which they are entitled to, in state after state. So there is only one pre-poll alliance, and therefore the NDA will be, in any circumstance, the one to stake that claim. There is no question of the NDA, BJP not staking the claim.
You know, if you look at the party-wise vote share, there's a very interesting trend there. The BJP's vote share has, in fact, gone up in the votes that have been counted so far from 37 to 40.7. That's almost a 4% increase in vote share. That's very substantial. The Congress's vote share also, which had crashed to 19, is at 27% from the votes that have been counted. Both these are substantial. What this shows is that it's becoming more bipolar, with the Congress and the BJP being in contest at the national level. That's one of the trends that are emerging. The Congress's vote share up at least 7%, maybe even 8% by the end of it. The BJP's vote share also up 4%. But there were lots of people who are messaging and saying, we were planning to go to office this morning. Now it's so exciting. We're staying back and watching the election results on India Today intelligence dashboard. It's making it really exciting. At this moment, now the seats have come down. Seats where the margin is less than 1,000, there are only 62 seats at this moment. 35 of those leads are for the NDA. 22 of those leads are for the India Alliance. 30 are BJP seats. Only 62 seats now where the margin is less than 1,000. If I look at the seats where the margin is less than 5,000, there are 158 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up, the leading party and the runner-up, is less than 5,000 votes. The NDA has 76 such leads, down 18 from the last time, 71 where the India Alliance is leading, up 35. Now, if I switch to the other end of the margin calculator, look at where the seats seem to be clearly established in one way or the other. 35 seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh at this second. 30 of those are for the NDA, 4 for the India Alliance. So most of the seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh, the BJP is running away with those. Let's look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000. 94 such seats at the moment. The India NDA is at 69 of those. 20 are for the India Alliance. So basically, the battle now is on seats where the margin is less than 10,000. And the interesting thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that almost half the seats in the Lok Sabha, 239 of them, are seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes at this moment. The India Alliance leading on 118 of them, up 59 from last time. The NDA leading on 108, down 36. So this is going to be a long, long, long afternoon.
Therefore, let me intrigue, Shankar, just, and please follow up. The intriguing prospect is the NDA could well cross 300 comfortably, and Rajat's smile will get even broader, or we'll have a long evening because that 290 goes below 272. It's one thing for the BJP to go below 272, they still form a government comfortably. If the NDA by some chance goes below 272, then all options open up.
272 to bahut dur hai. BJP at this moment is leading only on 237. At this moment, the BJP leading only on 237. I know, but I'm saying far from 230. BJP at 237 is very different from a BJP 272.
I have said below 240, below 240. So a BJP below 240 and Chandrababu Naidu with 22. Mr. Naidu calls the shots.
No, so here's the thing. Rashid, 1 minute. The Westminster theory was disproved by David Cameron when he shook hands with David Miliband. So whether Naidu will be the new Miliband in the formation.
In fact, every time, but you know what? Every time he'll be like, forget Andhra, make me the deputy prime minister.
If you look at the Maharashtra numbers, you have said Congress has been the kamzor kadi. Congress is doing phenomenally well in Maharashtra.
How much are they getting?
Leading on 10.
Wow. Yeah, so they're leading on a 10 out of 70. That's fascinating.
Yes, that's fascinating.
That is a bit of a turnaround, Rahul, because imagine there are 17 seats Congress is contesting in Maharashtra. Most of them were against the BJP. If the Congress leads 10 out of 17 in Maharashtra, it's a sign of the times of what is happening overall.
My professor at IIM Ahmedabad, who taught me finance, just messaged to say he's late for class because he's watching India Today TV at this moment. So all classes office is currently at this moment on standstill, waiting for these results. BJP at 237. The Congress by its standards is crossing 100. That's a very important mark if they cross 100.
I've said this before, Rahul, on the show today. If the Congress crosses 100 or touches 100, BJP will find it difficult to touch the magical mark on its own of 272. But look at what is happening. It's not just that. Look at some of the allies of the
Samajwadi Party at 34.
34, remarkable. TMC 24, DMK 21, Sena UBT contesting 23 seats, winning in 10. Sharad Pawar having the day of his life at the age of 83. Out of 10 seats, he's winning 8. That's 80%.
And the Eknath Sene...
Aam Aadmi Party now leading in 4. All 3 of them are in Punjab, 1 in Haryana. The CPM leading in 5, mainly, of course, in Kerala. RJD in 4. So RJD not doing so well. In the Bihar leg, compared, and you can contrast UP and Bihar. Look at this story. In UP, Samajwadi Party and the PDA alliance, the Pichhada, Dalit, Alpsankyak doing very well. But the BAP, on the other hand, of Tejasvi is not doing well.
When we interviewed Akhilesh Yadav, we said, "Bheed to pata bahut aati hai." How much it translates into seats, we don't know. At this moment, the story is coming from Uttar Pradesh,
Absolutely.
Rajdeep, where Samajwadi Party is putting on a hell of a performance, given the fact that they were written out in the last election.
It's amazing.
In the assembly also, they were written out. 35 leads for the Samajwadi Party, 7 for the Congress,
Also,
42 up 36. Preeti wants to
Rajat,
come in.
please.
I think what worked very well for the Congress Samajwadi Party alliance was, for the first time you saw the Samajwadi Party cadre completely support the Congress on all seats. You could see that visibly. And I think the story will be Akhilesh in this election in UP, Rajdeep, just sheer candidate selection.
But look at
He's
how
got
these
that
countries.
right.
But what I'm unable to understand, Rajat Shankar, is the country. And maybe Rahul Verma, who knows the Hindi heartland, will tell us. UP, PDA is working. BAP, which was the idea of Tejasvi Yadav to expand his father's Muslim Yadav base, is not working. 2 states neighboring each other. Take a look across this country. Gujarat, dominant by the BJP, come to Maharashtra, and the BJP is finding it difficult to do what they did in
Rajdeep,
2019.
why SP worked is because their campaign was much more credible than that of Tejasvi. Akhilesh did not go out on a limb and promise things.
That's one view. Yes, Rahul Verma. And then Rashid, yes.
I think what's happening across the core areas of BJP, barring the Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, I think BJP is taking a substantial hit across. Even if now the tally improves, I think
Bihar, explain to me why in Bihar they are not doing as well, the RJD as well as the SP in neighboring UP.
like at this moment it's hard to come up with an explanation.
Yeah.
Maybe in UP, BJP did not replace as many candidates as it did in other parts of the country.
So I have a view of it. I believe the BJP had a wider base in Bihar. They got Chirag Paswan, got Upendra Kushwaha, built a wider alliance. UP, they said, "Chalo, apne aap chalte hain. Jo candidate hai, Arun Govil ko de do. We'll give anyone the candidate. Modi, Yogi ke naam pe."
Rajat and then Rashid. I think what was happening is that the Rajbar, his flip-flops, even the Patel Apna Dal, all of the Nishat party, all of these had like these community leaders whose credibility over a period of a decade had gone away.
So what does it say about Yogi Modi, the double engine?
I know, and this is where...
What does it say about the double engine?
This is where Yogi also centralized power, and a lot of the other OBC leaders around Yogi also felt
That's a good point. Yes, Rashid.
So that is where it comes in. Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, he deserves a lot of credit because he shed all this, over dependence on that MY factor. He went out of the way to accommodate a lot of non-Yadav OBCs like Pal. And,
you're right. What Akhilesh? No, I'll tell you what Akhilesh Yadav did. Think about it. Here is the MY party. Less than 10 seats are to Yadavs and Muslims. He actually gave representation.
He changed the president of UP
That's
state
right.
in the middle of the
So
election.
he gave excellent candidates.
Yeah,
I want to ask you, Sudhir, because this man could turn out to be the potential
15 leads for the
15
TDP,
leads for
3
the
for the
TDP.
BJP, 2 for the Janata.
So he is the largest ally at the moment of the NDA. And when I look at the overall numbers at 289 minus his 15, and I'm virtually at the halfway point for the NDA.
Yeah.
What will Chandrababu Naidu do?
So it means that more than 20 saal baad, the clock has turned back for Chandrababu Naidu. He will once again be kingmaker. Now the question is, see, we know it for a fact that the BJP leadership made it very difficult for Chandrababu Naidu to once again be part of NDA. Will he say forgive and forget everything and say that okay, I will still support Modi for Prime Minister, or will he make his
What will
demands?
he do? I want to know. What's your
Well,
sense?
he could be-
Will he keep all options open?
He will keep all options
he
open.
can't
But
switch.
I don't think he will go back to the
can't
Congress
switch.
because he made that mistake in 2018-19. I don't think he would do that. But I think he will have a say in who will become the Prime Minister. We are talking about
1 minute. We are saying he will have a say in who becomes the Prime Minister.
If the BJP does not hit the 272 mark, he will definitely have a say because it's going to be an NDA government.
No, are you telling me that Chandrababu Naidu, if these are the numbers and he is in a position to dictate, he will dictate who should be the Prime
He
Minister?
will definitely have a say. If I will not use the word dictate, he will have a say in who will be the Prime Minister.
Rajdeep,
Interesting.
it will be decided by the candidate who gives special status to Andhra Pradesh.
That he could.
That's
Okay, that's also a point.
I've just got a message, but it's true. With all the pollsters, but it's a time to remember what Yogendra Yadav said.
Yes.
It's holding true.
He's the one who's saying this
It's
coming.
holding
Going to
true.
come. Yogendra Yadav had said
What
that
he
he
said
crossed
is holding
272.
What we are most delighted about is that this is where we're getting requests from, I can't even name them, but the senior most leaders in this country cutting across party line ki election intelligence dashboard pe ye chala ke dikhao, wo dikhao, because nobody else, most political parties cannot do this kind of live processing at this moment because they haven't set it up for that. Of course they can, but they haven't set it up. The only people who have is the India Today group with this election intelligence dashboard.
So while you do that, I'm going to ask for one small request of VVIPs.
Absolutely.
Right? I have a number of VVIPs who are sending me messages and I said, I'm going to ask Rahul to
Okay,
go
wait.
back. Can we do a farmaish?
No, wait, Raj.
I'm going to do national. Sorry. National, if I do, and I have my VVIPs now, can we go to Maua Moitra? She wants to know where she stands at the moment. Why are you not showing whether I'm
Because she
winning or...
fought a spirited election, Rajdeep.
Okay,
I have
so
to say.
if we go to Maua Moitra
Okay, I
at the
can go
moment...
as fast. Here you go. So Maua Mitro is in our data trailing.
She claimed she was leading. Manish Tiwari, interestingly, is leading in Chandigarh in a tough fight. Manohar Lal Khattar, one of the few BJP
potential
leaders.
BJP president, if that is one of the things that was discussed
That's right.
over
So
the weekend.
he's leading. Menaka Gandhi, you mentioned the trivia point that longest serving MP at the moment in the current Lok Sabha is trailing at the moment. That's why in UP they're taking the heat. This is interesting. Murshidabad, Mohammad Salim, left is making a bit of a comeback. One of the reasons Mamta Banerjee is actually surviving the BJP onslaught, is my sense, is the anti-Mamta vote. The left is taking a sizable chunk, unlike in 2019. We'll have to see how that plays. Manikam Tagore is an interesting one. Virudnagar, there, Congress, Tamil Nadu is trailing. Tamil Nadu, it's not a sweep anymore. Mehbooba Mufti is trailing in Anantnag, Rajouri. Is there any other interesting thing with an M? Misa Bharti, that's an interesting one. Patliputra is
She's
leading.
up against Ram Kirpal Yadav.
Can I see his whether his system?
Absolutely. No, Ram Kirpal Yadav is trailing Misa Bharti has a reasonable lead of about 7,000 votes. She's lost twice over.
That's right.
Ram Kirpal Yadav used to be the right-hand man of Lalu Yadav, now fighting on a BJP
What about
ticket.
Lalu's other daughter, Rohini, if we can have a
Just
look?
1 second. We can go to Saran, used to be the seat of Chhapra. If we go to
R, would she be under R?
Saran mein hoga na?
No, you've got, okay, Shatrughan Sinha, meanwhile, if we stick with, okay, Rohini Acharya is trailing.
In Saran.
Rohini Acharya is trailing, so Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading.
Of the votes that we have, in the dashboard that we have, 7,620, trailing against Rajiv Pratap Rudy, 7,970. This is a very tight fight.
But these are very low votes. That means, some of the...
Just initial, it's coming in, Rajdeep.
So large parts of the country, from what I can see, there is still a lot of counting to do.
Correct. In Gorakhpur, Ravi Kishan, Ravindra Shukla is leading. Rahul Gandhi leading in Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad. Let's compare the two RG seats. In Wayanad, he has a bigger lead against Annie Raja and K. Surendran, 1,95,624.
So he's over a lakh. So he's almost
Kerala
through.
counting faster. Okay, so that's Wayanad. Let's now come to Raebareli and see how Rahul Gandhi is doing in Raebareli. He's got 1,01,481 votes, almost twice that of Dinesh Pratap.
So he's probably winning both. Can we look at Amethi for a moment and Smriti Irani, because that's again a very prestigious battle that is being fought there. Smriti Irani in Amethi, there you've got that. Unless you put her under an I, but maybe there are more that you've got in the S category. Let's see.
There, right.
There she is.
There she is.
Trailing.
She's trailing at the moment.
59,141, 149 versus Kishori Lal. So if Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is watching,
It's still tight.
82. No, but it's a pretty big.
It's 23,000. It's a lead of 23,000 at the moment, but this is a real turnaround. Think about it. Everybody wrote off Kishori Lal at the start of this election. He's giving her a hell of a fight.
No, he's winning right now.
He's winning at
this
yes,
moment.
that's right. So just to go back into some of the other S's that we have, is there any interesting...
Sushil Gupta against Naveen Jindal in Kurukshetra currently leading. Supriya Sule leading in Baramati. This was the most high prestige battle of all. Most ego, most prestige. 40,398 versus 31,947.
So Maharashtra counting slowly. You know, think about it. You know, that's why I think we need to keep...
Correct.
When you add this, it's less than 1 lakh. This is a constituency with a 20 lakh voter turnout. So a lot could change. These numbers of 290 to 232 could go either way. Either the BJP pulls ahead and shows our exit polls right to 330, or the BJP goes down further to 270, or the NDA goes down. So both options are open at the moment.
The party's trend, NCP's trend, Sharad Pawar NCP, seems to be like doing better than ever before, and it will no longer be called the Tum Tum Party.
But Sam, you are from Mumbai. You've known Sharad Pawar as long as I have. Kaka काय म्हणणार आज? 83 वर्षाचे झाले आणि 9 जिंकतात ते. What is 9 out of 10 is winning at the moment?
For 30-40 years, he was called a ढाई जिले का नेता.
अभी भी Western Maharashtra में ही है.
But he spread. He went all the way to Wardha also.
To campaign,
Yes,
yes, you are right.
Even contest Wardha seat was not taken.
Absolutely, you're right. And he's winning in Bhiwandi also.
Yes, Bhiwandi also.
He will simply say, आम्ही कधीही कुठलीही निवडणूक हारलेलं नाही.
नाही मला हे सांग, will he, if these numbers hold, will he ring up in the night and tell Chandrababu, अरे आम्ही जुने मित्र आहोत, काय करायचंय?
अभी तो सारे मित्र हैं.
हम तो सब मित्र हैं.
Anything is on place. If BJP drops below 272, all
Anything is
bets
possible.
are
So in
off.
fact, you should
You're
look
saying
at
all bets are off if BJP
Yes,
drops,
you
or
should-
if BJP drops below
Rajdeep, you should
250?
look at the alliance partners of BJP and see the vulnerabilities.
No, can I ask you this, Shankar? You said something. You believe all bets are off if BJP drop below 272. My
250.
bets is if the BJP drop below 250, all bets are off. Because then
look
the
at the
allies will
alliance.
really extract their
Okay,
part
so
of
The
life.
BJP right
Here
now.
are the BJP's gains and losses. BJP is down 5 seats in the east, 57 seats in the Hindi heartland, 41 seats down in the north, 1 seat up in the south, 23 seats down in the west. I can also look at votes. The power of the election intelligence dashboard is quite phenomenal. 2% vote share increase in the east, 1% down in the north. So in terms of votes, the BJP has actually increased its vote share by almost 4%. It's not translating into seats. That's where the BJP's problems lie at this moment. If I look at the Congress's swings in terms of seat share, the Congress is 6 seats up in the east, 25 seats up in the Hindi heartland, 14 seats up in the north, 10 seats up in the south, and 18 seats up in the west. They haven't had much to celebrate about. Finally, Rahul Verma, the Congress will say, forget Congress, Mukt Bharat, Congress abhi zinda hai.
And just to clarify, Mahua Moitra sent a message. Rahul and you are saying I'm losing, I'm leading by 38,409.
can
We
I-
don't want to get on the wrong side of Mahua Moitra.
I don't want to
my
get on
friend.
anybody's wrong side. I just want to explain the process. Remember, these are all automated graphics. A lot of people are just cooking up figures and making this up. This is powered through an analytic process. It gets fed into our data engines. That's how it comes powered. So if you're actually a candidate sitting at a counting center, for example, you'll have more updated figures. It takes a bit of time for the numbers from that counting center to come to the Election Commission, to come to DataNet, who are our data providers, and then for it to get powered into the Election Intelligence Dashboard. So if you're sitting on a counting center, you know a little bit more than we do, but as it gets updated and as the hours go on, it will get updated really fast because the time lag reduces. So just bear with us as we explain that. One of the things which is very interesting to look at is routes to power. Where does the BJP sit at this moment? 236. 272 is the majority mark. The BJP only at 36. The Congress has slipped slightly lower than a century, currently at 99. The Congress has stronger allies, it seems. Samajwadi Party at 35. Trinamool Congress at 25. DMK at 22. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena at 10. Sharad Pawar's faction at 8. The BJP's allies are weaker. JDU only 15, TDP 15, Sena 7, Lok Janshakti Party 5, Janata Dal Secular 3, RLD 2, Jan Sena 2, Hindustan Awami Morcha 1, AGP 1, NCP. Ajit Pawar, Rajdeep, your friend, Ajit Pawar is not being able to hold his own. They fought five,
Four.
and they're only
was
leading one.
Parvati.
So 5-1.
Yeah. So the other interesting thing there, Rahul, is that the Congress allies, many of them are in double digits.
Yes, that's-
and the BJP's allies are not.
So this also says that had the India alliance worked properly, they would have been staring at numbers. Where would they have been
we
forming
don't
the
know
government?
about, yeah, Rajat, that could be true. But what I'm saying is that there is a message there. You break a party, the sympathy tends to go with the person who is seen to have been unfairly dealt with. Somehow
Yeah,
the
David
other,
Goliath sentiment kicks
you know,
in very
you've
well.
got
Yeah, you're right.
83-year-old Sharad Pawar who's
Yeah.
been betrayed in a way by his nephew, who was still using posters of Sharad Pawar in the Supreme Court had to intervene. And you had Uddhav Thackeray, son of Balasaheb Thackeray, who it was felt was betrayed by Eknath Shinde. What is the voter of Maharashtra saying? Our sympathy is with the original patron in a way.
Not only that, Rajdeep, you might break a party, you might take the MLAs, you might take the MPs, but the cadre has stayed with both the originals.
Yeah, you know, the fact is, Rahul, Maharashtra is showing just what competitive elections can do. This has
And
gone seat by
it
seat.
also shows that there is a limit of so much amount of maneuvers that you can do in a political things without.
अब आपको समझ में आ रहा है तब से तो बोल रहे थे 405 405
मैं अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ, numbers will still improve. Lot of tight contests if the BJP holds its vote shares, which is still
No, they've
saying is-
increased their vote share. That's the irony.
so
BJP has
40-41%.
increased its vote share. I'll show that to you. If you see the breakup of the vote share in the pan-India picture, you know, this is where the power of the election intelligence dashboard really comes into play, which is why I'm so excited. We remember I have very little skin in the game. Jo bhi jeetega gali padni, but that doesn't matter. At this moment, the BJP at 40.7% of all the votes that have been counted, up 4% from the last time. The Congress is at 27.4.
That's
almost, no,
8%.
8%, 19 to 20, that's 8% up. So that just shows that the Congress has done remarkably well relative to how their vote share had crashed in the last two elections.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yes.
please, Rahul.
I think what seems to be happening at this stage of time, while BJP has either retained its vote share or improved, but BJP allies are doing really badly, and that must be pulling down the NDA in many of the seats, whereas Congress and its allies are doing together very well,
You know,
which is pulling up their
If I
seats.
look now at the caste cauldron and just bear with me for a moment as I explain what I'm about to show you. We looked at seats which are dominated by certain communities and castes. So whichever is the dominant community on that seat then gets, it doesn't mean it's a reserved seat, okay? It means that the community dominates. Now, there's a big story playing out here. That whole constitution badalna hai, badlega, nahi badlega. The NDA at this moment is down 38 seats on seats where the Dalit community holds a significant sway on that particular Lok Sabha seat. This is an important and interesting finding. You won't find this anywhere else. Only the election intelligence dashboard can pull this out for you in real time. There'll be reams of postmortem later on the seats classified as Dalit dominated seats, not just reserved seats, Dalit dominated seats, 38 losses for the NDA. On Muslim dominated seats, 7 losses. Last time they'd won because of fragmentation. Now the Muslim vote seems to be consolidating in favor of whoever is capable of beating the NDA. On OBC dominated seats, 8 down. On tribal seats, 4 down. On general category seats, 16 down. If I do the same caste scanner for India Alliance, on Dalit dominated seats, that's where the big gains are coming from. 56 up from the last time on Dalit dominated seats. 32 up on general category seats, 12 up on Muslim. So there are two trends, Rajdeep, which you can see. One, Muslim votes which had fragmented in the last election, now consolidating against whoever can beat the NDA. And on Dalit dominated seats, that whole Samvidhan agitation did play a role.
I just want to get, in Preeti. Just a minute. I want to get in Preeti at the moment because to be fair to her, I remember her coming back from Western UP and saying the Dalit vote in particular seems to be moving. You went to Chandrasekhar's constituency, for example. You seem to suggest that the Samvidhan khatre mein hai, and I can tell you Congress put out 8 crore cards that they sent out to people saying Samvidhan khatre mein. But tell us what you saw on the ground. Are you surprised by these results in the Dalit area?
I'm not surprised by these results. And if you saw during the narrative of the campaign, Rajdeep, you heard the Prime Minister come out and the entire BJP strongly come out and say, Samvidhan khatre mein nahi hai. How did that happen? Because in the first few, because in the first, just in the first 2 phases of election, when you went down, what the opposition did is they latched on to it. They went those nukkad sabhas that they used to do, the Samajwadi Party.
And was it based on this 400?
It came from that. It came from that and the fact that the likes of Arun Govil, the likes of Jyoti Mirda from the BJP saying Samvidhan badal denge didn't hit. So they used that. They took it to the bastis where, you know, the Dalits there or the Jatavs, non-Jatavs, they didn't know anything. All they heard was Arakshan khatam ho jayega. Those Nukkad Sabha told them Arakshan khatam ho jayega. So there was fear mongering, but it resulted in see what we see
So
on
Rahul,
the screen right now.
if you go back to that graphic,
अब मैं charge करना start कर दूंगा. Whoever makes a farmaish, I'll charge by the end of it. I could potentially be a billionaire because the India Today election intelligence dashboard is rocking it. We're getting requests from where have you on social media, messages, people saying, "Ye dikhao, wo dikhao."
One sobering thought: the NDA is still, Shankar, 70, almost 70 ahead of the India Alliance. So that's a fairly substantial difference between the two.
But within
that's
the
why
NDA.
it's not 2004.
Yeah.
You know, let's not say it's 2004.
This is
But
the
go ahead, yes.
reason.
No,
You
so
know,
two
I think
things.
Just a minute, and then Rajat,
Two
yes.
things. One, the previous slide that Rahul had in his startup entrepreneurship there was the OBC seats that the Congress has gained, which shows that there may have been traction for the caste census thing. Because just as 56 on Samvidhan Khatre mein, 56 was OBC gain. The other thing is that the issue within the NDA will play out now.
No, that will. And this is the reason, you know, Rajiv, this is the
Rajat,
reason
why don't you respond
why
to that?
perhaps the FIIs had a sense and they pulled out all the money before the election
come
results.
on.
Like,
I thought they just wanted to do profit booking.
Sensex is down 4,000 points.
No, but tell
It's
me
like
one thing.
completely-
You know, answer this question. Will the dynamics change within
This
the
is
NDA
what the
with these
market.
numbers?
No, this is what even the markets are expecting, that you will not have the clean elbow room that Modi had. There will be lot of ramifications on the day-to-day affairs of the government being able to run it smoothly for 5 years if the numbers hold.
You know, the
This is
story
where I
of
think-
this election is that the Congress in the direct fights. Now imagine you got Congress versus BJP in a direct punch-up. In that, the Congress is winning 30% of the seats. The NDA, the BJP, which won 90+% of the seats in a direct BJP versus Congress battle, is currently winning only 70. 152 leads for the BJP in the 217 fights. Now, how I calculate this is seats where BJP and Congress are 1 and 2. So if you're 1 and 2, BJP leading on 70 such seats, the Congress leading on 30 such seats. If I look at BJP versus Trinamool, this is where Trinamool will be very delighted to see this. 67% of the seats where the BJP and Trinamool, Didi and the BJP are head-to-head. Didi leading currently on 67 of those seats, 24 out of 36. If I look at the seats where it's BJP versus SP, BJP versus Akhilesh, 45 leads, 45% of the leads for the BJP, 55% for the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh, if this is wrestling, he's doing his father proud. Let's look at BJP versus AIDMK. It's a much smaller number. Okay, there are no such seats where it's BJP versus
Can I get one thing from you, Rahul?
Yes.
Which is that if you go to West Bengal, this is my hunch. Congress plus CPM at the moment is leading in 3. Can you give me the vote shares of West Bengal? Because once you get the vote shares, you will get a sense that the anti-Mamta vote may be getting split a little bit more than it was in 2019.
But then contrary to our poll where we said that the CPM took away the Muslim vote from Mamta, it's actually taken away the anti-incumbency from
Let's see
Mamta.
the
West Bengal vote share on your screen now. Trinamool at 47.7. They had about 43% of the
Yeah, so
vote
they've
last
gone
time.
up.
Their
So
vote
so that
percent is up
logic is not
actually
holding.
4.7. The BJP at 37.9. At this moment, they're down 3 from the last time.
You know, I had thought, Rahul, last time the CPM got just 7%, and the feeling was the loss of the CPM had worked to the BJP's advantage because then the anti-Mamta vote got consolidated BJP. But if these numbers are right, she's actually gone up. Mamta Banerjee is proving her critics wrong. The Lokher Bhandar that we've been speaking, the woman vote, the Mahila
vote
vote
share has gone up.
And I've been telling this to my
Lokher
friend Pradeep
Bhandar.
Gupta. Please poll more women.
And, Abhishek
I'm
Banerjee
waiting.
said,
Where is Gupta ji?
Gupta ji ab nahi aayenge, through the time.
Arre, aana hai Gupta ji
Abhishek
ko.
Banerjee said there's no way this poll is going to prove right. He will be chuckling and having the last laugh.
No, he's
certain.
very angry.
47.7 for the Trinamool, only 37.9 the TMC. Gaining vote share in West Bengal where the BJP was hoping to do well. The BJP at this moment is losing vote share. If I go region by region, I'd look at the presidency area. The BJP only on 3, the Trinamool on 12. It's kind of where it was last time. If we go now to Midnapur and look at the 8 seats of Midnapur, 3 to the BJP, 5 to the Trinamool. Trinamool making 2 gains over here. If we go to the Malda belt, the BJP at 2, Trinamool at 1, Congress and left at 4. That's interesting. Let's now go to Jalpaiguri further up north. BJP at 3, down 1. Trinamool at 1, up 1. Let's now look at Bardwan. In Bardwan, 8 seats. Trinamool at 7, up 2. BJP at 1, down 2. So it's not going as per BJP.
And as we speak, remember the NDA Alliance inching towards 300. So do not still rule out the possibility of NDA going above 300. That is still very much a possibility,
Absolutely.
which will provide a comfort factor. But Rahul
So
Verma.
I think there are a couple of things happening. I think exit polls got Bengal completely wrong, and they got Uttar
UP
Pradesh
wrong,
completely wrong. I think
yeah.
these two states are accounting for almost 50 seats for
No, they've
BJP.
they've got the Hindi
Okay, go
heartland.
ahead.
So these two states are accounting for BJP, and I think they had underestimated the losses that NDA might suffer in Maharashtra. So these three, so UP,
Bengal, and Maharashtra are the three states where the
That's making
pollsters
the
have got it badly wrong.
Badly wrong.
And that's where that's why the numbers are not quite there. What they got,
Rajasthan, Haryana.
but they got Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana right.
Yes.
And therefore the BJP in these three states has staved off. Otherwise, what could have been a defeat?
Yes.
And then we could have been back to 2004. So actually the BJP has been saved from 2004 by the gains they've got in Odisha, Telangana,
Some
and
of the
Andhra Pradesh.
BJP's and NDA's biggest gains, some of the India Alliance's biggest gains are coming from Maharashtra. 29 up, 20 up from the last time. NDA at 18, down 19 from the last time. Priyanka Chaturvedi, the senior leader of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, now joins us. 29 for the India Alliance. If I do a breakdown, Congress at 10, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena at 11, NCP Sharad Pawar at 8. At this moment, in the trends that we have in Maharashtra, you seem to be hitting it out of the park. Priyanka Chaturvedi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to tell us a little bit more than thank you. What are you making of these numbers, ma'am? The NDA, you're sounding quite gobsmacked yourself. Were you expecting this? Or is it coming as a bit of a surprise for you as
And an
well?
honest answer to that. Come on.
No, it's not a surprise. We are crossing above 35 seats is my confidence. And I was on your show the other day and I had said this, that I do not speak from a point of, whatever the exit polls are showing, and my absolute respect for Mr. Gupta, right, wrong, ugly, whatever his exit polls have gone, direction it has gone in. Having said that, we had seen the mood of the people on the ground. We had seen it was people fighting this entire authoritarian behavior coming from the center. How Maharashtra, two leading regional parties of Maharashtra were broken at the whims and fancies of a party which wanted to consolidate power at any cost. And the brunt that the people of Maharashtra faced because of the shenanigans of the government at the center. So having seen all of that, having campaigned aggressively all across the state, it is an outcome we were expecting. Anything short of that would have been upsetting. So yes, it is a relief that we have proved the exit polls as of now wrong. And the will of the people seems to be supreme.
Would you at least concede, Priyanka ji, that all the hullabaloo which was made about the election process, the EVMs being malafide and spurious, all that was a bit premature, which is what we were saying constantly. No matter what the verdict, let's respect what the people say.
Okay. Will you also concede that how media went about town declaring victory for Narendra Modi and getting more than 300 odd seats, 350 seats?
They showed what was in the exit poll, which is obviously not coming out to be true, and that's absolutely
ma'am, the final, ma'am, Priyanka ji, the final numbers are not out. At the moment, as they stand, you have every right to say the exit pollsters have egg on their face. I would want to wait till the final numbers, ma'am.
No, but Rajdeep, to be fair, even the channels have a bit of egg on their face.
Go ahead. No, but
you can't just now throw all the egg the pollsters' way.
No, but the pollsters have to take, and I will take 10% egg, they take 90%, but go ahead.
God, I don't want to be throwing eggs at anybody. I just want, since I'm being asked to concede something, I would also expect the same kind of attitude coming from the media channels, etc., who had already given it a victory call, had already put out this call that Mr. Modi is coming back to power emphatically. Now forget all of that. Forget us versus them, etc. The point here is, we seriously need to introspect, has there been a level playing field for the opposition? Has the opposition been fighting with its back against the wall? Has the opposition faced all kinds of agencies and all kinds of undermining of constitution, democracy, or not? Have we faced a level playing field as far as media narrative is concerned? We haven't. And we have fought it all. So today to concede, there would be a lot more concessions that you all would need to make before you'll ask us to concede. So yes, give me that 10 minutes of happiness. The outcome could be anything else. But I'm very confident that Maharashtra...
Priyanka still sounding very circumspect.
But Priyanka, at least do you take heart in that both your allies have pulled their weight? All three of you are actually doing phenomenally well.
Oh yeah, I remember the question last time that was asked of me by Rahul Kanwal. So Rahul Kanwal would be more than satisfied that Congress has managed to do what it was supposed to do, at least in Maharashtra.
No, in fact, that is no, that is, you're absolutely right.
I think
Preeti.
everybody, Rajdi, would remember the one thing that's been said or done. Lots
and I'll tell you
lots
where-
of darts coming our way.
No, can I tell you where it's happening? Because that's the story. Vidarbha and Marathwada are the two areas where the Congress principally took on the BJP, and they're doing well. The Shiv Sena UBT is doing well in Konkan and Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar is pulling his weight in Western Maharashtra. So what actually the alliance worked is they had different regions which are their strengths. The Congress's regions, the Shiv Sena UBT region, and the NCP Sharad Pawar region. That's helped them. On the other hand, I think the BJP had 28 out of the 48 seats they are contesting, and they've taken a bit of a hit in Maharashtra. So unlike in Bihar, where JDU has pulled the BJP down in terms of the NDA numbers, here they're all taking a hit. Shinde Sena is taking a hit. The Ajit Pawar faction is taking a hit, and the BJP is also. I know, Priyanka, you're smiling, laughing. You have every reason to smile today and say, I told you so.
No, I didn't say anything to anybody. So I've never said I told you so. All I said was I have immense faith in the people of Maharashtra. I have worked across the state after our party was pulled down, after the party split, and after facing all kinds of barbs coming our way. We have seen it all. We have faced it all. But we had this extremely clear understanding of what people of the state were expecting from us. We are managing to pull that through, and the results are showing for itself. And whether it was Uddhav Balasaheb Thackerji facing the biggest brunt of it all, where he was called a Nakli Santan, where he faced charges like Nakli Shiv Sena, despite a Supreme Court order stating otherwise as far as this government is concerned, yet totally, not ensuring that the spirit of what the Supreme Court's verdict was followed through by the government. So all of these have played a role, and most importantly, we kept our ear to the ground. And we kept our feet
we just have to, ma'am, I have to stop you. I have to stop you because we have to go to our hot seat, cool hawa. At the moment, lots of hot seats at the moment, and there's no hotter seat than the one in Baramati. And it, in a sense, reflects Sharad Pawar's day out at the moment. Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, she's been a 3-time MP, also a Rajya Sabha MP. Before that, she is leading in what is the biggest battle of her political career over Sunetra Pawar. So that clearly is a seat that reflects what's happened in that state of Maharashtra in this election. That's the one state where you've seen a huge double-digit loss along with Uttar Pradesh for the BJP. 2 states where the BJP has suffered double-digit losses, NDA rather, are in Uttar Pradesh and in Maharashtra. They've changed in a way the way this election has gone.
Ajay Alok joins us from the BJP. At this moment, the BJP has 242, 30 short of being able to form the government by itself. Has this come, Mr. Alok, as a big shock to the BJP? All the laddus and the puris were being prepared at the BJP headquarters. You're still 30 short. For the first time, the BJP will have to depend on allies after 2014. This is quite different from what you were anticipating.
असा एवढी गडबड कसाला राहते थांबा जरा थांबा अगले राउंड संपला पुढं there is no need to hurry guys.
So which are the states where Ajay Alok, you believe the change? Right? If I may ask Dr. Alok,
you're just getting excited. You're just
no, sir. I do my job as it exists. Dr. Ajay Alok, can I ask you which are the states where you believe there will be a change? I'm asking a serious question. Give me a serious answer.
I'm going to give you a very serious answer. It's good that your hemoglobin is increasing. I like that redness in your face, but don't worry. The whole opposition is going to be anemic after 1 hour. Just 1 hour. Not more than that, I'm asking you. All the states are going to change. We are not even in the middle of the counting. And you guys are bumbling like anything here.
No, I'm asking you what is your number?
So many elections.
Ajay bhai, what is your number?
What you're counting on Maharashtra? What you're counting on Maharashtra? I'm giving you the numbers. Not less than 30 to 35. Mark my words. We'll speak in the evening again.
What about UP?
It's just behind the midst of the counting. But see, there is only one trend. Wherever the BJP is leading,
BJP is leading more than 50,000, and wherever we are trailing less than 5,000 or 10,000.
That's not true, sir.
What is 5,000?
That's not true. We've just checked that.
Parliamentary elections?
Sir, you must not mislead. That's not true. You are also, you have got an equal number of constituencies where the gap is less than 10,000. What is true is that the counting is only less than halfway. That is true. There you are right.
Yeah, that is true. So I'm telling you, we are in the midway. Don't get your hemoglobin rising so much. You'll all become anemic in just 1 hour.
You're a doctor. You're a doctor. You can cure me. You're a doctor. You can cure me. Tell me what is your top end? 350.
I'll give you. It's again 400 plus. We are not less than 400 plus. Wait for 1 hour. I'm telling you.
You're not less than
Please ask the
400.
opposition. Don't the way I saw everybody bubbling and shoveling after the end of the results.
Sir, how much are you expecting?
Don't
May I ask?
anarchy.
How much are you expecting, sir?
400 par.
You're still saying 400 par.
We are just 103 seats less. What you're showing right now on your screen. What you're showing is just 103 seats left. And in 170 seats, we are right now. BJP is 242, as far I can see on your screen. So it's just a matter of time.
Okay,
Because
you're saying it's a matter of time. Preeti, why don't you take over? We've got a couple of...
India is rising.
Okay, get your point, sir. You're saying you'll still go 400 par. Preeti, there are a couple of more guests who are joining us.
To Mahima Singh is joining us from the Congress. Mahima Singh, you'd be happy you're inching towards 100 for the Congress. Who would have thought that?
Jai Hind, of course, this is how sanity takes over vanity, I would say. And what is happening in Amethi, Raebareli, Wayanad, and the rest of the country is a mirror that is being shown to the BJP clearly by the people of this country. So the clear message that India is giving that BJP is not only a far-fetched dream, but also impossible in a country where people's issues rule the divisive agenda and propaganda that the BJP tried to spread. Also, the BJP's dream of a Congress-Mukt Bharat has been also shown a mirror today.
You know, can I for a moment, since Ajay Alok said that, you know, lots of tight contests, he's not wrong when he says there are several parts of the country, there are several parts of the country where the counting is still slow. But take a look at this excellent margin calculator. Less than 1,000 leads, only 22. NDA leading in 13 of them, India in 9. So remember, these are the 22 seats that certainly go anywhere. Then you take a look at less than 5,000. And again, these can still go anywhere. Here is where the India alliance is vulnerable. 53 seats, but so is the NDA, 47. So unlike what Mr. Ajay Alok said, that all the low-hanging seats are only with the India alliance, NDA also is facing battles. Less than 5,000, 47 seats. Less than 10,000. Less than 10,000 is, look at this, 73 seats NDA, but here India alliance vulnerable, 96 seats. So overall, if you look, Rahul, across the country, there are about 250 seats where the margin is less than 10,000. 176 of them are less than 10,000. You've got about 22 of them which are less than 1,000. And you've got a balance 50, 60 seats which are less than 5,000. So yes, this election can still change. NDA can still go well above 300, or NDA can well come closer to 270. Both the possibilities are open at the moment. Preeti.
Well, you're right there. Let's cut across also now to Abhinandita Mathur, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinandita, right now, Delhi looks abysmal where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. All 7, the leads are with the BJP. You've got a silver lining leading on 2 in Punjab. Kurukshetra, very tight contest. You know, Sushil Gupta leading till about 10 minutes ago. But now, again, it's Jindal taking the lead.
Well, I think that the trends are going to change in Delhi as well. On a couple of seats, the margins are not bad at all. I think we can cover up. The other thing is that overall, actually, we're really happy because as the India Alliance, the big mandate that is coming from the entire country is that there is a rejection for, you know, this Narendra Modi brand of politics. The way he just got desperate towards the end, the vendetta on opposition parties and so on. I just think that, you know, the opposition has fought a really good election. We are very proud of it. And really on these seats, especially the Kurukshetra seats, I am told that our margin is reducing now and we are likely to take over. And on the other Delhi seats,
well, you
West-
also in
South Delhi
just
seats
right
will
now
be-
you're leading now on 3 seats in Punjab.
That's right. That's right,
All right,
and we are
okay.
hoping. Yeah, then we are hoping
ahead,
to
go ahead.
cover up certainly more in Delhi and definitely Kurukshetra. And overall, of course, we are indeed happy and grateful to the people that at least, the BJP is not going to go
But
unchallenged
Mahima
in this
Singh,
country.
the Delhi story not going too well, even with Abhinandita there, one of the biggest factors, if you look all across, there seems to be a trend moving towards you. But in Delhi, either the vote transfer didn't happen or it's an urban pocket. But all 7 seats right now, the BJP leading. Mahima Singh.
Okay, there's a bit of a story, Preeti, that's also breaking at this moment, because a slice of history could be created at the moment in Odisha. The BJP has crossed the majority mark in the Odisha Assembly, a state that they've never won, which the Biju Janata Dal has dominated. And as Rahul was pointing out in our pre-election shows, Naveen Patnaik is just, 78 odd days away from breaking the record.
So we've got that poll right.
For being the longest serving chief minister in the country. As of now, the BJP has won. The BJP has won 74 seats in the Odisha Assembly polls. They have therefore crossed the halfway mark. The BJD has won 51 seats. So you're seeing the best, good news for the BJP coming in there from Odisha. Congress bagging 13 seats. So Rahul, as of now, the BJP has got another state government, the state government of Odisha.
What you have to look at, Rajdeep, is the fact that the alliance formation of the India alliance seems to have worked well. Because if you look at the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party has actually gone up 4%. It was, if I look at the 2019 numbers, the BJP had 37.7% of the vote share. In 2024, it's 40.7% of the vote share. That's 4% up straight. The Congress in 2019 had come down to 19.7% vote share. That's now gone up to 27. It's the resurgence in terms of vote share. In terms of seats, they're still far behind. But in terms of vote share, far from the idea that the Congress would disintegrate, go away. There is no Congress Mukt Bharat in this data. The Congress making a very sharp increase in its vote share. This would give great confidence to everybody in the Congress who kind of started wallowing in self-pity that what do we do against the Modi juggernaut? The people have given them some hope.
Yes, Rahul, I think this was a big, takeaway from 2014 onwards, till I would say till date, the Congress had lost its, self-confidence that it can, script a comeback story as a credible opposition or perhaps sometime in coalition politics and then in power. So what the outcome, whatever may be the final outcome, this 27% vote share is going to give them a, a confidence, self-belief, and that will serve as an oxygen for another 10 years or so.
One thing, Rajdeep, you say that the JDU has been a weak link. Of the 16 they are fighting, they're leading on 15. It's the best rate ever.
So this was
the JDU is the success story of Bihar. Look at it.
No, so the
JDU leading on 15.
So the NDA is doing very well in Bihar in contrast to UP. They're leading in 32 out of 40.
And JDU is doing better than the BJP.
Okay, so earlier it was the other way around. So it's now changed. So I think that's the one state where the BJP has held its own. A state where it maxed out in 2019 was Bihar. They're doing very well there. They maxed out in Madhya Pradesh, doing very well there. In Gujarat too, I think they've now recovered lost ground there. So that's what's propelling the NDA towards 300, along with, of course, its stellar performance in Odisha and Andhra. Yes.
Just for conjecture, asking you a question.
Yes.
If there's no halfway mark,
yes,
is it possible with the 15 that the JDU could come back to the India alliance? Is that a possibility at all? You're talking about TDP.
Listen, let's not get carried away. The fact that the BJP is coming back to power, even with these numbers, is quite clear. Let's not build castles in the air. The BJP is coming back to power. That looks very, very clearly established. It just also seems that it's not as big a majority as the BJP would have liked. I want to look at the power map as it stands at this second and compare this to the power map of 2024. So if our video journalists can just come closer, let's start from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Compared 2019, Kerala and Tamil Nadu are roughly along the same lines as they were last time. From here, come up. In Karnataka, which was a complete saffron domination, there is still largely saffron domination with some pockets of blue for the Congress. It is when you come to Maharashtra, Maharashtra is painted very differently from the last time. That's the Maharashtra of last time. This time the Maharashtra is much more blue. Gujarat, which was completely saffron, has some little one pocket of blue. Rajasthan is one of the big stories. A virtual domination by the BJP last time. This time, look at how the political map of Rajasthan has changed. Come up to Haryana. Last time, 10 on 10 for the BJP in Haryana. This time, almost 2/3 of the state is blue. You know, the picture tells the story. Come there to Uttar Pradesh. Look at how much saffron there is in the 2019 map in Uttar Pradesh, across from west going out to the east. Look at Uttar Pradesh this time round. In Awadh, in eastern Uttar Pradesh, even in pockets of western Uttar Pradesh, massive India alliance. In Himachal and in Uttarakhand, it's still all saffron. Big leads there. Now come here to Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh was all YSRCP last time. Look at Andhra Pradesh this time. Strong presence of the TDP and the BJP alliance. Orissa is one of the big stories from the BJP's perspective. So much BJD last time. Look at Orissa this time being won handsomely by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Chhattisgarh is more or less where it was. Exactly. Chhattisgarh, in fact, the map almost looks the same last time to now. Mamata Banerjee will, if Rajdeep, whenever any of us meets her next, we'll have to listen to quite a bit, because she's really done really well. Even in pockets
she isn't giving Pradeep Gupta any rasgullas.
हमें भी नहीं मिलने वाला भाई.
हमको तो नहीं मिलेगा. Pradeep Gupta
No
को भी
fish,
rasgulla
no
नहीं
rice,
मिलने
no
वाला.
rasgulla.
We are also not getting any rasgullas.
उसको वो गिल्ली डंडा देगी. Bengali style गिल्ली डंडा. Rasgulla छोड़ दो. She is the kind of leader who will not forgive or forget easily, like many of these politicians are. You know, they don't forgive or forget. They'll remember only this one poll that we got wrong, and the tragedy is we also got 2021 West Bengal wrong. So she'll think it's a conspiracy theory. India Today मेरे खिलाफ है.
But India Today क्या? वो तो poll है भाई.
That's right. But look, also
Rahul,
look,
we must
the
give
numbers
credit
are
to
not
her.
settled.
We must give due credit to her. She worked, she fought very well, and you know, she's a 24/7 politician.
woman
A
vote.
choice of women vote.
It's the woman.
Obviously.
And I'll tell you,
look at the choice of candidates. That was also very
There's a
remarkable.
bureaucrat. I sometimes think bureaucrats get it even better than us. There's a bureaucrat both in Punjab and in Bengal, and he is spot on. In Bengal, he told me exactly which seats. I'm looking at the seats, I'm matching it. It's turning out to be exact. I don't know. Maybe we should hire bureaucrats at exit pollsters.
I agree. In December, a senior IPS officer, a commissioner of city in Andhra Pradesh told me Chandrababu Naidu is coming back with a bag.
You know,
Okay. Now let's look at the head-to-head fights between the BJP and the Congress. This is a seat where either the BJP or the Congress is number 1 and 2. So this is a duke battle between BJP and Congress. 152 such seats. The Congress currently leading on 65 seats. This is where the Congress had got decimated the last time. Currently 30% seats, where it's BJP versus Congress. You've got the Congress in the lead. BJP strike rate, which was 90% plus last time round, now down to 70% in these seats where it's BJP versus Congress.
Can I just intervene to tell you something very interesting, Rahul? A Congress leader has told me India Today is showing Khargeji's picture and not Rahul Gandhi. At least today, can you show Rahul Gandhi's picture?
No, but that's not.
But
Rajdeep, we're also showing Nadda ji's picture in the
नहीं, but they're saying नहीं वो सब छोड़ो आप मोदी जी का दिखाते रहते हो हर दिन आज राहुल गांधी का भी थोड़ा दिखाओ. Now what do I tell? No, but they should also know, as we've been warning you, there are 200 seats where the margin is still less than 10,000. Please wait till about 3 in the afternoon. Picture abhi baki hai mere dost. Then you can do all the celebrations both sides. So Modi can celebrate, Rahul Gandhi can
I have
celebrate.
a suggestion. Go grab some breakfast, get some extra coffee.
Abhi breakfast 12 baje?
हमें तो नहीं मिला ना, हम तो सुबह से
हमको ये fruit मिला है. देखो, after doing elections on my plate across the country, all I've got is fruit, apple, banana, watermelon.
That's a emergent call from the India Today Mediaplex to all producers who may be listening. The crew here needs some breakfast. This is going to be a long morning, a long day as well. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there are 165 seats out of 543 where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, which means in Lok Sabha context, these seats cannot be called settled. The India Alliance is leading on 89 of those, which is up 46 from the last time. The NDA is leading on 69 of those, down 27 seats from the last time. The BJP itself has 56 such leads. Yes.
I have a request. In the close contest,
Let's now look at seats where is less than 5,000. So it's a very tight contest. 17 seats out of 18 in Uttar Pradesh. The margin is less than 5,000 votes. 8 of those are with the NDA, 9 are with the Congress. So if I get into these seats, because this can slip, 7 are SP seats, 2 are Congress seats. Amroha, Badaयूं, Chandauli, Gazipur, Ghosi, Mirzapur, and Phulpur. These are the seats. Seats where the margin is less than 10,000. There are 31 such seats at this second where the margin is less than 10,000. The India Alliance leads on 19. The NDA leads on 12. The story is the direct fight. Direct fight, BJP versus SP. You see what's happening here. Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, the cycle is riding gloriously at this moment. 31 leads out of 56 in fights, which is SP versus BJP directly. Akhilesh Yadav is getting it one over the BJP at the moment.
And the fascinating thing is that if you were to go into Bihar, just across the border from Uttar Pradesh, it's very different. The BJP is leading, the NDA is leading in 32 out of 40. So you've got 2 large states voting very, very differently. And that's the story of this 2024 election. Each state is voting differently to the other. Just for a moment,
Rajdeep, in Bihar, the JDU is doing better than the BJP.
What you just said, yes.
15 to the JDU, 11 to the
Out
BJP.
of 16 JDUs at 15.
Nitish Babu.
And everybody said JDU is the Kamzor party.
Here's a question. Here's a question for Nitish Babu. Should he have switched?
No, but
अभी भी बोलेगा मेरा 15
But you're saying that it's conjecture.
देखो Nitish Kumar 15 and Navin and Chandrababu Naidu 20, 35.
In all.
35
Are you giving ideas, Rajdeep?
I'm giving nobody ideas. Can you just tell us Manipur? I know that the state has slipped off the map, Rahul, but a friend of mine from Imphal wants to know, what are the, will you tell us what's happening in Manipur?
So on the 2 seats of Manipur, we'll give our viewers a sense of what's happening in Manipur. The BJP is up on 1. The India Alliance is up on 1. This is the NPF, and the India Alliance has 1 lead, which is up 1. This is Inner Manipur. So India Alliance leading on Inner Manipur, and the NPF is leading in Outer Manipur, which is a tribal reserved seat.
So that's interesting because the NDA was expected, of course, to win the Imphal seat, the Valley seat, and the Naga People's Front would win the Outer Manipur. So no real change, dramatic change there in
But
Manipur.
there is a change, Rajdeep. In the national picture, the NDA is losing ground in key parts of the country. In the north, the NDA is down 37 seats at the moment. The India Alliance is up 42 seats at the moment in the north. In the eastern part of India, out of the 142 seats, the NDA is largely holding on. 85 leads for the NDA, 53 for the India Alliance. The NDA holding on in the north, losing ground in the, holding on in the east, losing ground in the north. In the west, the NDA is at 98, down 28 from the last time. Those gains going directly to the India Alliance, which is at 43, up 29 from the last time. In the south, the NDA is up 20 seats from the last time. They also have the TDP, which is a bulk of those, but 54. And the India Alliance is at 70, up 8 from the last time. In the Hindi heartland, the NDA is down 47 seats from the last time, 150. This is where a big story is being written. In Rajasthan, in Haryana, in Uttar Pradesh, in Jharkhand, in pockets of Bihar, a big story being written in the Hindi heartland. 47 losses at this moment for the NDA, Rajdeep.
So 47 losses there, compensated partly by a huge gain in Andhra Pradesh of 20 plus, a good gain in Telangana of about 6 plus, a good gain in Odisha of 10. So effectively, my 30, but this is NDA. I want to make the distinction between NDA and BJP. The BJP is the one which is gaining in Telangana and in Odisha. But they are losing, remember, in West Bengal, and they're losing in the Hindi heartland, and they're losing partly as of now in Maharashtra.
So Rajiv, it's a case of missed opportunity also as far as India Alliance is concerned.
Like where?
Like Babu was an ally in 2019 and later on also. And the fact that...
No, 1 minute, Rashid. Babu left the India. At no stage did Chandrababu Naidu. Narendra Modi is the winner. You see, Babu wants to be with the winner, so let's not blame the India. It's very easy, Rashid, to blame the India Alliance for everything that goes wrong. Preeti said they started their campaign late. She's absolutely right.
No, I'm just saying, I'm seeking response. You look at Nitish Kumar, he had gone and met Navin Patnaik. And that time Navin Patnaik didn't respond positively.
Navin Patnaik did not want to join any alliance. Nitish Kumar was a loss.
No, okay,
Was a
Rajdeep, if
major
these
loss.
numbers hold, why, when I say they started their
बहुत देर की मेहरमा आते आते
You know, sometimes,
Now they won't.
you know, sometimes in India, it's very easy. Sharad Pawar had told me a year ago, the way to win and defeat Mr. Modi, he said, was 400 one-on-one seats, one-on-one fights. That never happened. Eventually, we had 358 multipolar fights. But at the end of the day, these are, you know, arithmetic and chemistry. In Maharashtra, strangely enough, there's chemistry. So, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, and the Congress have worked in tandem. There was chemistry, Preeti, in between Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. But in Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav was a one-man show. The other party just didn't come to the party. Now, Mamata Banerjee, you could argue, has decided to go on her own. It's worked for her. So, you see, there is no one-size-fits-all in this wonderful country called India. But we can have as many explanations.
So you said about bureaucrats knowing better.
Yes.
About 3 weeks back or 4 weeks back, a bureaucrat wrote to me. He said Maharashtra has always decided who will not become PM.
Yes.
His assessment was that Mahavikas Agadi will touch or cross 30. And the worst case for Kaka and Uddhav, as he put it, would be 26 to 28. The worst case was 28.
Okay, so you know that these are all
what's called a strength calculator. What this will tell you is, on seats which the BJP has won in every election on the last 3 elections, the BJP is leading on 80 out of 94. The BJP's problem seems to be on seats which were relatively safe, seats which they won twice in the last 3 elections. The BJP currently leads on only 107 out of 164. So 17 out of 42 weak seats the BJP leads on, seats where the BJP has won only once in the last 3 elections. If I come now to the Congress's strength scanner, in the bastions that remain, the Congress is leading on 10 out of its 16 safe seats. And interestingly, 22 very weak seats, 22 seats that the Congress has never won in any election in the last 3 elections, including 2009, the Congress currently leads. The Congress is leading on 48 weak last 3 elections. 48 out of 146 weak seats the Congress is leading on. So it really does seem that Janta is helping the Congress do better than many in the Congress would have imagined. Their internal target, some had 75.
8 seat UP mein. Boss, this is the party which 2 years ago,
50% strike.
2 years ago won only 2 seats in the assembly, is suddenly lift. So it's either the Samajwadi Party lifting or a joint operation. You see?
No, can I be honest, Rajdeep?
Yes.
It is a Samajwadi Party, yes. It is a joint operation, yes. But in Uttar Pradesh, it's the people who fought this election and the parties
What was the main issue according to you? What were they angry about?
It's distress, Rajdeep. People are troubled.
Define distress to me.
Rural distress. There are no jobs. Like I said in the beginning, if the biggest calling card for a party and the draw for it is free ration, then there is something wrong. And you see that easily on ground in rural UP.
And this is a real wake-up call for the double engine. You see, the state which the BJP we thought had dominated, had become almost a laboratory for the BJP, was UP. You know, they'd won 4 consecutive big elections there. This is the first setback of sorts since 2014.
Questions.
Yes.
One is about that, you know, good governance of Yogi Adityanath.
Tough question, puchte ho. Go ahead.
No. That about governance and, you know, this thing, Gundagardi ka khatma by Yogi Adityanath. And second one was about over this build-up over this Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Temple, which opposition supposedly had boycotted. Thukra diya tha. It's not.
Ram Mandir, I will tell you very clearly, we all went down. It was not an issue. People were happy that the Ram Mandir was built, but they didn't want to vote on Ram Mandir. India, ye desh hai, boss. This is not China. That's why we are the greatest country in the world. Today, India is showing why the Indian voter, even the opposition should realize. Do not go
but
before.
Can I point something? Since you're mentioning the Ram Mandir, Rajdeep, at this moment, it's very interesting to note that in the Faizabad constituency, Avadesh Prasad of the Samajwadi Party is at least 5,000 votes ahead of Lalu Singh of the BJP. In the seat of Ayodhya, at the home of the Ram Temple, the Samajwadi Party currently leads against Lalu Singh of the BJP.
He's lost in the past, Lalu Singh. Samajwadi Party has a base there. And I'll tell you, there's a friend of mine, and I want to give credit to a young boy called Syed Kamran. This boy goes constituency by constituency. And he told me the other day, boss, jo bhi hona, Faizabad mein tough fight hai. And I said, Ayodhya mein? Ha, sir, maine dekha. And the boy spends 10 days. So salute you and all these young stringers who do great work on the ground to tell us more than all these big anchors who come
100%.
and parachute onto the ground. मुझे नहीं मालूम जितना आपको मालूम है. So to Syed Kamran and others who was telling me, sir, Samajwadi Party is on the comeback trail in UP. Salute to you. You have picked up a trend. So there are lots of these trends that are coming
There were
out.
moments in this campaign where it felt that this election intelligence dashboard was too much effort, and whether we'd have an adequate return on ratio. In how exciting the Indian voter has made this election, and the fact that you're seeing these numbers dance on the India Today screen, it just lightens my heart and makes it very, very joyous, because all the analytics that we built are helping you understand this election better than any other network can possibly ever dream of. The Congress now, which had hit 100 seats at one time, is leading at 94. So they're down 6 from that psychologically important 3-figure mark, but still much more than they had last time round. The Samajwadi Party at 33, the Trinamool at 30. The Trinamool had come down to 22 seats in the last Lok Sabha elections. They're sitting currently on 30 leads. Nobody complaining about EVMs or any garbad and ghotala. The DMK leading on 21. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena leading on 10. The Sharad Pawar NCP leading on 8. Let's come here. The BJP at least 31 seats short at this moment of a full simple majority. The TDP leading on 16. The JDU on 14. Far from proving the Kamzor Khadi. Nitish Kumar and the Janata Dal United at this moment proving to be a force multiplier. Eknath Shinde Sena, the official Shiv Sena as it were, leading on 6. The party leading on all the seats that they had. Janata Dal Secular on 3, the RLD on 2, Jan Sena on 2. This is looking very exciting. And if you look at the others, where do the others go? So potentially, if they need, maybe the Akalis can come back. If they really want the Akalis to come back, so you can have the Akalis potentially coming back. YSRCP can't, because maybe some of these independents can potentially join the India Alliance. So SKM is an NDA partner in any case, so they can come back. BJD now, I doubt they'll want. DMDK, maybe.
No, AIDMK?
But you're fighting. Will you take that seat?
AIDMK will be more than happy to come back. मेरे को एक दो को मंत्री बना दो.
Because of DMK.
You see, now it will be that old style मंत्री.
DMDK.
You know, AIDMK is one, DMDK, but they are down to only one at the moment. Is AIDMK there in your list?
At all.
I think that they.
No, that must be because they're not winning at this moment.
Let me just check.
No, they must not be winning. The analytics are live. They are
Yeah, you're right. AIDMK is only leading in one.
Correct. So if we have this over here, the AIDMK currently is leading on 1 seat, which is the seat of Virudhunagar. So the AIDMK alliance. That's why the AIDMK didn't show the DMDK, which is Manikram.
It was showing as DMDK here.
Correct.
And at the moment, Rahul, that just to say, the NDA alliance is leading in Dharmapuri and Shivaganga. These are the two seats. Yes, in Karti Chidambaram seat at the moment, and Dharmapuri. These are the two seats at the moment where the NDA alliance as of now is leading. It's as of now, and others is Virudhunagar, where DMDK is leading. Vijaykanth's old party. Vijaykanth's passed away.
One of the other stories is coming from Amethi.
The gap is widening.
In Amethi, Kishori Lal is leading with 1,05,843. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said, you see what happens when the results come out. We're winning both Amethi, we're winning both Raibad.
What a story.
Kishori Lal, who's just a constituency manager for a long time, gets pitchfork in this heavy battle against the mighty Smriti Irani.
You and I were there.
The final word hasn't been written and spoken yet, but at this moment,
it's very interesting. Preeti and I were together in Amethi when we went and met Kishori Lal the day after he was nominated. And he was told at 10:30 in the night, he gets a call from the party headquarters, "Aapko chunav ladna hai." And he said it took him 1 hour to digest what had been just said. He said, sir, and he has spent 40 years from Rajiv Gandhi's time there in Amethi. There's my old professor used to say, they also serve those who stand and wait. Maybe Kishori Lal is proof कि हर बंदे का एक ना एक दिन आता है. Kishori Lal,
but
and he told me also, यार जब तुम इंटरव्यू करोगे ना ज्यादा सवाल मत पूछना. I am not.
And he strategically, so Rajdeep sat there. Strategically, he made sure there was a Priyanka Gandhi poster at the back, one of Rahul Gandhi at the back. But Priyanka Gandhi really did campaign.
She's campaigned.
She went out on a limb.
It was a proxy battle, actually.
Yeah,
absolutely. For their honor. But I think.
But what will it show? What will it show that if Kishori Lal defeats Smriti Irani, if these numbers hold, what does it show? She defeated Rahul Gandhi, huge win. 5 years later, Kishori Lal could defeat her. I mean, this is the magic of this wonderful country called India. Salam to the Indians. You are the greatest country in the world. I keep saying it. Someone said, Rajdeep, you're being a patriot. I'm not a patriot. I am a true believer in Indian democracy. I've said this.
But there's still many rounds to go,
Democracy-
Rajdeep. There are still many rounds to go.
But
Even with
electoral,
this.
whatever it is, Kishori
that's
Lal
a
is
fight.
giving a fight
Is giving
to
a
a
fight.
big minister.
Yeah, true.
Is that
Giving a
not a
fight.
story in India?
Giving
Which
a
other country will you see this in?
राजदीप आपके बारे में वही है कि आपके पैरों में घुंघरू बांध लो फिर आपकी चाल देख लो
नहीं, हमको देशद्रोही बोलते हैं. यही तो इस कंट्री की ट्रेजेडी है. Because we have faith in democracy, हम देशद्रोही बन जाते हैं. Because we speak truth to power, we become देशद्रोही.
Can
We
I
are all
pull up-
Indians.
I mean, we keep
Sorry,
the
emotional
emotions just
bun
for a moment. I look at the flipboard now. Just pay attention to this visualization very carefully. This is what the old Lok Sabha looked like, 343 for the NDA. Now, allow it to flip. And it shows you that the NDA is still comfortably in the lead. 295, 48 down though from the last time. The India Alliance at 229, up 102 from the last time. Given how close both formations are to the majority mark, it's a much more closely contested parliament where the nature of Indian politics changes if this trend holds till the end. I'm being told by Nagarjun Dwarkanath, our bureau chief from Karnataka, that leaders in Karnataka in the Congress formation have reached out to Chandrababu Naidu and asked him to come on board. I have no idea whether this is going to work. Where is T.S. Sudhir?
By the way,
T.S. Sudhir,
Karnataka, just to stop before he said Karnataka results is not good.
Yeah.
21 to the NDA, 7 to India. So for all if they're going and contacting Chandrababu, first they should answer some questions on what's happening in Karnataka.
No, TDP sources are not confirming it. They said there is no contact with the Congress or anybody.
No,
from
Congress is
India.
trying to reach out.
Reach out. Yeah, it maybe still
Just
trying
muddy the
to-
waters.
Yeah.
Chandrababu's price goes
No,
up.
tell me if they offered Chandrababu prime ministership. I want a straight answer to you.
Well,
If
I
they
am
offered-
I'm not deciding for Chandrababu Naidu.
the way,
But at
Chandrababu was
7,
offered-
no, one minute, Rashid. But at 73, 74, Chandrababu Naidu may not do what he did in 1996, 97.
twice he was offered in a platter.
Yeah, he could very well say, my son takes over in Andhra
Yes,
Pradesh,
that's what I'm
Amravati, I can move to the center. He could do that. But winning, he has contested what, 17 seats. He may win about 16 of them. Will a 16 Lok Sabha MP party be made prime minister? I don't know.
अरे ये
boss has
चंद्रशेखर को बना
happened.
चुके हैं
Boss has
चंद्रशेखर को बना चुके हैं चंद्रशेखर को बना चुके हैं
Unlikely. I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
They're just fishing in
I think
troubled
we are
waters.
running ahead of
They're
us here.
fishing in troubled waters. Chandrababu Naidu's stock and price will go up. His market cap goes up. That's all that's happening here. But
Rahul,
I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. Akshita Nandgopal is in Vijayawada, where the TDP is at 125, up 102 from the last time. It also shows you, Sudhir, the mercurial nature of Indian politics. Arsh se farsh, 102 up from the last time. YSRCP 126 down from the last time, only at 24.
This is a
that guy Prashant Kishore said, I'll have gobar on my face if the YSRCP wins. There's no reason for him to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, Prashant Kishore, whatever he said has come true.
But on a, no,
This
no,
is a
no, not
complete
at the
reverse.
national level.
Not at
No,
national
no,
Not
I'm
at the
talking about
national
Andhra. I'm
level
talking
at
about Andhra. He said that Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to get a resounding defeat. That's precisely what has happened. This is a complete reversal in a sense of the 2019 verdict, which shows that, the arrogance that was put out by the YSR, displayed by the YSRCP, has actually come back to bite them, because Chandrababu Naidu was written off as someone who has failed, and this is his last election. He has shown that he still has staying power.
The one word that Sudhir used is actually coming right through this country. People who have taken the voter for granted are being taught a lesson. In Maharashtra, you took the voter for granted. You broke two parties, Shiv Sena and the NCP. You're seeing it to some extent in Uttar Pradesh, where you put up any candidate and thought this was a lamppost election. It will be one on the name of Mr. Modi and Yogi Adityanath. You, to some extent, have seen individual candidates who, believe that they are larger than life, and therefore perhaps lost their connect with the voters. They are being taught a lesson in different parts of the country. In Rajasthan, you put up a chief minister who clearly was not taking the entire party along with him, and the BJP is paying a price for it.
So
in Haryana, for example, you put up a chief minister who clearly there was anti-incumbency. You have staved it off a bit by changing him at the last moment, but it was there. So I think there's a message, Rahul. Arrogance does not pay in Indian politics.
Arrogance never pays in any field.
Sidelining of regional satraps.
Whatever, whether it's right from top to bottom in this election.
B.V. Srinivas joins us, president of the Indian Youth Congress, one of the staunch backers of Rahul Gandhi and one of the more visible young faces of the Congress. Mr. Srinivas, when we look at the national picture, the Congress slightly short of 100, but substantially better than the last time. What are you making of the trends that have emerged so far?
देखिए राहुल जी काफी सीट्स बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी चल रहा है, इंक्लूडिंग कर्नाटक में 6 सीट मैक्सिमम 5,000 के लीड में चल रहा है। ये आने वाला 1 घंटे में ऐसे तमाम स्टेटों में सीट्स चल रहा है, लगभग 40 सीट ऐसे है। ये कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है। उम्मीद है ज्यादा सीट इंडिया गठबंधन जीतेगा। जरूर सरकार बनाने का सारा पूरा देश का जनता के चेहरा में
नहीं, but Srinivas साहब, that's not how distribution happens, right? So 1 second. जो आप बोल रहे हैं ना 5,000 से कम के मार्जिन पे, at this second there are 61 seats out of 543 where the margin is less than 5,000. The India Alliance is leading on 25, 32 for the NDA. तो आप बोल रहे हैं कि बाजी आपकी तरफ आएगी, पर बाजी कुछ हद तक थोड़ा उधर भी जा सकती है. So it's like virtually evenly divided. ऐसा नहीं है कि सारी NDA ही जीत रही है जो आप खींच लेंगे. It's quite evenly divided. The NDA is winning this election, much lesser than they would have anticipated, but they're still winning and you're still losing this election.
नहीं, अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं नंबर काफी जो अभी भी आप लोग जो दिखा रहा है, अलग अलग चैनल से अलग अलग दिखा रहा है, इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी जो दिखा रहा है, टोटली मेरे को लगता है आप मैक्सिमम और 1 घंटा में देखिए ये कितने नंबर से अभी इंडिया गठबंधन का सीट किस तरीके का अभी जो क्लोज मार्जिन से जो
श्रीनिवास जी इन योर होम स्टेट, श्रीनिवास भाई इन योर होम स्टेट
मार्जिन से लीड वो भी
नहीं बट श्रीनिवास जी
कम मार्जिन से लीड में है।
नहीं कम मार्जिन है, लेकिन आपके होम स्टेट कर्नाटका में एनडीए बीजेपी 21 सीट में आगे एनडीए और इंडिया 7. इवन डीके सुरेश इज लूजिंग एट द मोमेंट फ्रॉम बेंगलुरु रूरल. सो इन योर होम स्टेट ओनली यू आर लूजिंग. यू आर नॉट पुलिंग दो स्टेट जहां आप पावर यू आर 0 out of 4. Telangana you are 4 out of 17 and in Karnataka you are 7 out of 28. आप ही के स्टेट पे आप हार रहे हैं.
नहीं जरूर मेरा स्टेट का ही मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मैंने अभी पहले यही बात बोला, बहुत काफी लो मार्जिन में चल रहा है. वो सीट्स 100% कन्वर्ट होगा क्यों तो वो जो उनके बेल्ट है वो उसका जो काउंटिंग चल रहा है, जो अभी आने वाला जो एक अभी 2-3 राउंड में आपको जरूर वो कम से कम 13 सीट हमने पहले भी बोला था 12 से 13 वो जरूर वो लीड कर्नाटक में वो कवर हो जाएगा आपको दिखेगा. और जो तेलंगाना का बात किया, तेलंगाना में भी सेम सिचुएशन चल रहा है. आप देख सकता है इलेक्शन कमीशन से लेके आपका भी रिपोर्ट है, सारे टीवी चैनल का रिपोर्ट है. बहुत मार्जिन का जो सीट्स चल रहा है वो 100% वो कांग्रेस की तरफ जरूर वो कन्वर्ट होगा या 2 स्टेट में जो साउथ का मैं बात कर रहा हूं.
Good thing is, you know, Levi Srinivas has been one of the feisty, outgoing.
Sir, just to clarify, look at how quickly I said Congress leading in 5 in Telangana immediately from Revant Reddy's office. We are leading in 8. Please correct yourself. Sorry, Revant ji. So there, I had to send him. I'm glad you're watching the program.
You know, the amazing thing is, we're getting messages from some of the senior most ministers in the Modi cabinet and people around them asking for things on the election intelligence dashboard. We're getting messages from top Congress leaders asking for things on the India Today intelligence dashboard. So it's essentially the only place which is a melting pot like Indian democracies, like this country is of different points of view. What I want to tell our viewers right now is that the Sensex has collapsed. There's a bloodbath of sorts on the Sensex. 4,600 and down 1 BSE, the NSE is down 1,450.
Shankar, what does that show? The markets, is it that they're saying they're worried about the uncertainty that could follow? Why does it, you know, the markets seem to be a better indicator at times as to what lies ahead?
So there's a technical reason and there is a strategic reason. The technical reason is that the FIIs had not wound up the shorts that they had and they were holding on to almost 60% of the shorts. So now that is playing out. The second part is that there is a genuine perception in the market that a less than majority will bring chaos into the policy domain. So that is there. The other thing, Rahul, more interesting is for 2 years now we've said that DIIs, the domestic investors, know better than the foreign investors. Turns out on this day the forein investors knew better.
No, or they were punting and their punt came right. Not necessarily.
No, it's the wisdom of crowds.
Anything can happen in elections. Better to stay away.
Why wait? And the Desi Dadas think
because it's not their money. They're managing funds for all these.
They have to hedge. They can't.
They have to.
Okay.
So
GVR Narasimha Rao joins us. Bloodbath in the markets. The NDA, even at this moment, ahead of the majority mark, but nowhere close to BJP being 272 by itself. NDA at 297, down 46. The BJP tally for the last several minutes stuck at 242, 31 short of a majority. GVL Narasimha Rao, You're winning this match, but you're not winning the way you would have liked to win. What do you think really happened?
Yeah, Rahul, we will analyze the reasons for the underperformance compared to our own expectations or exit poll projections. But the fact needs to be emphasized and repeatedly stated that this is a third time consecutive win. If you win a World Cup for the third time in a row, though with a reduced margin, it doesn't lessen its significance. When was the last time that any party or any alliance won a third time victory in this country? I think
legislation, that won't be easy with these numbers. Is there some humility today that maybe when you said 400 par, you took the voter for granted? Thoda humility would have helped.
not really, Rajdeep. 400 par was a target, was a lakshya. We knew 370 for the BJP was almost an impossible ask. But we still went ahead with this to keep a very high target. And we did everything. We made our best effort. Look at the manner in which Honorable Prime Minister campaigned, Amit Shah ji campaigned, Mr. Nadda campaigned. Unlike the opposition, we made much greater efforts with all the humility. You've seen how Prime Minister has shown humility towards ordinary people, workers. Sorry?
What did you get wrong in the Hindi heartland? Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana?
Now, you see, honestly speaking, I see a very divergent kind of an result. You see Madhya Pradesh, which is adjoining Uttar Pradesh, we are sweeping 29 out of 29. We are doing extremely well in some states. We are winning all the seats in Uttarakhand, but in Uttar Pradesh, so there is certainly local factors that have played.
No, but GVL Narasimha Rao, I want to show you on the map of India. GVL, you've been a cephalogist in your past life. Look at the map of India. You've largely swept Rajasthan and you've largely swept Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Look at Maharashtra. You know, this whole Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed kind of policy making where you break parties thinking, okay, we can swing it. You know, just do whatever it takes, win at any cost. Look at how much grey there is in Maharashtra. The grey signal seats which have not been won by the NDA. The saffron, Konkan belt, some parts of northern Maharashtra. That's where you won. There are large parts of Maharashtra where your policy of breaking parties hasn't worked. The voters are speaking to you and they're speaking very loudly, GVL.
No, Rahul, I think all these factors will have to study. Because when you're an alliance partner who's been with you for decades, when Shiv Sena deserted us, when they left us after winning assembly elections together, what option does it have? We'll certainly have to go into elections to strengthening our own alliance base. And that's the reason why we went in alliance with other parties, breakaway groups. It was not by choice. Had Shiv Sena remained with the BJP, you wouldn't have seen this history unfolding itself. So, as a political party, having lost power and Shiv Sena breakup of Shiv Sena presented as an opportunity, and as any party would do, we utilize that opportunity. In Bihar, you see, many people predicted a rout in Bihar as well. Look at the numbers now. We're doing exceptionally well in Bihar. So, states, you see, Bihar, you do exceptionally well. Uttar Pradesh, we have done not as remarkably as we had expected. Except Uttar Pradesh and
Not remarkably as expected in Uttar Pradesh, you've taken big hits. Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, let me show you in Uttar Pradesh, in the direct fights between the BJP and the Shiv Sena and the Samajwadi Party, the BJP is actually trailing when I last checked. Even now, 30 seats, the Samajwadi Party leads seats which are direct SP versus BJP face-offs out of 56. The SP's win ratio in Uttar Pradesh is 54. Your win ratio in these direct duels is only 46. Akhilesh Yadav is getting the better of you.
Yes, Rahul, I think as per data we have so far, and generally having looked at data from the studios for many years, it's not likely to change drastically from now on, because you've already got 7-8 rounds of counting done. But one reason possible, I'm only speculating at this time,
SP Congress combination was not a formidable combination against the BJP. The last time SP BSP combination was far more formidable. And this kind of a result was possible in 2019, but we weathered that storm. But in this election, if this has happened, it's only possible if a large base of BSP vote has shifted towards the Samajwadi Party and Congress combined. And what could be the motivation for it is something that we'll have to, whether it has happened, and if so, what could be the reason? Is the propaganda.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a moment, GVL.
Propaganda by the Congress and SP.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. We are getting celebrations in Bengal. We are also getting celebrations in Andhra, where Akshita Nandgopal, our star reporter anchor, is waiting. Akshita, you know that part of the country better than most, Vijayawada. And there is quite a story playing out there, because suddenly Andhra Pradesh is going to play a key role almost 20 years after it last did so. Because these numbers, if they hold, Chandrababu Naidu will be an important ally. What's the mood out there? Does Andhra Pradesh see that back to Babu, with Amravati as the capital?
Well, it's a mega comeback. I'm just kilometers away from Amravati, but I'm in the TDP office, and you can see the kind of celebrations here as well, Rajdeep. There are scores of TDP workers who've gathered here. Many of them have been waiting for quite some time to have a chance to speak also to both you and Rahul. Give you their message essentially. Tell me, are you happy with the results that have come in? You got a sweep by Chandrababu.
So happy with the results which has been released till now. People have again trusted the Chandrababu Naidu's governance.
But why? Why is Chandrababu Naidu been chosen?
Actually, past 5 years, there is no development, there is no capital, there is no education. People are 100% fed up with this psycho ruling. That's why 100.
So, whatever the promises which we have made to the people of Andhra, we are going to fulfill, and we are going to make one more top state in the world.
Okay.
See, we came from we came from very different places, from Chennai, Bangalore to vote, and we are still here. See, my friends came from USA to be here and see the election result. CBN is a very visionary leader. He will make AP very good. The Jagan, who is ruling from these last 5 years, he destroyed everything. And this win is very good win for us. It's very good for us.
We are waiting for CBN 4.0, and CBN is going to rebuild.
One last thing. We are coming with a very good capital. Remember the name Amravati. This will be the great capital. This will be the great capital in India. This is a very good capital in India.
CBN 4.0 is the message here. Chandrababu Naidu is expected to come down here at some time from now. Just move aside, please. I'll just show them quickly what's happening outside as well, Rajdeep, and then I'll toss it back to you in the studio, because Chandrababu Naidu, Nara Lokesh, all are going to be coming down here for a mega celebration of sorts in about 1 hour from now. And you can see the crowds that have gathered all across this entire area, all watching the results very, very closely. They couldn't be more thrilled right now with the numbers that are coming in, both in the assembly and in the parliament election, because they're seeing right now a complete sweep by Chandrababu Naidu and co. Because both Janasena and BJP have also ensured that they've kind of carried their weight in this mega alliance. Back to you in the studio. All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Preeti.
All right, Akshita, at least for now, it does seem that the question of the capital is settled.
Yeah. Absolutely. Amravati for the capital?
Yes.
All of you?
100%.
100%?
100% Amravati.
CM Babu or PM? They're saying PM Babu or CM Babu?
The interesting part is that Chandrababu Naidu wanted a state capital. He make it the national capital.
Let's not go ahead of ourselves, but let's look at some of the key candidates. And I'm looking at Omar Abdullah, big one, trailing at the moment in Baramulla. Remember, he is taking on all three training. My friend engineer Rashid may be leading at the moment. That's my sense. Remember, he's fighting it from jail, so he may be. I'll check that. This is wrong. Okay, I for a moment. At the moment, we'll check that again. Sorry about that. So we'll check Baramulla again. We'll find out who exactly is leading.
Engineer Rashid is leading from jail.
Is that clear? Engineer Rashid is, because he wasn't there on the screen. Rahul is confirming that that's the case. Let me look at the other one, the big battle of Maharashtra, because it's been going up and down. Supriya Sule is the one that I wanted to look at the moment. But we have Shatrughan Sinha, shotgun. Good day for the actors. Shatrughan Sinha at the moment is leading in Asansol. Tough fight, but he is leading at the moment by about 21,000 votes there in Asansol. Let's take a look at Shivraj Singh Chauhan is leading. He was expected to lead at the moment. Anything that stands out for anyone? Anyone wants any particular candidate? Please let us know. We'll try and get... You want Shashi Tharoor? Shrikant Shinde, son of the Chief Minister, is leading at the moment. Pretty healthy lead. So he was expected to win, and he is leading there in...
Margin for Sanjeev Balian, Rajdeep?
Sanjeev Balian.
Trailing.
Sanjeev Balian.
Muzaffarnagar. What's the margin?
That's in Muzaffarnagar, and he is trailing at the moment by about 21,000 votes to Harendra Singh Malik of the SP. Remember, the SP is having a terrific day out. Sani Ghosh, actor, there in Jadavpur, and she is winning big, 56,000 votes. She's one of those.
She's taken over from Abhijit.
That's right. So she's
as
one of those.
president.
Look at the 4 Bangalore seats.
Anybody wants? Okay, the
Bangalore seats.
well, more than 4 Bangalore seats at the moment.
There is Shashi there.
Shobha Karan.
Shashi Tharoor. Okay, Shashi Tharoor at the moment is trailing at the moment. Shashi Tharoor is trailing by about 13,000. So this is going, but this is the key here.
Yeah.
The left candidate is picking up 90,000 votes. So your strong left candidate, Shashi Tharoor, could be getting a lot of votes taken away from him. As a result, Panyan, Ravindran, Rajiv Chandrasekhar could be one of the big winners if these numbers hold. But remember, these are not final numbers. At 13,000 with slow counting, anything is possible. Any other names? Any other interesting names that you all have?
Shivraj Singh's margin?
Meanwhile, I'm going to try and see if we can find Supriya Sule somewhere. Here you are. Supriya Sule at the moment in that big battle for Baramati. Very slow counting, but she is leading by 12,000. So this, with these numbers, can still go to the wire. These are the slow counting seats which could go right down. Anyone else wants a specific name? If you have a specific name, it's easier for us to tell you about a name. Any name?
Tejasvi Surya.
Tejasvi Surya. Okay. Let's look at whether Tejasvi Surya there in Bangalore South. How is Tejasvi Surya doing? Leading. And he should be winning in this comfortable bastion. Oh, he's winning by a big margin. He's over 1 lakh votes already. So Tejasvi Surya appears to be almost home and die.
Rural seat, Bangalore rural. DK Suresh.
DK Suresh. I'm presuming he will be under D.
Manjunath.
Let me see if DK Suresh, we can pick up.
Trails.
DK Suresh is trailing, and this is a big defeat if this for DK Shiv Kumar, brother of DK Shiv Kumar. Margin still low, 9,000. Remember, and this is one of the biggest constituencies. Sorry, no, not 9,000. 1 lakh, over 1 lakh at the moment. Manjunath is leading, but he is a terrific cardiologist. Everyone in Bengaluru told me the best doctor that you can get, Padma Award winner.
How much is
Indian Minister Anurag Thakur is speaking at this moment. Let's listen and get a voice from the Modi cabinet and see what Anurag Thakur is saying.
सरकार चाहिए, एक ईमानदार दमदार नेता चाहिए, और आज जो दुनिया की उम्मीदें भारत से हैं, उन पे खरा उतरने के लिए ये निरंतरता और स्थिरता बहुत आवश्यक है। और जो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था लगातार आगे बढ़ रही है, उसको और गति देने के लिए, विकासात्मक कार्य को गति देने के लिए इस सरकार का, एनडीए की सरकार का फिर से सत्ता में आना आवश्यक था, और जनता ने उसके पक्ष में मतदान किया।
एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं आप?
सामने आ रहे हैं, और मुझे लगता है जब तक पूरे आंकड़े आएंगे, शानदार रिजल्ट एक बार फिर होगा, क्योंकि तीसरी बार सरकार बनाना अपने आप में कई बार चुनौती होता है, लेकिन असंभव को भी संभव करवा करके दिखाएंगे।
एक तरफ इंडिया ब्लॉक भी काफी खुश नजर आ रहा है, उनको लग रहा है कि उनकी भी काफी इंप्रूवमेंट हुई है पहले से, और उनकी भी एक मीटिंग होने जा रही है, कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जहां एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी 250 सीटों पार करने दिख रही है, वहीं दूसरी ओर कांग्रेस अभी 100 सीटों के आसपास भी नहीं दिख रही। अपने आप में काफी गैप है, और कुल मिला के जो हमारा एनडीए गठबंधन है, उसको भारी बढ़त बाकियों से बनाई हुई और आगे भी बनी रहेगी।
अनुराग जी लगातार पांचवी जीत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई आपकी।
मैं जनता का आभारी हूं जिन्होंने 5वीं बार हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र से अब तक भारी बढ़त दिलाई है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष,
Just a couple of farmaishes. One was Digvijay Singh, which was Preeti's farmaish. She went there and saw it. Preeti, the gap, he's trailing by 30,000. So it's a fight. It's
a
not
fight,
a completely
yeah.
one-sided, but he is trailing by 30,000. There was Kirti
Rajdeep,
Azad's brother. Kirti Azad's brother, Yashovardhan Azad, has requested that if he can tell us what is the status
I
of
want to
Kirti
tell our
Azad.
viewers that Rajdeep is getting
right
all
at
these
the end.
farmaishes from everywhere for the election intelligence
Right at the
dashboard.
end.
And we should start charging
sir,
now.
there,
For every
Kirti
single
Azad was there.
farmaish,
Go
who
back.
do you want to know?
Kirti Azad.
Go
Kirti
back
Azad at the
yeah,
moment.
there, sir, right.
Rana.
Bottom, I'm getting old. Very old.
Now I thought the results will enthuse you and you'll
Nothing.
be...
40,000. 40,000. He's leading
but
by
he's up
40,000
against the
over
former
Dilip Ghosh.
state chief of the BJP.
So, and remember, Kirti Azad is interesting, Rahul. Left the BJP after he had won from Bihar, then went to Jharkhand last time on a Congress ticket, lost. Still continued and contested and spent 6 weeks without knowing a word of Bengali. But has contested there and could win. You know,
the big story of this election is coming from West Bengal, where the Trinamool at this moment is 8 up from the last time.
From last time.
From last time, they were at 22. Look at the swath. They're holding on to presidency, including going up in the north, snatching some away from the BJP. 30 leads for the Trinamool. Trinamool is one of the big winners from the trends that we have so far.
And the BJP's biggest blows, therefore, are West Bengal, where they expected to grow,
and Uttar
Pradesh, where they've really declined sharply.
You know, the anti-incumbency against local MPs in Uttar Pradesh coming to haunt the BJP in a big way. 38 for the BJP. Look at how, if you look at how blocked out, so in the more impoverished parts of the state, you can see
block out in Purvanchal.
very clear signs of anti-incumbency. They've done well in the western parts. In Awadh, it's a mixed bag. In the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP getting hammered. This is the biggest blow to the BJP. 36 leads, 26 down from the last time. One of the heroes is Akhilesh Yadav on his cycle, 33. The Congress at 8.
You know what is going to happen, irrespective of who forms the government, and we've gone on speculating. I still believe advantage Narendra Modi ji and the BJP to have the hat trick. But you're going to finally have a parliament which will be relatively even. So the opposition will have a voice. You can't now ramrod farm laws. You can't ramrod one nation, one election. We were just discussing the prospect of one nation, one election means, Rahul, we will only come with an EI once in 5 years. Up to kam se kam, every state election mein aapka EI will get even better, and you can, show the world.
Show me Jharkhand state.
No,
They're interesting.
I have some data cuts I haven't shown yet. You know, these were data visualization that I thought we'll never get to. I thought this is just for, the interest of data geeks like us. But it's very fascinating and being able to pull it out because we're still in the game and the counting is still on. So, the BJP had 191 candidates with criminal cases, either serious criminal or criminal cases. You look at how only 26% of them are winning. The Congress had 143 candidates with cases against them, either serious or this. Only 29 are winning. So 29% are winning. That shows how that's not gone down well. If I look at money power, is there a link between the assets a candidate has and his propensity to win? So in the BJP, there were 56 candidates who had assets of more than 50 crore rupees. 31 of them are winning. There were 37 candidates with less than 1 crore declared assets. 12 of them are winning. In the Congress, there were 40 candidates with more than 50 crore rupees as assets. 10 of them are winning. 7 with less than 1 crore rupees of assets. 7 are winning. So we can do this live.
My only problem with assets is none of these politicians declare their assets honestly. You know, when I see some of them who are worth more than 1,000 crores saying, "Ne, hamare paas ek ambassador car hai aur 12 ya 20 crore hai," ye sab how the public hai, ye sab janti hai. But yes, it's very
Let's look at the male-female breakup. Okay, so the BJP has 205 candidates who are male who are currently in the lead. The BJP has 35 female candidates out of 70, so half the women are winning. For the Congress, out of the 287 candidates we are tracking, 85 are male who are leading, and 10 women out of 41 are leading.
And you might actually, because the Trinamool Congress had given a lot of women seats, as had the Biju Janata Dal also had, but they're not doing well. You will have more than 50 to 60 women, at least strong women in this parliament. So always good to see.
Here's something to think about. The BJP pulled a lot of defectors in, and I know there's a lot of resentment at the lower levels of the party. So I'm tracking now defectors. For the first time on your screen right now, the defector tally. 43 BJP candidates who we are tracking who were defectors in this election from other parties. Only 14 of them at this moment are in the lead.
So that's less than 33%.
If this is the way it stays, the strike rate of the defectors is substantially lower than the strike rate of the regular organic BJP candidate.
And you're quite right, Rahul. A minister in one of the BJP state government said, "Maine aapko kaha tha na, ye dal badlu ko late hain, it costs them." They were hoping, but this is I'll tell you one thing. There are people in the BJP rejoicing at this verdict. This is what they wanted, because now you've got, like it or not, a prime minister who's slightly diminished, whatever the numbers are. Therefore, Mr. Modi, they still trust, but they would prefer a Mr. Modi who's more accommodative, more consensual. That's the reality. Let's be honest. These numbers will give the opposition a voice. Mr. Modi will still be prime minister, but at the same time, the opposition will have to...
It's a very different parliament.
Yeah, the BJP will have to also find ways to, accommodate chief ministers, to accommodate some of their major ministers. So it might just be the ideal verdict that you need in a strange way. The market will realize soon that maybe this is the best way to run India.
The markets are getting hammered at this moment.
That's because the market went up with Pradeep Gupta to 400.
The story of this election is coming from rural India, where the NDA is at 191. That's down 34 from the last Loksaba election. So the BJP has 149 such seats. The India Alliance's biggest gains are coming from rural seats, 140, out of which the Congress has 53, the Samajwadi Party has 28, the Trinamool has 18. So the biggest gains coming from rural India. If you look at urban India is still in thrall of the NDA largely. NDA at 36 leads, just 3 down from the last time. The India Alliance at 20 leads, 5 up from the last time. Only 4 of those, only 4 urban pockets are Congress seats, 6 are Trinamool seats. The NDA is holding on in urban India, losing ground in rural India. Dinesh Gundu Rao joins us, senior Congress leader from Karnataka. Mr. Gundu Rao, I'll show you where the Congress's tally stays at this moment. If we look at the breakup of the Congress tally, the India Alliance is up 101, the Congress at 94, 6 short of a double century. But you'd be delighted, given what the exit polls were saying, you'd be delighted at how the numbers stack up at this moment.
Yeah, Rahul. I mean, the exit poll was something which we could not believe. And when we heard those numbers, we were surprised and shocked. But, we've been seeing this throughout the election, that we've been not just fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party, but we were fighting the establishment also. We were fighting the institutions. We had a media which was partisan, and we had an election commission which was compromised. So it was a big battle. And I think looking at the numbers that are coming up now, let's wait for the final figures. But I feel that this is something that is good that has happened to our country, because the narrative that had been built up in the last 10 years, this divisive politics that was taking place in this country, and the appropriation of institutions that was happening blatantly, I think for that, the people have answered. And I was just hearing what you were saying, and I must say that the rural India has realized what is going wrong with India than the urban India. The less educated, the less rich, or the less knowledgeable people, whom we may say are less knowledgeable in terms of education, they have, I think, given a clear message to the country that what is good for India, it is not India versus Bharat. It is India is Bharat, and Bharat is India. Don't divide it, and don't create these false barriers and false walls, and try to create so much of hatred amongst each other. So I think the message is good. Let's hope for the final numbers, and once the final numbers are out, maybe it could be that India may not be able to form a government, and the India Alliance may be in a position to form a government. But whatever it may be, I think India's democracy is thriving. a strong message by
let
the
me
people
pull that out. Dinesh
to
Gundu Rao,
stop this kind of
you know,
politics
you
that has been
fancy
happening in the
yourself
last
as
10
an
years.
election strategist as well. So explain this. At this moment, the BJP at 241, TDP at 16, JDU at 14, Congress at 94, SP at 33, Trinamool at 30, DMK at 21. Sarkar kaise banaoge, sir?
No, I am just saying let the final numbers come out and then we can take a final call on what will be the final, or what will be the true picture of government formation. Because in politics, we got to wait till the end. But even if we cannot form a government, I think there's going to be a very strong opposition. And this ramrodding of policies and not being bothered of what the opposition feels or what the people feel and appropriating all institutions and misusing it. We saw the kind of misuse that has happened. You've seen it, we've seen it. How opposition parties have been targeted, how opposition voices have been targeted. People who raise their voices against the government from the non-governmental sectors, civil society, they've been harassed, they've been troubled, and they've been put in jail.
Preeti has a question. We've got two more guests, Adil Singh Boparai and
Adil Singh Boparai and Jaivir Shergill joining us. Jaivir, you know, there was so much that we spoke of through this election, the silent vote. Modi ka settled vote hai. But it does seem, Jaivir Shergill, the silent vote has spoken. We'll come down to the numbers of Punjab later.
Preeti, good afternoon. Thank you for having me on the show. One or two opening remarks. In Hindi, there is a saying, Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. The writing on the wall is clear. The Sikandar of 2024 is Bharatiya Janata Party in NDA. Yesterday, Mr. Rahul Gandhi was listening to the song of Sidhu Moosewala 295. But I can tell you with certainty, after 2 p.m., he will listen
You're
to
standing on 295 right now.
after he sees on your TV
the
channel.
The NDA is now exactly 295.
One second. Let me complete. Now, at least we are 295. Mr. Rahul Gandhi will switch from Sidhu Moosewala to Pankaj Udas after 2 o'clock when he will see PM is swearing in for the third time as the Prime Minister of country. Three facts cannot be shaken or changed. One, NDA is forming the government. Two, Prime Minister is coming for the third time. Three, Congress will remain sitting in the opposition benches. The tragedy is, if Congress is happy celebrating the jump from 50 to 90 seats, then God bless them, and we need such kind of opposition. Today, the grievance against the Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be, yes, you are coming first, but instead of 99%, why are you not getting 90%? BJP
no, but you haven't got 90. No, 1 minute.
BJP is government formation ready, and the goal will be in the
Jaivir Shergill, sometimes, those who switch from one party to the other are often the most, have the greatest animosity against their old party. But the truth of the matter is, when you told the world 400 par, when the exit poll said what they were, is there a bit of humility? You're relying on the likes of Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar to take you over 272 at the moment. So is there any humility, any lesson, or is it going to be, you haven't got 90. You're ending up, you haven't got a 90% in this election. Some humility might be helpful, Jaivir.
Mr. Rajiv Sardesai, I'm a trained lawyer and a spokesperson who speaks on facts and not on personal animosities. I don't have a personal animosity against the Congress. I have an animosity about Congress's pro-China, pro-nationalism, pro-this wealth distribution, pro-this extreme left ideology. Yes,
Jaivir, as I bring in Adil as well.
Present-day
Fair
ideology.
point. Jaivir, as I bring in Adil as well, for a moment reflect, because you've also been very vocal on the BJP's campaign in Punjab. You've been very vocal about it. Now, as I look at least where the trends suggest, the BJP is nowhere where Punjab is concerned.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, Jaivir, that's for you, and we'll bring in Adil.
Yes. Okay, Preeti, I'm not going to mince words and call spade a spade. The Punjab results as of now at 12:30 are not up to BJP's expectations or up to BJP's mark. BJP hoped to penetrate the rural and the urban belt at a much higher percentage than it did with the Akali Dal. Number three, and I want to say I bow down my head to the electorate and utmost humility and humbleness. 3 seats, Khadur Sahib, Faridkot and Simranjeet Singh Mann winning shows that the winds are not blowing in the right direction in Punjab. These 3 candidates winning shows that there's a larger problem which is somewhere we are not able to gauge.
No, so
These
let's
three
spend a
gentlemen
moment
have
on that.
openly called for a separate state.
Adil has been waiting for
Let's
half an
look
hour.
at this. This is a very big story. You know, you've got an extremist Khalistani
that's a
who's
good
lodged in jail. This is very problematic. Amrit Pal Singh, currently in jail in Assam, 180,000 votes. As an independent candidate, he's leading over Kulbir Zira of the Congress and Laljit Bhullar of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is very problematic. He's a dangerous guy, this Amrit Pal Singh. If you look also at Sangrur.
I think Simranjit Singh Mann is back.
Yeah, you know, these are extremist elements. No, fortunately, at this moment, Gurmeet Singh is ahead. But that was close as well. It's quite a close fight. At this moment, he's winning. But, you know, getting this guy in Khadur Sahib into parliament is bad enough.
Rahul, I'll just
Adil
ask,
Singh Boparai.
I'll ask Adil Singh Boparai, though, the question, which is, you know, the fact, Adil Singh, there is something right in what is being also said by Javeer there. The BJP is still well ahead of you. They are 2-1 ahead of you in terms of their individual seats. The Congress leading at about 90, the BJP well ahead in over 240 seats. So the BJP is party number one. They will form the government. You may be a strong opposition, but they will form the government now.
60 seconds, Mr. Sardesai. Firstly, this is an election which is going to go down to the last wire. So therefore, the BJP should not count their chickens before they hatch. Point number one. Point number two, we were fighting against all odds. We were fighting an establishment. We were fighting against institutionalized BJP control. We were fighting against an election commission, or at least urging them to take action, which was in comatose. We had our accounts frozen on the eve of the elections. We had our chief ministers being arrested on the eve of the elections. The BJP, despite their monetary power, despite their bureaucratic power, despite their media power, we've been able to take the narrative away from their polarizing tactics to the Constitution of India. I think that is the key takeaway.
No, but surely numbers matter in politics. I agree on the narrative. What about the numbers? You know, if you had 120, you would have a little bit more talking points.
Certainly they do. But the story is not out. The story is not complete. The story is not complete. Don't
you actually believe you can reach 120? You actually believe you can reach 120?
We do sincerely believe that by about 3 p.m. the picture will be much clearer. We do believe.
You know, I can do the maths right away. You don't need to wait that long. I can do the maths right now. There are 13 seats where the margin is less than 1,000. These are evenly distributed between the NDA and the India Alliance. It's an equal distribution here. If we go to seats where the margin is less than 5,000 between the winner and the runner-up, at this moment there are 56 such seats, again virtually equally split between the India and the NDA, 26. If I look at seats which are less than 10,000 at this moment, there are 125 such seats where the margin is less than 10,000, again equally distributed. So the chance of, just statistically, the chance of this distribution skewing in one favor. So it's not lopsided at the base. So from now, for this to swing in one way, that would really be Rahul Verma quite difficult. So anybody, you know, this is an important moment. Let's spend some time. No matter which category of 1,000 votes, 125 such seats, they're almost equally divided.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's not going to go, if you're hoping for a miracle, that end mein hamare hi chakke lagne hain ya wo wale out ho jayenge, nothing of the sort statistically is likely to happen.
Yeah, most likely the leads are going to go in this direction.
It can change a little.
Yeah,
it can change on the margins.
But now
the trend is set.
The trend is set.
set.
I think what we can fairly say at this moment of time, that it would be very difficult for NDA to now cross 325. And BJP will struggle to get majority on its own. It is still possible that they can get majority on their own, but it wouldn't be a comfortable majority.
So the irony of this whole election is that the BJP's national vote share has actually gone up by 3%. 40% at this moment. So the exit poll can
got
say...
the BJP numbers right, not the Congress numbers.
They got the vote share right. They got the BJP's vote share right because the BJP has increased its pan-India presence by 3%. The the Congress has increased its
Ra-
pan-India presence by
Rahul,
about 7%.
That's why I said like seat conversion in India is very, very hard because it doesn't only depend on winner's vote share. It also depends on the gap between winner and runner-up and how the distribution of other parties are taken. I think Congress has done surprisingly well in terms of vote share, and one should give it to them.
Okay, so we need to do a hot seat cool hava. Preeti, why don't you go ahead and give us a hot seat cool hava? Producer, let's go.
All right, let's begin hot seat, cool hava, and let's begin with Amethi. Well, on the hot seat with some cool hava is no one else but Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma. You have Smriti Irani, who's trailing right now on the seat of Amethi. The Congress in the lead where Amethi is concerned. Well, that is the hot seat. And with quite a margin where the seat of Amethi is concerned. Well, the Congress would be very glad. Priyanka Gandhi Rajdeep did campaign heavily there, but neighboring Rai Bareli, it seems Rahul Gandhi right now leading where hot seat cool hava is concerned. Quite a bit of AC blowing in for Rahul Gandhi, quite a big margin that he's leading from where Rai Bareli is concerned. These two seats, Rajdeep, even when Priyanka Gandhi, when you interviewed her, she said these two seats I'm going to take.
She made a prestige, particularly she made Amethi a prestige fight. I just am getting some of our farmaishes meanwhile.
Delhi, let's look at Delhi. Hot seat, cool hava in Delhi with seats coming up
ahead.
next. All right, Kanhaiya Kumar, despite of the campaign that he mounted, Kanhaiya Kumar trailing, very comfortable is Manoj Tiwari from the Bharatiya Janata Party on the northeast seat in Delhi. Actually, all 7 seats where Delhi is concerned right now, BJP leading in all 7. Mandi, let's cut across to Himachal. Kangana Ranaut leading in her seat where hot seat cool hava is concerned. The cool hava blowing for Kangana Ranaut. She's going to find herself in the parliament in all probability. Huge lead for Kangana Ranaut.
Okay. Can I just get some quick farmaishes which are coming from people in government? So you want to say yes to them.
Which government?
The present government. Abhi tak government hai ki hai, government bandi nahi hai.
So
Prajwal Revanna.
There's something I'm very keen on showing. I'll show you.
Yeah, okay, you can do that first.
Prajwal
Please
Ramanna.
go ahead. Please go ahead.
There's something I want to show you. People are saying, okay, what can change? How much can the Hawa change? Let's do the maths. There are 185 seats where the vote share of the NDA is between 40 and 50, 178 where it's more than 50. So if you add that up, it's 363. So the maximum the NDA can go to, because see, if your vote share is less than 40, then the chance of winning is very low. You have to have a vote share to be in fight, especially if it's a bipolar contest, above 40%. So 363 is the if every shot goes for a boundary, even then the NDA only gets to 363. Similarly, if I do the same for the India Alliance, if you want to see how things can change potentially from an India Alliance perspective, 220 plus 125. So 345 is the maximum end of the range the India Alliance can go to. It doesn't work like this, but just...
There's a central limit theorem. It will not
no, I'm just saying,
you in one
because
direction.
people like, if they want to hit, ki 6 chakke lag sakte hain kya? Agar laga. So 345 is the
Statistically possible
maximum
nahi hai.
end of the range, because in any seat where you are less than 40%, the chance of converting that is very, very minuscule. So therefore, if you believe that you can do a Yuvraj Singh, that's really the
But
maximum.
basically what you're saying, Rahul, there are about 61 plus 37. There are about 98 seats in play. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, so I can show that to you. So I would
effectively,
say
at this moment, 98 seats in
there
play.
are 117 seats, ladies and gentlemen,
less than 20.
where the gap between the party in the lead and the runner-up is less than 10,000, because the Lok Sabha seat, so you can take 10,000 as being a reasonable margin.
And what is the BJP's tally at the moment?
Out of this, the India Alliance is leading in 66, up 40. 12 of those are SP seats, 10 are Trinamool seats, 25 are Congress seats. The NDA is at 48, down 29, BJP at 42, JDU at 3.
But Rahul, I just want to add one caveat.
Yes.
There's a lot of slow counting going on, especially in North India. When you look at some of the numbers there, they're not even halfway. Yeah, but Maharashtra is a relatively, when I'm looking at, there's a direction in Maharashtra.
Right.
So there's very slow counting going on in several states. So we should be still very, very careful.
BJP is leading on 240. So you are at least 33 short of a majority by itself.
As of now.
So the chance of BJP being able to get to a majority on its own
is looking more and more doubtful.
Is tough.
Is looking more and more doubtful. I think it's not impossible.
In the latter stages, they need to do a Rinku Singh. If they can do a Rinku Singh, they may.
Why it's difficult? Because in 3 key states where BJP was hoping to do well according to exit polls. UP, Maharashtra, and Bengal.
Bengal.
They are directionally going in
Not
opposition.
Maharashtra, but
Okay, can I show you something very, very, very fascinating? Okay, I just pulled this out of the election intelligence dashboard. This is months and months of hard labor paying dividends in a spectacular fashion, really. On the 156 Dalit seats, the reserved seats, 96 are being led by the India Alliance, up 56 from the last time. The NDA at 54, down 37 from the last time. This is really that whole idea that the Samvidhan is the Sita and everyone's trying to save her. That campaign did play a big role. 35 of these are Congress seats. And if you see the areas where the India Alliance has done well, a lot of this really comes from the fact that not just Muslims, Yadavs, but also Dalits have come into the India tally, which is why they've done as well as they have. That's probably why the BJP panicked mid-course. They realized this was becoming a big issue. They tried to damage control. It doesn't seem to have worked fully.
Also, may I say, we keep saying Samvidhan as the reason. I have another reason
Which
also. Samvidhan is not the only reason. Please understand, I went to Musahar families in Bihar. I went to Dalit bastis in UP. They are the poorest community even today. No. They are the ones who have suffered post-COVID.
But Rajdeep, there is a difference between the Dalit communities and the tribal communities. The moment I look at the tribal data, it's very different. Amongst the tribal, 68 tribal seats, the NDA is leading on 46. So what's happened on the Dalit seats has not happened on the tribal seats. 46 are NDA seats, down only 5 from the last time. India at 17, Congress at 12 gains. So what's happened in the Dalit seats is very different from what's happened in the tribal seats.
In tribal, identity politics matters more. In Dalit pockets, incomes matter more. Falling incomes. I've heard people saying, 6,000 rupees kamana mushkil hai. I've been saying this for post-COVID, in the last few years, many people have heard. And then you can't go along saying, sab kuch changa hai. Then somewhere it strikes to people who have suffered. I think some of the overt display of ostentation by politicians, by this, and I think that struck. You see, you're not giving Rahul Gandhi whatever else. He's been constantly banging on about inequality. That inequality narrative did strike a chord. It's not just constitution. Constitution for that, I don't believe it mattered as much as we are making it out. Across India, what really mattered is my falling income. I am suffering while everyone else mauj kar raha hai. Mauja hai mauja for India's upper caste and the higher income. Somewhere there should be a recognition of inequality, my friend.
Okay, here it is. I showed you what's happening on the Dalit seats. This is the story of the Indian election. Look at what's happening in the general category seats. General category seats are those seats where the upper castes dominate and I have the ability to influence the seat. On the general category seats, we have trends for 137. The NDA is doing very well. 84 leads the India Alliance at 50. The India Alliance has gained 31. The NDA is down 14. But doing very well. You saw how the Dalit seats have turned. That's a big story. If I look at the OBC seats, seats where other backward castes have, communities have a substantial sway, 312 such seats. The NDA holding on. The NDA holding on, 187 down only 5. India Alliance 117 up 55. If I come now to the Muslim-dominated seats of across the country, you see over here, the India Alliance is up 50, is at 50, up 13. NDA is at 42, down 8. What that means, Rajdeep, is if I look at the caste cauldron, in the Dalit seats, in the Dalit-dominated seats, is where the biggest change has happened. That's 36 down for the NDA. This is the story. This kind of analytics, it will take parties in their war rooms, hours, days to be able to do what the India Today Data Intelligence Dashboard is able to do in real time for all of you who are joining in at this moment. NDA at 55, down 36 on the Dalit-dominated seats. This is where this election has changed from what the BJP was expecting.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. I think this is fascinating because this is the big change. Seeing transformation of Hindi heartland seats, new areas. Dalit seats, I think, are a major change that's taken place at the moment in this election. Yes, Rajat.
That goes back to 90s era of mandal politics coming and rearing its head
in a new form.
Definitely in a much more newer caliber, but it is.
But why I'm hesitant to make any big assumptions on this election? I can go from state to state. Rahul himself pointed out tribal seats. You can go from one state where the Congress does well in tribal areas, another state BJP is
No,
sweeping.
but Dalit votes, you can see that was
Yes.
reflected in the that's
So more than
pan-India
Mandal-
secular decline for BJP, and that needs to be arrested by the BJP.
My
very
belief,
soon.
more than Mandal, it's about class. This time, those who have hurted at the bottom of the pyramid. One of the beliefs is that the BJP through free ration, and Preeti put it very well, that she went and met people who kept saying, humko ration mila hai. But that's not enough. People want more. There's an aspirational class within the Dalits. Maybe they're not
If your
getting...
reason to vote for a party is ration, that means there is something wrong.
I think somewhere Rahul Gandhi's inequality, more than caste census, what actually struck a chord is inequality. This is an unequal country. And those at the bottom of the pyramid are reminding those at the top, hamara bhi khayal rakho. Somewhere there's a message. But can I please ask Farmaish, because this...
I'm telling you, if I start charging for every Farmaish we get, our startup would have been billionaire status. We would have had, unicorn status by the end of the evening.
Take Rajdeep Farmaish. His
Yes,
phone is
Rajdeep sir,
buzzing non-stop.
Irshad.
Two or three small things. One, Prajwal Revanna.
Okay.
A lot of women activists have just buzzed me saying, is he leading? Is he losing?
50,000.
Well, that's good to hear.
50,000.
50,000.
So
Losing by
broadly in Karnataka, the NDA is down 7 seats from the last time, 19. BJP has 16, JDS has 3. I want to come to Hassan. Hassan is the seat. Prajwal Ravanna at this moment is leading, but it's a very narrow lead. 1,26,000 for Shreyas Patel of the Congress. 1,29,000 for Prajwal Revanna of the Janata Dal Secular. Very narrow lead.
The next one is Raj Babbar in Gurgaon. Obviously, there are a lot of film buffs who still see Insaf Ka Tarazu and all the films that Raj Babbar once did.
The broad story in Haryana is that Messrs. Huda and company have a real chance in the assembly election, because if in a Loksaba election, despite having Prime Minister Modi on the ticket, the Congress currently leading on 6, the BJP on 4, that's the Congress, which is Ambala, Gurgaon, Hisar, Rohtak, Sirsa and Sonipat. And if I look at Gurgaon and show you what's happening there, Raj Babbar, 2,16,639 votes versus Rao Inderjeet Singh at 1,91,883. It's a reasonable lead. Raj Babbar, who didn't know why he got Gurgaon.
Explain this to us. Preeti, you know Haryana better.
It's amazing because see, Gurgaon has 2 constituencies in it in terms of the demograph. One, you see the glitzy Gurgaon, and the other is the rural belt. Gurgaon usually has always voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was a done deal to begin with. The Congress literally wrote Gurgaon off. And, it is so interesting, Rajdeep. I was in the party office of the Congress trying to get, one of the leaders in Rohtak. And they were saying they were seeing green shoots in Gurgaon. So they thought there was hope. Because if there was hope in Gurgaon, there was hope in across Haryana.
So that's the other one.
No, but this is alarm bells for the assembly elections for the BJP. And the question is, can they turn it back? If they'd won in the Lok Sabha elections, you could have said, okay, with the power that we got behind us.
Gurgaon also has a lot of Ahirwal, Yadav.
That's right.
Which is not the non-Jat vote.
If you
EC website saying Prajwal Revanna trailing.
So can I explain how this happens? Because everybody now is playing pop cephalogist and has very sharp views on this. The data comes from a vendor called DataNet, which is slightly different from the Election Commission website. They have their own independent mechanism. Therefore, the two don't tally immediately. As the hours wear on, they will begin to tally. Initially, there will be a bit of a variation, which will collapse in some time. So it will happen. That's the difference. So the problem is that people start sensing conspiracies. Nobody has time for conspiracies. These are live analytics on your
Now
screen
that you
right
looked
now.
at Haryana,
What did you want, Rajdeep?
Jharkhand as a state, because that is also going into assembly elections.
Yeah, Jharkhand.
So it's an important state because
The final one that I wanted was Mahua Moitra, who still says that she's leading now by 67,000 votes.
She's really adding to our and engagement
She said,
numbers,
you've
which is
never shown
fantastic.
me leading. Can we
Okay,
take over
can
the
you
show?
show her leading?
And Preeti went there. So Preeti, you will.
She had her back
And
against
I'll
the wall.
ask you a
She's
bit
here.
about her. I'll ask you a bit about
So
that.
the Trinamool at 31 seats, 9 up from the last time. The BJP at 10. That's a big blow for the BJP. 8 down from the last time. The BJP most certainly wasn't expecting this. I want to go to Krishnanagar and see what's happening over there. Mahua Mitra is leading now. 127, and she's leading with some style. She's leading with a fair margin. Amrita Roy is at 92,000. The Maharani at 92,199. Mahua Mitra is now leading 127,422.
I'll tell
And
you
what was her campaign like? You went there.
It was a tough campaign for Mahua, and why I say it is the Prime Minister did a rally in her constituency. The Home Minister came in her constituency. It wasn't easy for her. She had her back on the wall, especially of what she's been coming off. She needed this, and when I met Mahua Moitra Rajdeep, she was angry. She wanted to prove a point. She wanted to come back to Lok Sabha in style. She's not, with especially what has happened. And if this holds, then she's back.
The fact is, this was an election which was also a prestige fight for the TMC. The manner she'd been expelled, and Mamta went 3 times there to campaign, which she didn't do in many other constituencies. It has a large Muslim population. What's clear, I think, is the factor is working for the TMC now. Muslim plus Mahila. When you add the two, and I believe the Mahila factor, we're seeing it with Nitish Kumar still holding his own. I remember a bureaucrat again saying, Uski Jivika scheme aap dekho, whatever else, that scheme of self-help groups has worked. It's not worked for Naveen Patnaik, so one size doesn't fit all. He too has spent a lot of investment. It didn't work for Jagan, who put a lot of effort in women. So there is no one size, but in West Bengal, there's any story, it's Muslim plus Mahila gives Mamta Banerjee a kind of 40% vote.
But think of it. I think it's a much more complicated explanation.
Go ahead.
What seems to be happening.
This is the academic. Go.
In West Bengal, that BJP's vote share from Lok Sabha has come down, and Congress and left seem to be holding up or have got 1 or 2 percentage point more, which means that if Muslim consolidation has happened in favor of Trinamool, then there is a fragmentation of Hindu vote, and especially the tribal and Dalit vote that was backing BJP in the last election. And this adds to much more of the economic anxiety sort of.
Exactly. That's a rural heartland as well, part of an extended rural heartland. So you will see challenges.
Okay, so in Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar at 1,47,312 votes leads over Shashi Tharoor of the Congress at 1,31,000. And the reason that's happening is because Panyan Ravindran of the CPI has pulled away 1 lakh plus votes. So in a 3-corner triangular fight, Shashi Tharoor now trailing to Rajiv Chandrasekhar by about 16,000 votes. That's a big one to look at very carefully. From here, we want to go, for example, we want to look at Jharkhand and take you through the numbers for Jharkhand. On the 14 seats of Jharkhand, where again, assembly elections are due virtually in a few weeks from now, the India Alliance is at 4, up 2 from the last time. 2 of these are JMM, 2 are Congress. The BJP is at 10, down, the NDA is at 10. So no, but it says, so it's at 10. So AJSU is 0 and BJP is 9. That's at 10, so it's down 2. From here, let's now just for a moment go to Rajasthan, because one of the most significant stories of this election has been written on the 25 seats of Rajasthan, where for the first time in a direct BJP-Congress battle, the Congress is almost toe-to-toe in a state where they lost the assembly elections badly. It shows you the fickle nature of Indian politics and how fast things can change on the ground. Never take anything for granted. Don't think you can do whatever you want without caring for the Indian voter.
And that also reflects like what happens to the regional satraps like Vasundhara Raje or Shivraj when they were removed.
It has an impact.
It has an impact because they will not be able to pull their weights.
So now you've got
not all
Congress
calculations
leading
work
at
well
10.
for you.
Up 9 from the last time. The BJP is at 14, down 10. Vasundhara Raje, when she's looking at this, would be saying, you took me lightly, didn't treat me well, serves you guys right. The BJP is, if I show you the leads for the Congress, 10 is, people thought 2, 3, 4, 5. The Congress currently leading in Barmed, Bharatpur, Churu, Dosa, Ganganagar, Jhunjhunu, Karauli, Nagaur, Sikar, and in Tong Savai.
Rahul, the man who's leading in Churu is Vasundhara Raje's man.
Rahul
Kaswa, who went from the BJP to the Congress, is Vasundhara's close aide.
She brought in a very delicate balancing act between Jats on one side and Jats on the one side. And that is missing right
100%.
now.
And someone who is from UP again going to the ground has given me an interesting angle to what she thinks has been happening in there. She said, don't forget the Rajput factor.
Yeah.
This was a community which after Purushottam Rupala's comments, those comments spread like wildfire across Rajasthan into parts of Uttar Pradesh. They had to hold sabhas to try and minimize the damage.
The reason why in Saharanpur, Muzaffarnagar, there are 2 seats. The reason why possibly the Congress in Saharanpur and the SP in Muzaffarnagar is leading, a lot of that also has to do with the Thakur vote. In the constituencies of Muzaffarnagar, the Thakur vote hasn't come hasn't come into kind of the strength it had to.
You know,
And we
when-
saw it in both
Especially
Saharanpur
when you are in
and
such a tight
Muzaffarnagar.
election, each of these small Kshatriya vote here and there can actually start creating
you're
impact.
right, you're right.
Otherwise, this could have been a very normal affair.
Sardana was this one constituency, Sangeet Soames, where that entire
yes,
clash was
yes.
happening. And if you looked at the voting percentage, it was less than 50%.
Right.
So it's not that
No, it
they
does
voted
have
for
an impact. No, no,
Samajwadi Party, they just didn't vote.
Okay, Preeti, the news point is that the Congress will reach out to Chandrababu Naidu, and the one person who could actually... TDP is a confirmation नहीं था. The person who could actually do the dealing could be his erstwhile colleague Revanth Reddy.
Do they have a good relationship?
Yes, huge, very good
but this
relationship.
is very good relationship.
Very good.
Very good
Exceptionally
relationship.
good relationship.
You know, despite the fact that he left the TDP.
Okay, can we do some fun? I have an idea. Okay, so we can do this
He
on
was
the
also helping him resources wise and
on
everything.
the tug of war. I can hypothetically
Can you give me the BJP numbers therefore?
No, I can do
Because the
something more
Congress has
fun.
no stake in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, fair enough.
On paper.
So what we can do is we can play a game. Okay, while we're waiting for these numbers to come, we can play a game. Listen, we have no skin in the game. No matter who wins, we only get galis. Okay, so just bear with me and we'll play this out. I'm not sure this is happening. We don't even know if Chandrababu Naidu will switch, but if they do, we can try and see what happens. So basically, TDP has 16. TDP has 16. If you take them there, it becomes 352. If you take TDP to the India Alliance, it goes to 252. Could there be a twist in the tail? If you take JDU also, now if Nitish Kumar somehow is angry that meeting didn't go well.
This is the irony. He was there yesterday saving his chair.
262 plus 14 then becomes 276.
And today he's a kingmaker.
What is it?
Now
How much?
I'm saying if
Let Rahul explain this, yes.
Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, remember guys, we're still waiting for the numbers.
How much are they?
No, so then it becomes 276. So you got
Chandrababu is how much?
Chandrababu is 16, Nitish Kumar is 14, that's 30.
30.
Add 30 plus 236, 266.
RLD 2.
Who?
RLD 2.
No, you've got these independents.
Yeah,
Listen,
independent. I'm just
the
giving you
BJP
two
is coming
extra.
back to power. Don't let nobody get carried away.
I can't see the BJP not coming back to power. I cannot see Prime Minister Modi not becoming Prime Minister. But I think what you have now is that you will have to work with these allies. It's clear, and the big difference between 2014, 19 and 24 is this. The BJP government that now comes to power will have to accommodate allies, will have to accommodate parliament. You see, you will have, you know how India is now. Imagine 30 Samajwadi Party MPs every day, 30 Trinamool Congress MPs every day, and a 95 strong Congress.
No, point taken, Rajdeep, but I think the Congress will not make the mistake that Digvijay Singh made in Goa at one point in time.
Oh, yeah.
They would want to make their move.
They're gonna
try.
go all out.
This is the time when it is
They'll go all
No,
out.
but
You
the
are
difference
telling me
was,
that these are the numbers?
the difference was that time they were the larger party.
Sorry?
What's
Yeah,
the harm
that
in
is
not
Rahul has
in
a
trying?
No,
But
last
the
time
vote
they had 18 seats. They had
But the-
more seats than the
You know,
BJP.
honestly speaking, the BJP
Now
is
the
the single
BJP
largest party. It will be called to form the
Yeah, the
government.
president will call them.
Yeah, the president. I mean, that's how the norms are.
That's right.
The single largest party will be called, and
But
once
you
Prime
will have-
Minister is called,
you will have,
I don't
therefore-
see any challenge to BJP. I don't
I
see
agree
any
with you. I don't see a challenge to that, but what I do see is a strong opposition. I see institutions therefore pushing back in a way that you haven't seen before, including the media, hopefully. And you will see that because you will not, you know, they will remember what happened in the last term. There were the farm laws rammed through. You can't do that anymore. This has changed the nature of politics. Single election, this all talk, one nation, one election is gone out of the window. Uniform civil code.
UCC is back on the discussion
What
board,
happened?
yeah.
2/3. You won't have, because you won't have 2/3 now. That's very clear. And when the next Rajya Sabha round takes place, the opposition will have a large number of its MPs.
Rajdeep,
That's the change.
Rajdeep, one small question. I mean, all along we were thinking it's a Tina factor. There is no alternative. But let's assume, I mean, hypothetically speaking, could there be a situation where we could have Nita, as in Nitin is alternative, or Rita, Rajnath is alternative?
You know, but you see, why would I have gone into this election with under Prime Minister Modi? Modi ki guarantee. Let's be fair. This election has been fought under Prime Minister Modi. He has every right to return. And therefore, I expect him to complete that. You know, this Nitin Gadkari,
Listen,
Rajnath Singh, I'll tell you when that would happen. If 289 goes below 272, or if the BJP on its own goes below 240. If the BJP on its own goes below 240, which is a possibility,
237 right now. 237.
you see, at below 240, you need all these allies with you.
Yes.
Then maybe the odd ally will say, would you like to think of someone else? That is possible. It's happened. Indian politics, you know, there are lots of people wanting more and more power.
You know, if it had been a 400 par kind of government, then Indian politics would have been very predictable and boring for the next 5 years. This is anything but boring. It's a very interesting
certainly,
verdict
you know,
that's been
lot
thrown
of
up.
politics is happening right now. All the phone calls that you can possibly couldn't imagine a day 24 hours back Those phone calls are happening as we
No,
speak.
and remember, the BJP now cannot take the TDP for granted. They cannot take Nitish Kumar for granted. They can't even take Chirag Paswan for granted. They can't take Eknath Shinde for granted. They can't even take Kumaraswamy for granted. They can't take Ajit Singh's Jayant Chaudhary for granted. They can't even take Pawan Kalyan. किसी को भी granted नहीं ले सकते.
No, you see, the only way you have to offer prime ministership. Suppose you offer Chandrababu or Nitish Kumar prime ministership.
नहीं वो ज्यादा हो जाएगा.
Nitish Kumar is always had to
Rajdeep, you're getting carried away now.
Sir, this is a country where Chandrasekhar was propped up.
But he's not that young right now to be able to hold on to his 15. अभी ज्यादा करेगा तो फिर वो भी तो possibility है.
Sir, you're right. I'm only throwing up hypothetical situations.
Fair enough. Absolutely.
I said very clearly, I believe it will be a BJP-led, Modi-led government. Okay, but what is very clear now is options and alternatives emerge for these allies of a kind that were not there for the last 10 years.
What also emerges is that the nation is hooked onto our coverage as could not have been imagined otherwise.
YouTube figure आज दिया नहीं. Normally, Rahul.
दिया है sir, दिया है. आगे.
कोई contest ही नहीं है. You know, like for example, there is a battle on, at least as far as viewership is concerned, there is no contest. The Election Intelligence Dashboard in India Today's coverage is sweeping the stakes. Here are the seats that now seem settled. It's interesting that in the seats where the margin is more than 1 lakh, the NDA has 79, up 4 from the last time. The India Alliance at 24. So these are seats which are now settled, game, set and match on these seats for these alliances. I now look at seats where the margin is more than 50,000. These two are seats where the end result is now not going to change. 141 of those for the NDA, 67 for the India Alliance. The NDA is 1 up. So these are big wins coming from Gujarat, big wins coming from Madhya Pradesh, big wins coming from Rajasthan, big wins coming from Western UP, big wins coming from Himachal. These are seats that are settled. Let's now look at seats where the margin is more than 25,000. These seats too, ladies and gentlemen, to my mind, are seats where it's now very difficult. If the margin is more than 25, the direction is set, so it's very difficult for this to change. The NDA leading on 197 such seats, 114 for the India Alliance, up 42 from the last time. The Congress is 51. Now,
breaking news, a left leader, senior left leader has just rung up Chandrababu Naidu to congratulate him and said that you can be the future of this country.
PM Banjao.
He has not used the word PM. He has said, I congratulate you on your week. You can be the future
Sudhir,
of
you
this
should
country.
know this. If Chandrababu Naidu is given the option, okay, we can pull out Andhra Pradesh and show you what's happening there. If he's given the option that these are 25 seats of Andhra Pradesh, on these seats, Naidu, NDA has 21 because 16 are TDP. You come with these 16, join the India Alliance. Will he bite? They say, okay, you become PM.
If the PM post is open,
They'll make it available. They have nothing to lose.
If the PM post is open, I think from both sides, I think he would be willing.
नहीं, but it's not that easy because इतनी खिचड़ी सरकार के PM बनना, how long will he last? He lasts for like barely 2 months, 3 months. See, that scenario.
Let's not underestimate his political acumen.
Fair enough. I'm giving in. Therefore, we are discussing and deliberating him being a PM. But
Does he have
the
that
India
ambition?
Alliance.
I come back to the ambition.
Why not? Why not? I mean, his father-in-law had that ambition, so would Chandrababu
NTR, the
Naidu.
great NTR
And
certainly
Naidu
has
is
that
now
ambition.
74. I mean, he would think this is his chance to end his innings on a hooray. And
This is what
Lokesh is
Nitish-
there.
I know he's always believed. He told me this in the interview also, off record. I set the trend, whether it was digital India, whether it was smart cities, I set the trend.
Correct.
Others have only copied me.
Which is correct to a large extent.
It is correct to a large extent. Sudhir knows those days well when every leader would land up in Hyderabad first, Bill Clinton onwards. They'd first pay a visit to the entrepreneurs, as they were called. Dekho, ye public hai kya amazing hai. When I went to Andhra Pradesh, they felt left out, that they were no longer relevant in national politics. Yes,
10 years.
all you, all my gadus there.
Exactly,
All
Rajdeep.
the Baru gadus, everyone
For
there.
10 years,
Garus.
10 years, Telugu-speaking politicians were out of the power
That's right.
equation.
Now
they
they're
were
going to be back.
completely high and dry, left
Okay,
aside.
so
deal with
where
their
is
own
this
affairs.
election still hot? How many seats are still up for grabs? Let's look at that for a moment now. 86 seats where the margin is less than 10,000. So no matter which side of the equation you're on, there are 86 seats at this moment where the margin between the party that's number 1 and number 2 is less than 10,000 votes. The India Alliance has 50 of these, which means that these are leads which are slippery. 28 up from the last time. NDA is on 33. So the seats where the trend seems well established, those seats are largely NDA. Seats where the battle is still tight, There, the India alliance has a disproportionate advantage, 50, which means their leads are still slender.
That's right.
Slender
So the India alliance, therefore, is also more vulnerable.
Slender leads.
More vulnerable than the NDA. Just one thing, just getting from an ODI channel, and therefore you can. At the moment, according to them, it's not a done deal. BJD is very much back in the assembly. In fact, they are saying the Congress could be the kingmaker.
Okay.
As of now.
So let's go to Odisha, Rajdeep. 147 seats in Odisha. 57 are for the BJD, down 56 from the last time. 75 for the BJP, up 52 from the last time. Congress at 12, up 3 from the last time.
Changed a little bit.
So these numbers may well be changing
Yeah, they
soon.
have changed
Local
already.
channels are saying 60 for the BJP, 13 for the Congress. So that makes, and BJP at 71. So it's a very tough fight there in Odisha. So and it's amazing because if you look at Loksaba, it's a complete sweep to the BJP. So that same voter, I mean, it is ये क्या country है? संबलपुर का कोई गरीब बैठा हुआ है अपनी कुटिया में and decided मुझे शंख चाहिए for Bhubaneswar और मुझे कमल चाहिए for Delhi. अरे public है जनार्दन जनता
And they might
जनार्दन.
as well be deciding who the prime minister would be eventually.
Yeah, you know, Odisha could also have a role. Odisha could also have a role with two.
Oh, if BJD, now that's a good theory you've given, because if the BJD were to feel really irritated, they could go to the India alliance. But how many Lok Sabha seats do they have? Before that, let me show you Andhra Pradesh. 175 seats. Chandrababu Naidu, which is why even in that graphic that we have, he's smiling so big. 130 out of 175. It swung one way the last time.
Contested 144. So its strike rate is brilliant.
Phenomenal. YSRCP down to 18, down 133. The Indian public can take you sky high, bring you crashing down. It can switch very, very quickly. That's Andhra Pradesh. Let's now go back to the parliament and take a look at what's happening in Odisha. In Odisha, if we actually get down, can things change? It's just fun and games in the studio right now, but these are political games that are being played in the real world and efforts being made to see what can happen. See, this is quite phenomenal. Big gains for the BJP coming from Odisha. 11 seats up from the last time. BJD is 11 seats down from the last time in the Lok Sabha election. It's really Uttar Pradesh which messed things up for the BJP. 36 leads. Forget 70, 80. There were those in the BJP who say 80 aayingi, 70 to aani hai. They're down to 36, down 28 seats from the last time. India Alliance is 7 seats above the NDA, 35 for the SP, 36 for the NDA, Congress at 8. In fact, if I look at a seat-by-seat breakup, SP has one more seat than the BJP. Akhilesh Yadav is one of the big heroes of this election. Chandrababu Naidu, big hero. Yes. Akhilesh Yadav, big hero. And then
Sharad Pawar, in his own small way.
Mamata
Banerjee. So lots of, you see, it's normally last two elections, it's all been about Prime Minister Modi. This time you have state-level leaders who are spreading their wings out, who are also showing that they're doing Odisha, the BJP's campaign in Odisha, Dharmendra Pradhan and others.
You need to also give it to Sharad Pawar. See, he did, numbers are one thing, but he held on to this.
He's kept the alliance going
it's just
together.
Unbelievable. He was the principal architect of this.
And what an election. You know, you went, Rahul, to Baramulla. Think about it. Voters should know. You mentioned Amritpal Singh. Engineer Rashid is leading in jail, arrested. And I know, I mean, people may have differences about Engineer Rashid's politics, but he's a fine man. And his son alone did the campaign. Guess what? At the moment, he is leading.
No, and Omar Abdullah is doing quite badly. Huh? Just 79,741.
This is a vote against. Please understand.
Chief Minister, actually.
Sir, Engineer Rashid is a vote for the, the government must also take note. The manner in which people were arrested under the Public Safety Act. It's one thing to abrogate Article 370. But when you arrest someone like Engineer Rashid, people are hearing, public ki awaaz suniye. Netas are being told that, including those at the very top in this country. Another such, a result like this is coming from Boshirhat. Remember Sandesh Kali dominated the headlines. Trinamool is winning big in Boshirhat where Sandesh Kali is.
That is an unfortunate result. I mean, if you on one side look at Prajwana's thing, and here you Sandesh Kali, you can't have a flip argument.
Sir, the Shah Jahan Sheikh by all is a land grabber and therefore deserves to be. But there was
but
also
you
a
need to
narrative
give the
put
women
about-
victims benefit
There
of
is-
doubt there. You
no.
can't be saying that 2000 rupees li aur badal diya unhone apna.
There are
This
two
is-
stories coming out.
Nahin,
All I'm
but
saying.
this two-story theory can have to, then that has to be put in till everywhere, even for Prajwal Revanna, till the courts do not stamp in. He's still an accused at best.
Okay,
So you can't.
I'm not going to dispute with you. I think till the court comes out with a verdict on Shahjahan Sheikh, we should hold our
There are
horses.
days when things go your way, if this is cricket, and there are things, and I very firmly think that there's lots of similarities between cricket and politics. There are days when, those balls which otherwise take an edge and go to the boundary, sometimes that
just have a
doesn't
bad
happen,
day,
and they
yeah.
go. It's just like BJP is having a bad day. Because remember, they were at 243. From that, the BJP is now fallen 6 to 237. So the BJP's individual ask to get to 273, which is the magical figure, is becoming tougher.
We have a Congress guest waiting. Suddenly, congressmen and women are coming. JB Mathur is their Rajya Sabha MP. She's joining me, very articulate. JB Mathur, are we looking at the possibility at all of you trying to form a government? These are still, these are not final trends. The BJP is still, NDA is still 17 above the halfway mark. But there is talk of Sitaram Yechuri possibly reaching out to Chandrababu Naidu. And there is talk of even Nitish Kumar being wooed. Is that possible, or do you concede that the government will be a BJP government?
Razi, politics is the game of possibilities. And in this scenario, there's a lot of game that can happen. And let me also assertively say this is a moral victory of India bloc and a moral defeat for NDA and Prime Minister himself. Because there was so much of hype about 400 par, and also even including your channel, we were disappointed that even India today showed 401 for the NDA to come back. I mean, so nowhere to exit poll. Exit poll is totally different from the exact poll is the reality. Now the possibilities, let's wait, because there are a lot of seats where we are hopeful, where the margin is still less. So a lot more to happen, expect. But this is the true spirit of democracy, and there is no space for hatred and the kind of divisive politics the BJP and Prime Minister himself. I mean, the level to which he has stooped, it is a fact that India has not taken it.
Below 240. Yeah, but ma'am, I just want to understand, you're still well behind the BJP. You're leading at the moment in about 90 odd seats. Is there a sense that this is the Congress, it's a glass half full, but your glass is also half empty? The BJP on the other hand is 237. So the gap is big still between the BJP and the Congress.
Well, that I agree. But still, the fact remains what was told. BJP said 400 par and we said 295. We did not say 400. So from what we said, we are sticking on. The game is still going on, and we are hopeful. And there's a lot more of things to come out. And certainly, at least for once, you agree that this is not a Modi thing anymore in our country.
That clearly is a message that's coming out. The fact is that this whole Modi factor, and it's been a big factor in this election. Rajat, would you concede that Modi ki guarantee? This election was fought under one man, single agenda. Forget all the other candidates. It was fought under Prime Minister Modi's name. To that extent, these numbers, if they are 60, 70 less than 303 that they got last time, clearly somewhere is a message.
Well, the flip interpretation could be that had Modi's name not been there, BJP would have been same way as where Congress is. Because, it is still his credibility which could have pulled them to a level where, at least ECI side says that NDA has 300 seats right now where they're leading. So see, Modi is the biggest competitor to Modi. We have been so used to this total domination of Prime Minister Modi for 10 years that this new reality where BJP is less on the majority number and NDA looking still at 300, which otherwise would have been a fabulous news. Here we are still whining about this sort of a number.
We're getting news. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. So while the left may be trying to contact it, the Prime Minister, who is a pre-poll ally, of Chandrababu Naidu, has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu and has been assured, we are told, of Babu's support. So we expect Chandrababu Naidu to pitch his support in with the BJP, with which he fought the election in this Mahakutumi.
So all wishful thinking aside, Rajdeep, I still believe since BJP is the single largest party, they would be called in to prove a majority. And once Prime Minister Modi is back into his groove as the new Prime Minister, you will see he will be able to pull all the strings to ensure that you have the Chandrababu Naidus, you have the Nitish Kumar in a different equation. I'm sure
So will
they
it
will
be a
extract
different style of governance?
style of, certainly. I mean, the Prime Minister will, he's so nimble. This is where his nimbleness would be tested also.
That's right. This
He
is the
knows
first
when
time
to
he'll
go,
have to
when
deal
to
with
go back.
coalition politics.
This is the first time, I mean, in 20 years.
He's used to.
For 20
He's
years.
never had to
But
deal
he's
with allies.
flexible. I will say this about
He's
Prime
highly
Minister Modi.
flexible.
Never underestimate Prime Minister Modi at times like this. He will show you that he can also work with allies. You know, jab pappi deni hai, jab jhappi deni hai, jhappi de dega. Ab de dega, why not?
He will come back for sure in the evening to address the Karyakartas the way he has been doing, and he will exude confidence to an extent. I'm telling you, I don't see him changing his style that much. He would be much more humble.
Little
in his
bit
approach.
subdued. Let's be honest.
Little bit subdued.
You know, below 272, you can't do balle all the way.
But he will not even leave that plank wherein you start, your body language starts showing. See, you are giving cricket analogy, but on the ground, if your body language droops first, you are bound to lose that match.
But
And this
listen,
match is not lost.
put this in context. He's a 10-year sitting prime minister. After that, for the BJP to come to the kind of tally that it has is no mean feat. Make no mistake. It's just that sometimes you get carried away by all the hype and the hoopla. 237 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party at this moment. The NDA is comfortably placed. Just rewind 10 years. And imagine if someone had said that you'd have 237 after 10 years of being in power. This is a very historic feat by itself. It's nowhere close to the chakkas and chokkas they were thinking about. So it's not gone the way they wanted. But by itself, once the dust settles, once Rajdeep's had his say, he's done his dance and jig, the fact is it's a very strong position. Huh?
We are not dancing.
Can you just show me when there's no dance, my kids are very happy. They said, please don't dance and expose your limitations as a dancer. But Thiruvananthapuram is turning out to be the kind of
Thrissur
constituency.
BJP has won. That's one.
Yeah, so
that's one of the
have they
major.
won as yet, or they're leading at the moment?
No, I think they've won. It has been announced.
Declared?
No, I'm not sure it's been declared yet, because I'm not sure any
Okay, we have
seats have
to
been
take hot
declared.
seat, Rajdeep.
But we can look at Thrissur and Thiruvananthapuram.
So I'll take Thiruvananthapuram. 1,50,000 for Rajiv Chandrasekhar in our calculation, 1,33,000 for Shashi Tharoor. Panyan Ravindran of the
Because
CPI
Dr.
is 1
Tharoor
lakh.
has just sent me a message. I'm leading by 192 votes now. 192.
So as I said, in case you're wondering why a candidate has information which is faster than ours, is because he and his people are sitting at the counting centers. By the time it comes into the data net servers, by the time it comes into our system, it takes a bit of a lag. So it'll show up very quickly. But any candidate can obviously say, I'm a little ahead. That's because that's a centralized processing system. The critical thing here is how many seats are currently in contest? What can change? This is going to be a long afternoon. If I look at the seats where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, if I look at the margin at this moment in the national tally, 80 seats, where the other interesting thing, Rajdeep, is the EC calculations are now moving slower. It's not changing quite as much.
Just tweeted right now.
Yes, slow
saying that why has it slowed? And are you getting
slow.
instructions? See, this is the mistrust you can't have on our institutions. I mean, you go on and on and on. At least have the humility right
But
now.
nothing is changing
But
also.
the mistrust is not just political.
No,
As I
there
said
could
at this
be-
morning, CSBS survey said only 28% of Indians think of the EC as neutral anymore. That's worrying. So I think the opposition
but
has to
that
be...
is propaganda, right?
The opposition I can understand, but people, then that's worrying, right? Opposition will try and do whatever they can because they believe that don't trust any
No,
institution.
but that is the vote share of the opposition party in
hopefully
any way.
that
So
will
they
change.
continue to say.
Oh, but
Okay.
can we
So
get
let's
Thrissur?
hope-
Can we
No,
get Thrissur in Kerala?
I'll show you
because
Thrissur.
it could be history. The first ever seat that the BJP would have won in Kerala.
In the larger national picture, there are 80 seats where the ball is up in the air, where we cannot say who will win or lose for sure.
By the way, there's a terrific story going on also in Inner Manipur. Remember, this was hit by violence. And there are surveys right, because Professor Bimal Aukejam, the Congress candidate, is leading in Inner Manipur, which was an area where, remember, some of the worst violence took place. So there, in a seat which you would have expected the BJP to win, it is Mr. Professor Akyojam who's leading.
You know, I remember when, the Manipur's unrest was unraveling and, I had moved out of the state in 2022. There were a couple of professors, both Meitei professors based out of JNU. They were the first ones who started presenting the Meitei perspective other than the Kuki perspective, which was already getting a lot of media attention. It was from there that Professor Bimal Akyojam called me to JNU and we were having all these deliberations, what should be the future of Manipur. And lo and behold, Congress did not find any, candidate within the state itself, and they had to paradrop a JNU professor, take them there, and good for him, he's winning.
So that's
Manipur.
a big one. The other big one, two sitting former chief minister Jammu and Kashmir trailing, both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti.
Okay, so those are images from Rahul Gandhi's residence. He and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have just left. We'll see a different Rahul. We'll see a different Congress party also. So. No, and with good reason. For a long time, they were written off. The BJP's propaganda was such that these are useless nincompoops, that they're not capable of doing the job. I think the people of India have spoken otherwise. And that's something that everyone will need to respect. Okay.
No, but think about it, even Ayodhya, Faizabad, BJP is trailing. Now all the hype over Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, 5 months later, in the constituency where the Ram Mandir has been built. Now what is the explanation? The voter has his own way of seeing what he's happy with the Ram Mandir, but he's not voting on the Ram Mandir.
The explanation is you had a candidate who had a lot of anti-incumbency. Lallu Singh had won from only 65,000 votes the last time. You got your caste calculation right. And with the anti-incumbency, it all came together.
But Preeti, that shows how the election at one level got localized.
Of course.
You see, you look for a national narrative, and we all went looking for a national narrative.
This is an election where at least the opposition has been able to bring it down to a 543-seat election.
Absolutely.
A seat-by-seat election.
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Rahul, you wanted to
I want to spend some time trying to explain to people what has changed. Remember, these are priceless insights you cannot find anywhere. It's not nobody's opinion. This is not pontification. This is based on data. Now, if you look at the losses of the NDA, they've lost in different categories of seats. But where have the biggest losses come from? The biggest losses have come on seats which are classified as Dalit-dominated seats. 37 such losses on seats where Dalits are in a substantial position to be able to influence the verdict. 37 such losses are coming to the BJP. They've lost some everywhere. They've lost a few tribal seats, they've lost a few OBC seats, but the move away from the BJP of Dalit votes is one of the significant takeaways from this election. It is big news. Make no mistake, this
everything that BJP was standing upon. See, they thought that the Hindutva politics is consolidating and not allowing it to become a Swiss cheese, wherein you have small pockets voting for you within the Hindutva umbrella. If that project fails, a lot of projects will fail for the BJP.
Okay, now if I look at the tribal-dominated seats, now out of the 68 tribal-dominated seats, the NDA is at 46, which means it's just lost a little bit of ground on tribal-dominated seats. So no major loss. Just stay with me. These few minutes will explain to you what has happened in this election. Very marginal losses for the BJP in the tribal-dominated seats. If I come to the general category seats, in the general category seats again, very small losses. 86, 12 down, India Alliance at 48, 29 up, but they've largely held on. Relatively speaking, they've largely held on. From there, let me now come to the OBC seats. In the OBC seats, again, the NDA largely holding on, 192 down just 2. On the OBC dominated seats, down just 2. So in 3 categories of seats, on the tribal seats, on the general seats and OBC seats, the NDA is barely losing. If I come to the Muslim dominated seats, here the NDA is down from 50 to 41, that's 9 down. The India Alliance is 51 to 14. Again, some change, but not very significant. The biggest change, ladies and gentlemen, and these are insights that I can pull out only from the election intelligence dashboard being pulled out for you in real time. The story of this election, the switch of Dalit votes away from the NDA alliance in the previous election to the India alliance. 34 seats down the NDA on Dalit dominated seats, 156 seats where different Dalit communities are in a position taken together to influence the verdict. The BJP leading only on 47, India Alliance on 93, 37 of those for the Congress, 20 for the Samajwadi Party. Remember, in a state like Uttar Pradesh, the moment you've got the Yadavs and the Muslims significant enough by themselves, add to that the Dalit vote bank. That, Rajdeep, is the story of Uttar Pradesh and how it's turned and why.
You know, Uttar Pradesh is clearly among the various state stories, and there are lots of state stories here, from Maharashtra to Odisha to Bengal. The story that is standing out is Uttar Pradesh, because over the last decade, the BJP has been totally dominant. And you would have thought that with a powerful chief minister like Yogi Adityanath and a powerful prime minister like Narendra Modi contesting himself from Varanasi, that double engine would be overwhelming the opposition. I mean, the opposition today deserves credit for having run a superb campaign in UP. By the way, important, BJP has reached 300. Rajat reminding me again, NDA has reached 300. Out of that, if you can tell us how much the BJP is, Rahul, that would also be useful. But at the moment, the BJP has the NDA has reached 300, and 300 is psychologically important because it then gives you gives you a buffer over 272.
So 245 now. They'd come down to as low as 237. From 237, they've gone up to 245. 8 up from their low point. Janata Dal United at 15, Apna Dal at 1, NDA hitting that psychologically significant 300 mark, giving NDA supporters some room to breathe. This is an exciting election. 225 leads for the India Alliance, out of which...
For me, the psychologically important mark for BJP is 240. Because if you look at, if you go below 240, then you're 32 below and you need two allies,
Rajdeep,
two big allies to be with you.
Congress is 3 seats away from that psychologically significant triple.
What is clear, I think we can say this with some confidence, presumably Rahul Verma, BJP is unlikely to get a majority on its own. 272 at the moment seems a little bit far away.
Yes, now it looks very difficult, especially now we are like it's almost 130. The chances of BJP crossing 275 mark has become very difficult. What I would rather add to your point, Rajdeep, that I think BJP would be hoping to get 260 because 260 allows them to sort of like play with 1 or 2 allies.
Then you're comfortable. Then the allies are more dependent on you. At 240, you become more dependent on the allies, and that's important. So I think if the BJP remains above 240, they'll feel a little bit more, or certainly above 250, let's say, they'll feel a little bit more secure. If they slip below 250 towards 240, then the allies will change the dynamics of this equation.
You know, today this India you put in as a block. It looks very uniform block, but it is not at all uniform. Had this been such a uniform block, they would have fought election together, because you put in parties like TMC into that block which were not together.
Yeah, but
so I'm telling you, see, if hypothetically they were crossing the number of 272, do you see that Khichdi you a stable party, stable government? Not at all. It's
absolutely not. Out of question. But the thing is,
markets would have evaporated like the 90% of whatever.
No, I agree. But what it does is gives the opposition a voice. You see, the opposition feels
true.
Chief Minister Hemant Soren gets arrested. Kejriwal gets arrested. You see, they feel that the entire system is ranged against them. Now they will feel there'll be voices within Parliament at least who will speak out every time they're targeted.
Look at how close this battle has been. Compare the vote share of the NDA with that of the India Alliance. The NDA's vote share is 45 of the votes counted so far. This could change towards the evening. 45% vote share for the NDA, 43% for the India Alliance. Only a 2% gap in terms of vote share. Those two curves, those two line graphs coming very close together. If I look at party-wise vote share, and give you a breakup of some of the important parties. The BJP's vote share is now down to 39.1. It had once touched 40.7. Last time they're 37.7. So they're 1.5 odd% up from the last time. The Congress's vote share now stands at about 25.2. They'd come down to about 20. So from there, it's up about 5%. The Samajwadi Party's national vote share is 3.8, TMC at 3.4. If we look at a density map, and this will give you a very quick sense of how many seats are in contest. So look, it shows you the nature of the contest. NDA has 181 seats where their vote share is more than 50%, where you can say the NDA won strong. The India Alliance also has 125 seats where their vote share is 50% plus. So anybody who says the India Alliance was a weak coalition, that's not the case. The data is saying that almost on a relatively similar number of seats, they've done well too. The India Alliance currently has 221 seats where their vote share is between 40 and 50. The NDA has 178 seats where there are vote shares between 40 and 50, showing really, Rahul Verma, the close nature of this contest. It's not been one-way traffic. 2014 was one-way traffic. 2019 was one-way traffic. This has been a very tight IPL. Finally.
Yes, absolutely. And the heat map you've been showing across India map, it's very, very clear what seems to be happening is that states are going in one direction. There are some states where you are seeing a fight, meaning two parties are getting a large number of seats. Rajasthan would be one, UP would be one. But UP is a case where BJP is losing massively. And similarly, in Maharashtra, I think the BJP alliance are doing really, really badly.
Okay, so I just asked somebody who works very closely with Chandrababu Naidu about the conversation between the Prime Minister and Chandrababu Naidu. We're being told that there is zero chance of Chandrababu Naidu leaving. He will, of course, extract his pound of flesh, but there's no question, at least from the posturing that's happening, of leaving the NDA and joining the India.
Because people close to Nitish have also asserted that no chance of going
because
back
you
to
remember,
India alliance.
the one thing that Chandrababu Naidu and Andhra Pradesh needs is finances. Ideally,
Right.
they would, of course, want special status. That's unlikely to happen, but they want finances. They'll have ministers in the government. They'll get ministers in the government now.
I want to show you how the votes have swung. In the 2014 elections, really the Congress's nightmare, the BJP suddenly increased their vote share in one election by 12%. The Congress lost 10% vote share in that election. Cut to 2019, where again the BJP was able to increase its national vote share by 7%. The Congress increased its national vote share by 1%. Now, the Congress has been able to increase its vote share by 5%, the BJP by 1%. So the Indian voters are signaling to everyone who's listening, forget the idea of a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress is here to stay. Jaisi hai, lade na lade, they'll get their act together whenever they do. But there's no going away from the reality that the Congress is here to stay, Rajdeep.
Can I get the Varanasi VVIP seat? Because there was a lot of interest. There was a lot of interest in that seat earlier today when the Prime Minister appeared in a tough fight with Ajay Rai. How is Varanasi and the Prime Minister doing at the moment?
And
he's leading, but we need to know margins as well.
He was trailing briefly, but I think...
No, it's a very comfortable lead.
70,000 as opposed to 5.5 lakhs last time.
The last time was a 4.5 lakh.
4 lakh 80,000.
But the counting is still going on.
Yeah, 4 lakh, but it is definitely less than last time, and it reflects what's happening in Purvanchal. In Purvanchal, which BJP dominated last time, the BJP has faced a tough fight. I mean, that is the reality of this election. That
but the other reality is that there's only Ajay Rai against him. So it's also
Ajay Rai is not a bad candidate now. Ajay Rai is not a bad candidate to have. At least he's a MLA who's willing to take the battle into the enemy camp. Not too many congressmen are willing to even fight these elections.
Okay, look at the BJP's. When I look at seats, BJP is down 14 seats in Purvanchal from the last time. In Western Uttar Pradesh, they're down 6 seats. In Awadh, they're down 7 seats. In Bundelkhand, they're down 1. If I look at votes, in Bundelkhand, the BJP is down 7% votes from the last time. In Central Uttar Pradesh, they're down 4%. In Eastern Uttar Pradesh, they're down 2%. In Western Uttar Pradesh, they're down 3%. So in all parts of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP losing vote share. If I look at the Samajwadi Party swings and give you a sense of where the Samajwadi Party is gaining 19 leads for the Samajwadi Party in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Gains over the last time. Gains also coming from Western UP, 5. So obviously the SP Congress alliance working much better than the SP BSP alliance. If I look at votes now and give you a sense of where these leads are coming from, big leads for the Samajwadi Party in different parts of Uttar Pradesh. So that's really the breakup of what's happening in Uttar Pradesh at this moment. In terms of vote share, the NDA and the India alliance in Uttar Pradesh at a dead heat, 44 versus 44 in Uttar Pradesh. That is one of the big stories of this election at this moment.
Among in state terms, it's the biggest story.
It is,
because it's India's biggest state. When that happened in Uttar Pradesh, I don't think anyone would have predicted, even in vote share terms, that the two sides would have been so close to each other. Yes,
more importantly, because for BJP, UP matters much more, right? Like in BJP's 303 MPs, 60 were from UP, more than 60. So every 1 in 5 BJP MP comes from UP. And if BJP is going to go below, say, 50, then there are 50 or 45. Then
we've just heard that Chandrababu Naidu has told people around him that the swearing in Andhra Pradesh will happen on the 9th. On the 9th of June. They're saying the Prime Minister will attend. So clearly the messaging is that Prime Minister Modi says Prime Minister Chandrababu Naidu will very naturally have the Prime Minister come for his swearing in.
Okay, just
9th of June.
The other story, Omar Abdullah has conceded defeat in Baramulla. Omar Abdullah concedes defeat in J&K's Baramulla. Look at the story. Mehbooba Mufti losing in Anantnag, Rajouri. But Omar Abdullah is losing to Engineer Rashid. Engineer Rashid, independent candidate fighting from jail. His son took over the campaign. And a friend of mine from Jammu and Kashmir is saying, sir, you all are all focusing on Uttar Pradesh. Humko state तो नहीं मिली है इतना तो हमारे स्टेट को बोलो कि कम से कम they have a space in India. You know, it's a remarkable story because I guess there's a message that Kashmiris are sending. We don't want our political representatives to stay in jail. Please allow them to come out and compete. I hope that happens. I hope that Engineer Rashid is released. To put someone under PSA for so many years, unacceptable in my view, but that's another story.
The NDA has hit the psychologically significant 300 mark again. 243 leads for the BJP, now just 30 away from the majority. So they come down to 236. Thodi jaan mein jaan aayi for BJP supporters. 236 has gone up to 243, 299 now. So it's really going to it's going to be like the tail end overs of an IPL match. It will go down quite to the wire. I want to see how many seats are still in play. At this moment, there are 76 seats where the margin between the party that's in the lead and the party that's at number 2 is less than 10,000 votes. 40 of those are with the NDA at the moment. 32 are BJP seats. 33 India Alliance seats. Congress at 13. Samajwadi Party at 10. TMC at 2. These are 76 seats. And if you look at the map of India, you quickly get a sense of where these seats are coming from. So if you look at the map of India, these are where the seats are coming from. So in Uttar Pradesh, there are lots of seats for the BJP where the margin is less than 10,000 votes, Rajdeep.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
North India and UP is slow first. Because otherwise the margin should have, and if you look at India Alliance as well, you will see a lot of seats are going to be for Samajwadi Party. Because I think UP counting
and also Akhilesh Yadav made it clear. Hum log baithenge, told all his agents, you sit there till the last moment. Nothing like last round there, don't take any victory for. I think it's been so intense, the competition, and as was said earlier, polarized. Our politics has become so polarized. Rajat was saying, why is the opposition questioning the EC? Good point. But I think there's been such a lack of faith in institutions across the board in the last 5-10 years that people don't even want to believe that the Election Commission can conduct a free and fair election. It's worrying. I agree with you, but it shows the polarization.
And all the 40 seats for BJP is from North India. 32 for BJP, 3 of Janata Dal United, 1 for Apna Dal. All are UP Bihar parties, meaning that like the 10,000 number is actually coming from
this earthquake. Richter scale 7 that has happened in Uttar Pradesh, nobody had a clue. And you know, Purvanchal, where even Prime Minister's constituency is there, Yogi's Adityanath's constituency, Gorakhpur and all.
My friend Preeti Chaudhary here kept saying this, that it's tough. Rahul Srivastav, who was our former National Affairs editor, rang me up yesterday. He knows UP. He said, Rajdeep, I don't believe your exit poll numbers. It's much tighter. People on the ground, reporters on the ground were saying, sir, tighter. Bureaucrats. 40-40 was actually what one bureaucrat told me.
To be honest, and Yogendra Yadav also said this. That,
Yogendra Yadav, let's give credit. Yogendra Yadav has got it right.
But
and Prashant Kishore hasn't.
A lot of even BJP leaders. No, Rajat, a lot of BJP leaders in Uttar Pradesh would offline tell you that this baat phasa hua hai. हर सीट फंसी हुई थी. You would speak to everyone, they'll say सीट फंसी हुई है.
Okay, Shashi Tharoor has now established a lead, or so he says. Now, where Dr. Tharoor is getting his numbers, where are we getting our numbers is another matter. But Dr. Tharoor is insisting that he has taken a lead. Can you give us a sense? But what we wanted to know, Rahul, in your margin calculator,
it's become
he's still
tight.
behind.
No, he's still tight. It's tighter.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, how it works is the candidate is sitting on the counting center, so he obviously gets it first. It takes a bit of time. Look at the NDA's tight seats and where these tight contests are. Again, many of them in Uttar Pradesh and some in Maharashtra. So it's in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra that the tight real battles are going on at the moment.
Tight, but I'm surprised Maharashtra is counting slowly. Come on.
Odisha,
my home state must do better, yeah. But
Odisha, Rahul, is Odisha also the 2-3 seats there which are
No,
tight?
but look at it. Rahul, while you're saying Maharashtra counting slowly, the story of Maharashtra, if I may tell our viewers, because that's the other big story. The two big states is where they're taking the hit. 30 to India, 17 to NDA. Meanwhile, Jagan Mohan Reddy is to meet the governor of Andhra Pradesh, set to resign as chief minister. Chandrababu Naidu to take oath on June 9th. Jagan Mohan Reddy seeks time at 4 p.m. to resign as chief minister of Andhra Pradesh. So that's the one state that the exit poll was spot on. Exit poll getting absolutely right. Let's give our pollsters credit when they've got it. They've got the big picture wrong. And I'm sure Pradeep Gupta will have an explanation for that. But on Andhra Pradesh, they've got it right. The big breaking news at the moment, Jagan Mohan Reddy seeking time at 4 p.m. to resign as chief minister. Preeti, you want to give us some cool hawa? Because we've got a lot of heat that's been generated.
All right, let's look at the hot seat, cool hawa seat. Let's get Wayanad. Let's look at Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi comfortably placed in Raebareli, Uttar Pradesh, and comfortably placed in Wayanad as well. So the cool hawa blowing in favor of Rahul Gandhi. The hot seat, cool hawa seat for Rahul Gandhi. Let's look at Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. So Shashi Tharoor right now contests what we are showing. He contests what we are showing. He says that he's in the lead, but this could be the old data that we have. But as per this, it is the BJP which is in the lead. Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading in the seat of Thiruvananthapuram. But I will give a caveat there. Shashi Tharoor says he is leading on this seat. Hyderabad. Well, that has been under the spotlight. Hot seat, cool hawa in Hyderabad, blowing in favor of Asauddin Owaisi. Madhavi Lata trailing from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the cool hawa blowing in favor of the AIMIM candidate. Let's go all the way to Haryana, my home state, Kurukshetra. The hot seat, cool hawa seat right now. Naveen Jindal seems to be comfortably placed. It's a narrow lead that he has, but Mr. Gupta sniping at his heels, but let's see how that turns out.
Good for all
All
of
right,
us.
with that, we're going to go into a break and we will be back with more. All the analysis right here. Do stay with us. A quick break. Stay with us.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए सिग्नेचर अ प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम दिलबाग
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम. तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
What you doing? Yeah, you're getting me down. Got me looking at you, scared in the crowd.
Why do you wanna move like that? Why you want
now? Coming for you. Let me show you why.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
अगर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार एकदम सॉलिड.
चांदनी चौक की सीट हम रिकॉर्ड वोटों से जीत रहे हैं. वहीं
दिल्ली की 7 सीटें भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत से जीत रही है। केंद्र में हम सरकार बना रहे हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में।
एग्जिट पोल कह रहे हैं कांटे की टक्कर है।
एग्जिट पोल का मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे तो पता है कि जमीन पर स्थिति क्या है। कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है, हमने बहुत मेहनत की है और जनता का जो प्रबल समर्थन मिला है, हम चुनाव जीत रहे हैं।
It will be a bigger majority than 2014 and 2019. 2024 will be a landmark victory of Prime Minister Modi.
सिग्नेचर जो एक नया स्टाइल बनाए. Signature, a premium product from Dilbag.
Dulux Weather Shield Power Flex. इसका हर रंग लड़े धूप, धूल और बारिश से. It's colorful. It's powerful.
आपने कभी सोचा है कि हम बीमारी से कम उसके पकड़े जाने से ज्यादा डरते हैं? इस डर से आप बिल्कुल मत डरिए. सही समय पर जांच हो, साथ ही आपके और आपके डॉक्टर की बन जाए टीम, तो बीमारी जो है वो करेगी जाने की तैयारी. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, जिनको यही ख्याल रहता है कि आप अपना ख्याल रखें. मैनकाइंड फार्मा, सर्विंग लाइफ.
What you doing? Yeah, you're getting me down. Got me looking at you, scared in the crowd.
Why do you wanna move like that? Why you want
Coming now, coming for you. Let me show you why.
Introducing Motorola Edge 50 Fusion. Own the spotlight.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
अगर रूंगटा स्टील से बनाया होता तो रईस यहाँ से नहीं आ पाता. रूंगटा स्टील का यही कमाल, एक बार लगे चले सालों साल. रूंगटा स्टील TMD बार, एकदम सॉलिड.
आपका जॉय, भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-presented by Green Lam Laminates. कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा. Driven by JK Tire, देश का टायर. Powered by MP Birla Cement Perfect Plus, Concrete Special. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by Panasonic AC for smart homes. Signature Finest Silver Elaichi, a premium product from Dilbag. सुप्रीम टोटल पाइपिंग सॉल्यूशंस, जीवन भर का साथ. अच्छी नींद पेप्स की गारंटी. पेप्स, द ड्रीम मेकर्स.
The stunning backdrop of the Victoria Memorial now laying testimony to what would be a number that Mamata Banerjee would be ecstatic about when it comes down to the leads in West Bengal on 42 seats. To take a look at the seat right now where Mamata Banerjee's TMC is leading, she'd be very happy. Leading on 31 seats, the BJP is now down to 10 from 18 in 2019. Congress at 1 and left at a 0. This is what it looks like for Mamata Banerjee. This is as good as it gets for Mamata Banerjee. Even by her standards, she thought she'd go up to 28. Right now, leading in 31 seats. Let's see how it translates into vote share in West Bengal on 42 seats. A quick look there. And once again, the TMC with 45% of the vote share, the BJP at 36%, 4% Congress left at a 6%. Rajdeep, number one, to go alone now, Mamata Banerjee having the last laugh, not to go with the India alliance. And ultimately, it is the woman who got Mamata Didi's back.
45% is a vote share up. You see, that's the difference. I thought that I think her strategy was to see whether the opposition vote would get divided between Congress left and BJP. That's got done partly. 6 and 4% are also important, but she's also increased her vote. So she's had a double benefit. But I think the real story at the moment is also that the NDA has touched 300 in trends. And as we've been saying, 300 gives them a safe bump over 272. Remember, there are allies, of course, who are there. The BJP itself, as of now, seems extremely unlikely to cross 272. And psychologically, that too is important because they got 282. Remember, in 2014, that time the mission was mission 272. Then they got 303. Now they've come back possibly to 247 as they are at the moment. It does make the BJP, it'll rework the balance within the NDA, but the NDA as a group has touched 300. And Rahul, this shows that decision to go along with Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh and to break Nitish Kumar away from Bihar are the two decisions taken which have ensured that Mr. Modi will become Prime Minister for a third time. Those two decisions were key.
There are a few things which are quite apparent from the India Today election intelligence dashboard. The BJP's tally has started creeping up. They'd fallen to as low as 236. The BJP currently sits at 245. Still well short of a majority, but it really was looking like they'd be in the 230s. Now they're inching towards 250. Telugu Desam is at 6. Nitish Kumar's JDU at 15. Two very substantial allies here. The BJP will need to depend both on Chandrababu Naidu and on Nitish Kumar because the others are way too insignificant. Eknath Sena 6, Ramvilas Paswan's party, his son's party, Chirag Paswan's party 5, NCP of Ajit Pawar only 2, Janata Dal Secular only 2, RLD 2. So very small. So basically, in the new BJP government that is formed, the way it looks like at this moment, but that 300 mark is a psychologically significant marker and the NDA seems to have touched it. The Congress, which had gone up to 100 seats at one time, now at 9. The heroes from the India Alliance's perspective are Samajwadi Party at 36, big leads for the Samajwadi Party, Trinamool at 31, DMK of Stalin at 21, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena at 10, Sharad Pawar's NCP at 6. These are the bulk of the India formation parties. Now, what I want to show you is the BJP Congress head-to-head situation. There are 216 seats out of 443 where the battle is between BJP and Congress for 1 and 2. These are called direct contests. In these seats, the Congress is winning on 29% of them. This is a big change from the last time, ladies and gentlemen, because last time the BJP had won 90% of the seats where it was directly BJP versus Congress. That now is down to 71. So BJP winning, but Congress also being able to hold its own by its relatively low standards relative to the last two elections. Where the BJP is getting bested is in the direct fights with the Trinamool, because if the exit polls were right and BJP had swept West Bengal, then the assembly scenario would have changed. If Mamata Banerjee is able to beat the BJP in 72% of the direct BJP TMC face-offs, then she'll say, okay, I've been able to fight anti-incumbency at the local level, and then even in the next assembly election, she'll claim she has a chance. Now I want to come to the BJP versus SP battles. Here as well, the BJP being bested. 56 seats in Uttar Pradesh, where the battle is BJP versus Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party leading in 30 of those. That's 54% leads for the Samajwadi Party. Remember, the BJP had projected this image of being completely invincible, decimating everything in its wake. That's not happening in West Bengal. That's not happening in Uttar Pradesh either. Those are the BJP Congress direct fights. Now I want to show you what the new power map of India looks like at this moment. This is the old map of India. Start from the south. Kerala and Tamil Nadu in both 2019 and 2024 looking quite similar. The big changes are in Maharashtra. Look how there's very limited blue, which is the India Alliance color in Maharashtra. Compare now with Maharashtra 2024, where India Alliance has done remarkably well. Not much change in Gujarat, no change in Madhya Pradesh, except that Chhindwara has now moved to the BJP corner. But big changes in Rajasthan. Look at this map of Rajasthan and how saffron it is. Compare that to Rajasthan this year, where the Congress has really come back. This is one of the big mistakes the BJP made. Despite winning, to lose ground so fast after the assembly elections too now shows how quickly the ground can move from underneath your feet. Look also at Uttar Pradesh, the biggest story of this election. Look at how saffron Uttar Pradesh was in 2019 when, the BJP did well despite having SP, BSP together. SP and Congress, arguably a less formidable alliance, but turning it up in Uttar Pradesh. Look at how blue Uttar Pradesh is, especially in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The big change also in West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee has done very well. This power map, Rajdeep, really showing how the power map of India has changed. Indian politics has changed. The nature of the next government has changed. The Indian people have spoken, and they've spoken very loud.
I'll tell you also to look at some other element, because remember, we have to look ahead, and in the next 9 months, there are 4 or 5 big elections between now and 2025 November. Let's start from Maharashtra. In Maharashtra at the moment, India Alliance has 26, NDA has 21. So when I look at the state of Maharashtra, and I'll probably come here to the map, Rahul, with your permission, and see whether we go to these state by state and look at all the assemblies that are going to the
You want to start with Maharashtra,
We start with Maharashtra.
48 seats in Maharashtra.
48 seats in Maharashtra. And take a look at what Maharashtra is showing. 26-21, which clearly means that with elections 4 months from now the India Alliance will hold together. What's clear, they will see opportunity that they can win the Vidhan Sabha. So that's a big challenge for the BJP.
Just look at how the graph is crashed. 37 seats for the India Alliance in the last Loksaba elections, crashing to 21.
Actually, it's more than that, because the Uddhav Sena has left. It was actually 41 with the Uddhav Sena.
How I calculate is, if that MP moved alliance, what's the starting point at the base, at the beginning of this election?
So it's a loss of about, it's a substantial loss of 16 seats.
From 9 to 26, this is the India Alliance.
So therefore, that's good news for the opposition there in Maharashtra, which comes in October. Let's turn to Haryana.
No, can we
which
look
is
at
the next?
No, just for a moment, I want to look at the vote share in Maharashtra, Rajdeep, because this is very interesting. The BJP at 25.8, the Sena of Eknath Shinde at 15.4, Ajit Pawar's Sena, because they had fewer seats, only 3.6. But look at this, 18.9, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, 16.2 Congress, NCP of Pawar is 7.3.
Yeah, if you look at it, it's about 44 plays 41. So in vote percentages, you'll have the Mahayuti probably ahead, but because the MV seats are well distributed in terms of their different areas of influence, it's worked better. Let's turn from there to Haryana.
Oh, we've just received word that Sharad Pawar is in touch with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Even though Naidu's office is saying,
Sharad Pawar has waited for this moment. You see, this is the thing. He wants to play. He had told me, I want to be the Harkishan Singh Surji.
Can I come in?
This was a year ago.
Can I come in? See, in a scenario where Prime Minister Modi has to rely upon a Chandrababu Naidu and a Nitish Kumar is not a comfortable scene, by the way.
So you're accepting that?
See, look at the track record of these two leaders.
Right.
It's something which is not a comfortable position, no matter they touch 300. That's not a scenario that Prime Minister would have loved to be there.
Good point. Haryana, if I may look at, because
let's now.
Okay, you want to look at this? Interesting, because
the moment Rajdeep sees Maharashtra, his eyes light up. He says, "Okay, let's spend more time on Maharashtra."
No, the BJP's gains and losses are almost across in terms of seats. But if we can look at the other side,
no, I'll show you votes. In votes, the BJP is down 7% in Konkan, 6% in Marathwada, 1% in Mumbai, 2% in the north, 2% in Vidarbha, gaining 1% vote share in Western Maharashtra.
Yeah, so it shows Maharashtra has been a mirror cracked And clearly the BJP, particularly, remember Marathwada is where the Maratha agitation has peaked. That's why they've suffered their biggest